Open the door. Lin Feng. The captain's calling for a meeting. A loud, gruff voice shouted from outside. I froze mid-motion. A playful voice whined beneath me. Don't mind him. Her arms snaked around my neck as she spoke in a syrupy tone. Let them wait a little longer, okay? Another woman pressed against me from behind, her movements smooth and sinuous like a siren's. Yeah, we're just getting to the fun part. Taking in a deep breath, I stopped what I was doing and let out a resigned sigh. Honestly, I'd never dared to dream of living like this. Just a week ago, I was elbowing my way through the crowd at a job fair, broke as anything. I didn't even have 500 yuan to my name, lived in a dingy 10-square-meter partition room in the city suburbs, and hesitated for ages before taking a girl I liked out to a cheap meal. Then everything changed. 1 week ago, the entire human race was teleported to this apocalyptic world. Now, I didn't have to work. I was supported by over 1,000 people in this convoy. I slept in a modified luxury bus, ate the best canned goods available, and always had more than one beautiful woman sharing my bed. Fate works in mysterious ways, huh? Be good, baby. I'll be right back. I kissed each of them on their foreheads with a mischievous grin. The captain probably has something urgent. I'll deal with it quick and come back for round 2. Ha ha. I wrenched myself free from their clutches, grabbing at clothes in a hurry. My shirt was half on, and I hadn't even zipped up my pants before the banging on the door resumed. Lin Feng, are you coming or not? For F's sake? I'm coming. I yelled back, sneaking a quick squeeze of a peachy backside before hopping off the vehicle. As the bus door slid open, the dim, sepia-toned light of day crept inside. I squinted, stepping into the drizzle of golden illumination while clutching a palm-sized turtle in one hand. I followed the burly man waiting outside, heading towards the heart of the convoy. The brute walked fast, and I had to half-jog to keep up while simultaneously zipping up my pants and combing my fingers through my messy hair. As we moved through the massive assembly of vehicles, I could feel the stares of the other members of the convoy. Envy, flattery, unabashed disdain, and biting jealousy. I ignored them all, keeping a lazy smirk plastered to my face. Our convoy was huge, over 1,000 people and a long, trailing river of vehicles. The outer layers were lined with modified pickup trucks and cargo vehicles reinforced with steel beams and smeared with black, crusted blood. Guards armed with blades and spears stood atop these cars as sentinels, scanning the distance for threats. Closer to the center, the convoy had a mix of other vehicles, even a few bicycles. I was led to a modified luxury RV. It was where meetings were held for Captain Wang Lai and the convoy's group of Awakened. The burly man knocked on the RV's door. A calm, steady voice responded from inside. Come in. The RV's interior was impressively spacious, transformed into a mobile conference room. Circular couches surrounded a central table where a simple, makeshift map was spread out. 7 people were already seated inside. With me and the big guy, there were now 9 present, representing the entirety of the Awakened within the convoy. I quickly scanned the room. Seated at the far end was the captain, Wang Lai. He appeared middle-aged, with a square jaw, thick brows, and sharp, piercing eyes. Having awakened the ability to manipulate lightning, he possessed the deadliest power among us. It was largely thanks to him that this convoy of over 1,000 people had managed to survive the chaos. To his right sat 2 men, Wei, who could manipulate machinery and oversaw vehicle repairs and modifications, and Jiang Sheng, whose plant acceleration abilities could be critical in dire moments of survival. To Wang Lai's left was a short-haired young woman, Feng Ling. She excelled in speed enhancement, possessing frightening agility, and often handled scouting and covert attacks. Next to her were 3 women. The oldest, around 35 or 36, exuded a mature charm, her figure particularly eye-catching, especially given her tight-fitting attire. Her name was Chun Min, an Awakened with mental perception abilities and the convoy's early warning system. Beside her was Shun Yutong, a woman in her mid-20s with flowing hair, stunning features, and an enviable figure complete with long legs, a narrow waist, and curves in all the right places. She could foresee dangers and map terrain. She didn't talk much, but whenever she did, the information was always critical. My gaze lingered momentarily on the last woman. Her name was Dong Yu, just 21 years old. She had awakened a physical reinforcement ability, which toughened her skin, but not enough to ward off blade strikes entirely. She possessed above-average strength, much stronger than a regular person, though her ability was laughable compared to the sheer power displayed by Lu Taizhu, the muscle-bound brute who'd awakened enhanced strength and was the one banging on my door earlier. Dong Yu was decent-looking, though a bit on the plumper side. Among this group, she had the least presence, and every time she looked at me, her eyes burned with a wild hatred, as if she wanted to eat me alive. I knew exactly why she despised me. Both of us were awakened with fairly subpar abilities. But while we shared a liking for beautiful women, Here I was, lounging around in a luxury RV with gorgeous women flocking to me and being pampered with the best food and supplies the convoy could spare. Meanwhile, Dongyu, despite being in the core team, received no special treatment. None of the beauties gave her a second glance. Why? What made me special? Was it just my looks? Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. I made no attempts to deny it. Back in school, I was the guy everyone called the campus heartthrob, standing at 6'1", 185 centimeters, with sharp eyebrows, angular features, and a mischievous grin that had girls giggling left and right. My good looks and undeniable charm gave me a natural advantage over someone like Dongyu. That, my friends, is the harsh reality. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Chun Min teased, leaning back on the couch with one leg crossed seductively over the other. Her toned legs were clad in sleek black stockings, drawing attention I should have been smart enough to resist. She gave me a taunting smile, glancing at my disheveled appearance. Busy with something, were we? Our dashing Lin Feng's got some extra energy to burn. Huh? Want me to help you out with that? I smirked, but wisely chose to keep my mouth shut, quickly finding a spot to sit. I wasn't dumb enough to flirt back, not with her. Previously, one of the convoy's wealthier members had tried cozying up to her, only to mysteriously lead his bodyguards straight into a horde of monsters afterward. They were torn apart so viciously I still vividly remember the haunting screams. Lesson learned. Never mess with a beautiful, terrifying woman. Now that everyone's here, Wang Lai began, his voice low but steady. It's time we discuss a few pressing matters. Sinking into the couch, I absent-mindedly toyed with the tiny turtle in my hand. It had withdrawn into its shell, indifferent to my fiddling. Wang Lai began discussing the current state of the convoy, the remaining supplies, vehicle damages, recent casualties, and the movement patterns of the encroaching gray mist. Before long, I started zoning out. None of this directly concerned me. Logistics were someone else's problem. Mechanics handled vehicle maintenance, maps and intelligence gathering were covered by Shen Yutong, and early warnings were Chun Min's department. All I had to do was nod along during meetings and go back to enjoying my cushy, carefree existence. Now, down to the most important issue. Wang Lai's tone dropped, becoming much graver. The gray mist is accelerating. At this rate, we've got 5 days at most before it catches up to us. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, wiping away any trace of the menial daydreaming I'd been indulging in moments ago. The gray mist, the single most terrifying force in this world. A dense shroud of ashen fog with origins unknown. Its touch spelled instant death for ordinary humans. There was no time for suffering or resisting. It dissolved their flesh and bones in an instant, faster than they could even scream. And within the gray mist were horrors so unspeakable, no one who had seen them lived long enough to give a proper description. Even awakened individuals, with abilities granting them some resistance, could only survive within it for minutes at best. Those who ventured too deep never returned. A twisted and maddened existence. The gray fog seemed alive. It was hungry. It moved, chasing after the survivors. Humanity's only option was to escape, to keep running. There's a high ground about 300 kilometers ahead, Wang Lai said, pointing to a crude map. According to Yutong's survey, there are ruins of a city there and even an abandoned gas station. The visibility is clear. If we can hurry and get there, the convoy can refuel and take a breather. 300 kilometers? Chen Min frowned. The way the convoy is now, we'd be lucky to make 50 kilometers in a day. It'd take at least 6 days to reach it, not to mention the risks along the way. Then we have to pick up the pace, Wang Lai replied. What followed was a flurry of discussions, route planning, vehicle allocation, personnel arrangements, ensuring everyone could squeeze into a vehicle somehow, rather than walking the entire distance. I zoned out. This had little to do with me anyway. I wasn't driving, repairing, or navigating. All I needed to do was sit inside the bus. As the meeting progressed, Wang Lai suddenly shifted the topic. Additionally, there's something else, he said. His gaze swept across everyone present before finally locking onto me. A sudden, ominous feeling surged in my chest. It's about resource allocation for core members, he continued, tone calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Starting today, I've decided to revise the benefits provided to awakened individuals. I straightened in my seat. The new standard is simple. Combat contribution is the priority. My heart sank like a lead weight. What does that mean? Lu Taizhu asked, though a hint of a grin was already forming on his lips. It means, Wang Lai's eyes landed back on me, cold and indifferent. Awakened individuals who lack combat abilities and offer no auxiliary support will no longer be entitled to core member benefits. The room fell silent. The air in the RV seemed to freeze. I opened my mouth, ready to argue, but the words got caught in my throat. See, Captain, are you saying you're— This isn't targeted at you specifically, Wang Lai interrupted. but at all awakened individuals who lack sufficient abilities. Instinctively, I glanced around at the others. Fong Lin stared at the ground, silent. Guo Yi and Jiang Sheng exchanged a look before quickly looking away. Chen Min sat emotionless, staring out the window. Xin Yutong's lips barely moved, but in the end, she said nothing. Then there was Dong Yu, who was smiling, a long-held, deeply satisfying grin, as though she'd been waiting for this moment to arrive. Why? I forced myself to ask. Why? Lu Taiju scoffed at me before Wang Lai could answer. He leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, wearing a mocking grin. Lin Feng, you're useless at everything you do. Contracted a turtle with your beast-taming ability. Can it fight? Can it carry supplies? Can it scout ahead? It can't do anything. And yet you think you're entitled to core treatment? My face flushed hot. He wasn't wrong, but to have it spelled out so bluntly still stung. What could I say? After crossing into this world, my developed ability only let me tame creatures, and this turtle was the only living thing I could find in camp. If I didn't contract this turtle, what other options did I have? The decisions to recruit awakened people, shelter survivors, and establish rules hadn't been mine. All I'd done was register my ability and nod along. It wasn't like I'd made any major contributions. I know I'm not much help in combat, but I'm still an awakened member. And so what if you're awakened? Lu Taiju sneered again. Awakened means you get to freeload, huh? Look at Guo Yi, fixing and modifying vehicles. Jiang Sheng's ability to accelerate crop growth. He's growing potatoes like crazy. And then there's you. The only thing you're great at is charming women. What else are you good for? My lips trembled. I wanted to argue that I wasn't entirely useless. I could carry heavy stuff and never complained about physical labor. But, truthfully, apart from having the title of an awakened individual, how was I any different from the regular folks in the group? Everything I could do, a regular survivor could do, even better at times. The only exception? I could endure the gray fog's attack for a few extra minutes. Enough! Wang Lai raised his hand to halt Lu Taiju. His gaze toward me wasn't hostile, but it wasn't sympathetic either. Lin Feng, we all started out on equal footing as awakened individuals. That's why I looked the other way until now. But resources are harder to come by, and the gray fog is closing in on us. Every piece of food we have has to count, he said evenly, pausing for emphasis. I can't keep supporting, he hesitated ever so slightly. Supporting someone without combat capability. My chest tightened, like my heart itself was being crushed. Was I being abandoned? What happened to fairness, equality, and resource sharing? Starting today, Wang Lai declared, the bus and resources allocated to Lin Feng will be revoked. From this moment onward, you're no longer a core member. But, he abruptly continued, since you are still technically an awakened individual, you won't be subjected to the same resource taxation as regular survivors. Whatever you find, you keep. I went numb. See, Captain. That's it, Wang Lai said, waving dismissively and refusing to meet my gaze anymore. Meeting adjourned. The rest stood and began leaving, one by one. As they passed me, some avoided eye contact, while others wore neutral expressions. Dong Yu lingered, slowing her pace deliberately. She gave me this pitiful, almost gleeful look. Lin, Mr. Handsome, she whispered, mockingly sweet, her voice dripping with amusement. Looks like you'll be foraging for wild greens by yourself from now on. Watch out for monsters. I was the last one left in the trailer, clutching my small turtle, frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. By the time I climbed out of the convoy and returned to the buses, word had already spread. Gossip traveled faster than the wind in this camp. Countless eyes followed me as I walked. Some held disdain. Others just looked indifferent. What cut the deepest were the glances from those who used to curry favor with me. The way they looked now was like I was something repugnant. Two patrol team members stood next to the bus door. Lin Feng. One of them said expressionlessly, Captain's orders. This bus has been reassigned. Your personal belongings have already been moved out. I looked to the side. My meager belongings piled up. A few changes of clothing, a blanket, and a backpack. That was my entire life. Can I at least go up to grab something? I asked. The two exchanged a look, then shook their heads. Sorry, orders are orders. Taking a deep breath, I bent down and began stuffing my things into the bag. Just then, the bus door swung open. Two women stepped out, adjusting their clothing and fixing their hair. They both looked calm, collected. When they spotted me, a brief flicker of embarrassment crossed their faces, but it vanished just as quickly. Lin Feng, the woman who'd been crying out under me not long ago, said flatly, "We won't be sticking with you anymore." I looked at her, speechless. "Don't blame us," the other chimed in, her tone detached, as if she wasn't the same flirtatious charmer she'd been. "You're not a core member anymore. Staying with you doesn't have a future for us. We have to survive, don't we?" With that, they turned and walked away without another glance, heading straight toward the core members area. Head over to Dong Yu's side. Dong Yu was leaning against the bus, munching on an apple. When she saw the two of us approaching, She raised her head and slowly curled her lips into a smirk. Her gaze met mine, her eyes clearly saying, "What's yours is mine now." Two women circled Dongyu, doting over her, massaging her shoulders and chatting with eager enthusiasm. They were even more attentive than they had been when trying to please me before. I averted my gaze, silently cursing in my head. Damn you, Dongyu. Do you even have what it takes? Snatching up my women like it's nothing? Not far away, a man in his 30s was pulling along a woman while walking away quickly. She turned her head back to look at me, her expression complicated, but her steps didn't falter. That woman. Well, she was someone her own man had willingly sent to my truck earlier, all in exchange for a few extra supplies. Now that I've fallen from grace, of course, he wanted his wife back. I smirked bitterly. So be it. Anyway, I managed to freeload this convoy's resources for an entire week. That alone was more than I could have ever dreamed of back in the day. I wasn't angry with anyone. Just couldn't help feeling a little bad deep down. At the end of the day, wasn't it because I wasn't strong enough? Well, I guess it's just you and me now. I glanced down at the little turtle in my arms. At that moment, the convoy's loudspeaker blared. Attention, everyone. The convoy will only remain here for another 6 hours. The gray mist is accelerating in our direction. Those with the ability to scavenge, make the most of this time. My stomach growled loudly. I had been sitting idle in the vehicle since morning and hadn't eaten a single bite. Add to that 2 rounds of scuffles with those women earlier, and my energy was completely drained. Now, hunger gnawed at me intensely. Despite my awakened abilities making me physically superior to the average person, my energy consumption was higher as well. And right now, my stomach was painfully empty. I need to find something to eat. Fast. I hoisted my bag, picked up a wooden stick someone had discarded, and followed the group heading out to scavenge beyond the convoy's perimeter. The convoy had stopped on barren land, gray soil, sparsely scattered trees, and a sky faintly shrouded in gray haze. It was hard to tell if it was just cloudy or if the gray mist had already reached the horizon. What kind of resources could possibly be out here? Wild greens that were edible had long been dug up by previous teams, and anything remotely useful had already been claimed. The only place that seemed promising was a small hill in the distance, where some green vegetation still grew. Cradling my little turtle and gripping my stick, I followed the crowd at a leisurely pace toward the hill. Well, isn't this our so-called awakened warrior? A voice filled with mockery rang out behind me. I turned and saw a group of people staring at me, grinning. The leader was a burly bald man with a flat nose, dressed in a tattered jacket. I recognized him, Zhao Hu, a small-time leader in the convoy's transportation team. Back when I was in the inner circle, he'd eagerly greet me with a sycophantic Brother Lin. But now, what's the awakened hero doing out here scavenging for greens with us lowly folks? Zhao Hu walked over with a smug look, his eyes scanning me from head to toe. Oh, I heard you got booted from the core team. That true? Who told you that? I asked. Well, does it matter who said it? Zhao Hu chuckled. What matters is whether it's true. Did the big boss really kick you out? The men behind him laughed along. I didn't bother responding and turned back to keep walking. Zhao Hu caught up and leaned closer to me, lowering his voice. Lin Feng, let's be real. I've never liked you, you know. You think just because you've got a pretty boy face you can live the good life? Well, looks like karma's finally caught up with you. I kept walking, ignoring his rambling. But don't feel too bad, he continued. If you're desperate, you can always come work for me as a hauler. I'll pay you in wild vegetable buns, 1 a day, all you can eat. What'd you say? The laughter behind him grew louder. I stopped in my tracks, turning to face Zhao Hu with a blank expression. Hey Zhao, you've got something on your face. Zhao Hu paused, caught off guard. What? Trash. There's trash stuck to your face. He instinctively raised a hand to wipe it off. I turned and walked away without another word. Despite looking close, the hill proved to be quite a trek, and my stomach growled incessantly along the way. There were more and more people on the path as I went. All of them, like me, were out scavenging. Most people gave me a couple of glances before whispering to one another. So he's the awakened guy? I heard he got booted from the team. Serves him right. Useless guy like him living it up on that bus? Please. Hearing their whispers, I didn't feel much anger. It was more of an absurd, ridiculous feeling. Just a few days ago, I had been a figure they revered. Now, I was a joke to them. What a cruel twist of fate. I glanced down at the little turtle. As always, it lay lifelessly in its shell, barely moving. You could at least try to be more useful, I muttered. Of course, it didn't answer. I sighed and kept moving forward. At the base of the hill, the crowd had already started to gather. Rows of people of various ages were bent over, digging through the ground in search of wild edibles. I took a moment to scan the scene. I recognized the plant growing on the hills. It was unmistakable. After a week of surviving in this world, we scavengers had already determined what was safe to eat. And the only way to figure that out, trial and error. If you ate it and lived, it was edible. Survival here was that brutal. This plant was common enough. Its appearance was similar to spinach back on Earth, except its leaves were thicker, broader, and a darker shade of green. Completely safe to eat, but it tasted god-awful, unbearably bitter. Still, bitter food was better than starving to death. Good stuff, like potatoes forced to grow through ability-enhanced cultivation, was reserved for the elite inner circle of the convoy. Ordinary people had to subsist on what they could forage or starve. But my gaze didn't linger on the greens. That thing? No thanks. I stepped past the crowds busy digging for greens and set my sights further up the hill, where a cluster of vibrant vegetation looked especially lush. Something moved in that vegetation. A mutated grasshopper perched on a leaf, munching contentedly. This wasn't an ordinary grasshopper. It was huge, at least 10 centimeters long, with an eerie dark green body. Its hind legs were thick and spiked with menacing barbs. A variant grasshopper. For most people, this creature was no small threat. Its leaps packed enough force to bruise, if not break, bones. Its powerful jaws could tear out chunks of flesh in one bite. And worse, they often traveled in groups. Facing one alone was a challenge, but facing an entire swarm was a death sentence for ordinary folk. But for me, it was nothing more than a swing of my stick. Even the weakest awakened individual was physically twice as strong as an average man. Stronger, faster, more agile. We were built to outmatch normal humans in every way. Facing a lone mutated grasshopper? Not even worth worrying about. Soar with energy, like I could take on the world. My muscles felt stronger, my reflexes sharper, and even my mind seemed clearer, processing information faster than before. It was as if I'd been given a completely new lease on life. I crouched down to examine the now basketball-sized turtle. Its steely black shell shimmered strangely in the light, and those glowing patterns. They intimidated me a little, but more than that, they radiated strength. Wow, I muttered, running a hand over its shell. It didn't retreat like before. Instead, its now bright eyes locked onto mine, filled with a strange sense of loyalty and understanding. It no longer felt like a timid little pet, but a powerful ally. "All right, little guy," I said, grinning as I stood up. "No, wait, I can't keep calling you that anymore." I furrowed my brow, thinking for a moment. "How about Shadowfang?" No, too edgy. Ironhide? Nah, sounds too stiff. "Oh, how about Abyss?" "Yeah, Abyss. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" The oversized turtle blinked its gleaming eyes in approval, or at least I chose to take it that way. I gave it a confident nod. For the first time since ending up in this chaotic world, I felt like I had a real chance to rise above just surviving. As I gazed out past the mountain ridge to the distant wilderness, my grin turned into a full-on smirk. Abyss and I were just getting started. Stronger now. I opened the panel to check it out. Linfeng. Constitution, 14. Strength, 13. Agility, 14. Spirit, 12. Psionic power, 4. Bonded beast. Mystic turtle. Next evolution requires 100 evolution points. Level 1. Constitution, 40. Strength, 30. Agility, 36. Spirit, 18. Psionic power, 30. Unlocked ability 1. Earth consumption. Can obtain survival nutrients from soil. The attribute feedback from evolution added this much. In addition to constitution, the feedback in agility isn't minor either, up by a full 4 points. What does this mean? It means this turtle can run crazy fast. I evolved a speedy turtle? I looked down at this large turtle. It gazed back at me with its bright eyes and even rubbed its head against my leg. "I still haven't named you. How about little turtle? Or maybe Xiaoxian? Let's go. I'll carry you home." I glanced at the convoy, sensing it wouldn't wait much longer, then prepared to pick it up and head back. "Holy, damn, you're heavy." I almost stumbled. "Xiao Xuanzi, get up and walk yourself. I can't carry you." I smacked its shell lightly. Xiao Xian steadied itself on its 4 thick legs and stood firm, looking like a small fortress, exuding an aura of stability. Just as we were about to head back, rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of soil shifting came from beneath my feet. My smile froze instantly. Without thinking, I jumped to the side. A fissure spread from where I had been standing, and the earth split apart as dirt billowed to both sides. Then, a giant maw broke through the soil. It was a beetle-like creature, over half a person's length, its body a deep black, its carapace shiny. Its head had no eyes, only a pair of enormous, serrated scythe-like mandibles snapping open and shut with a menacing clatter. This deadly monster looked tough as hell. Never mind a person, these mandibles could possibly snap through steel. Xiao Xian reacted faster than me, immediately positioning itself between me and it. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed, but the turtle's shell didn't budge an inch. The beetle seemed angered that its prized mandibles couldn't pierce the turtle shell. It twisted ferociously, dragging 6 powerful legs across the ground, carving deep trenches, hoping to flip Xiao Xian over. but it had underestimated Xiao Xian's weight. Xiao Xian stood immovable, solid as a rock. I tightened my grip on the wooden stick in my hand, fixing my eyes on the beetle's exposed abdomen. That area had no carapace, just a relatively thin, membrane-like covering. Xiao Xian, hold the line. I hurled the wooden stick like a javelin, striking the beetle's soft belly dead on. Power does wonders. The stick pierced through that thin membrane, embedding deep within the creature, green ichor spraying everywhere. The beetle emitted a piercing screech, convulsing violently. It turned its head toward me, its scythe-like jaws clattering crazily. Then it charged at me, intent on slicing me in two. With 16 points of agility, dodging its charge was a breeze. Its jaws missed me by a hair's breadth, snapping furiously at empty air. Xiao Xian immediately intervened, biting down hard on one of the beetle's front legs. Crunch! The sound of a joint snapping filled the air. Despite furious struggling, the beetle couldn't shake Xiao Xian's grip. I grabbed a large rock and rushed to its side, hammering down on the previous wound where the stick had pierced its body. Again and again, I smashed into its already injured flank, splattering green ichor all over. The beetle's thrashing weakened with every blow until it finally stopped moving altogether. You've slain a mutant stag beetle. Evolution points plus 0.5. I collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, eyes darting between the beetle's lifeless corpse and an equally slimy Xiao Xian. If it weren't for Xiao Xian just now, I'd probably be done for. But seeing the additional 0.5 evolution points, I couldn't help but smile. Stronger monsters yield more points. Keep hunting, and the bonded beasts would keep evolving. We would grow stronger, and eventually, we could survive in this world. I'd never have to rely on anyone again. Never be abandoned by anyone again. I didn't hold a grudge against Wang Lai and the others, but the scar remained. Thinking about those people who had left me the moment I'd fallen, those women who dumped me the second I'd lost my standing, it made me colder inside. It taught me one fundamental truth. A man must be strong. I bent down and picked up the beetle's half-human-length body. This was meat, too valuable to waste. Let's go, Xiao Xian. I patted its sturdy shell. The beetle corpse weighed about 50 or 60 pounds, but with my enhanced stats, dragging it felt effortless. Heading down the mountain trail, I passed several returning villagers, walking in small groups, chatting happily with bags of wild greens in their hands. Ah, struck gold today. Me too. If only the convoy stayed put for another day. Yeah, right. The gray fog won't wait for anyone. They bantered as they passed, but as their eyes swept over the massive beetle carcass I was dragging, their laughter cut short. All their footsteps slowed, heads turning to stare at the beast I carried. Their pupils dilated in shock. The eerie glow of the scythe like mandibles gleamed ominously under the light. Then, their gaze shifted to the bundle of mutant grasshoppers hanging from my backpack. Countless dark green bugs crammed together, their spiky legs easily visible through the netting. The air fell eerily silent for a few seconds. Someone swallowed loudly. Isn't that the Awakened who got kicked out of the core faction? Didn't they say he wasn't combat capable? Not combat capable. Carrying a net packed with mutant grasshoppers? Dragging back a half-man-sized beetle? Suddenly, their bags of wild greens felt underwhelming. Is this the strength of an Awakened? Someone muttered enviously, their voice tinged with bitterness. Even one they say isn't good in combat is still this strong. We worked our butts off all day digging up wild greens, and we still can't compare to even a fraction of what he's achieved. Say no more. That's just the way it is. Focus and fall in line. The convoy won't wait. The crowd dispersed quickly, but as they walked past, everyone couldn't help sneaking a few more glances my way. Their gazes held awe, envy, fear, and even a touch of longing. I ignored all of it, dragging the beetle toward the convoy. Up ahead, a patrol squad came into view. 5 of them carried makeshift weapons and wore radios on their belts. Their job was to guard the perimeter and secure resources. This time we managed to get 3 mutant grasshoppers. Heading back. Roast one of them. Save the rest for later. These are valuable. Even the awakened ones would get jealous. Hey Lao Zhang. Weren't you saying earlier that you were planning to find some girl on the bus tonight? The speaker suddenly froze mid-sentence. He saw the stag beetle I was dragging behind me and the massive net of locusts dangling off my backpack. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The other patrol members noticed as well. Their excited expressions shifted to stunned silence, and eventually to unrestrained shock. There were 5 of them, fully armed, working seamlessly together, squatting and waiting cautiously for half a day. All that resulted in 3 measly locusts. Meanwhile, I showed up alone with a whole net full of them, plus a stag beetle. One of the team looked at the 3 locusts clutched in his hands, then glanced at my bag overloaded with spoils. Quietly, he tried to cover his locusts with his clothes, as if hiding his embarrassment. Wait a second, wasn't the word around camp that this guy is useless in combat? Supposedly no different from a regular person. That's why the leader kicked him from the core team, right? One of them whispered. No one answered. They all remembered what happened 3 days ago. The convoy got ambushed by a single stag beetle, which resulted in the loss of 2 vehicles and over a dozen lives. It took leader Wang Lai himself striking it with 3 bolts of lightning to finally finish it off. Now here I was, standing alive after taking one down on my own. Does something about this whole situation seem off? Someone muttered. In the back of the group, Zhao Hu, a burly bald man, quietly started retreating. He tried to shrink behind his companions as if to make himself invisible. His face was pale and trembling with fear. Just hours earlier, he'd been showing off in front of me, mocking me. He even had the nerve to suggest I work for him as a hauler for one meager meal of vegetable dumplings a day. Now, recalling his behavior, his face flushed hotly with embarrassment. Having seen what I just brought back, the idea of me working for someone like him was the ultimate joke. Heck, at this point, even my beast companion, Xiao Xian, could take him out effortlessly. Xiao Hu wanted to slap himself hard. He hunched his shoulders and quickened his steps to leave unnoticed. Don't look at me, don't look at me, he repeated internally, trying to convince himself as he tiptoed away. Frankly, I didn't care about Zhao Hu. I had no time or patience for trivial matters right now. My entire focus was on one thing: hunger. I hadn't eaten in over half a day. The morning's activities with 2 women had drained my energy, and the intense hours of locating and killing mutated locusts hadn't helped. Add to that the life-or-death struggle with the stag beetle. Now I was famished beyond words. All I wanted was to return to the convoy, roast some locusts, and finally eat my fill. As for Zhao Hu, he barely registered in my mind. A small fry like him wasn't worth my attention. I picked up my pace, eager to satisfy my gnawing hunger. Feng Ji, came a voice from behind, overly enthusiastic. I turned to see a young man in his 20s sprinting towards me, a bright grin plastered on his face. His camo-patterned shirt was filthy with grime, and his face relatively unremarkable, but his eyes were alert, brimming with opportunism. Hey brother Feng, you're back. Let me carry that for you. He reached out towards the massive stag beetle I was dragging. How could I let you do heavy lifting like this? I raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, but I read him loud and clear. While I paused to think, more people caught on. A middle-aged man hustled over eagerly. Brother Feng, here, let me take your backpack for you. You've been working too hard. Everyone in this apocalyptic world had grown cunning. Only a few days in, and survival instincts sliced through all pretense. They'd seen my display of strength. Even if I'd been ousted from the core team, my abilities still far outclassed theirs. In a world like this, where power equaled security, it was always a wise move to align oneself with the strong. And then there was my loot. A single locust from my haul could feed them well enough to be worth fawning over. Looking at the two, I felt no strong emotions. If this were a few days ago, back when I was just a greenhorn fresh out of the workforce, I might have been touched by these sudden gestures. But after today's whirlwind of events, my understanding of human nature had become sharper. These people weren't here to respect me. They wanted what I had in my hands. Still, I didn't mind. Flattery was nice. And practical too. In this post-apocalyptic reality, I wasn't after anyone's loyalty or sincerity. I needed their utility. That was enough. Fine, I said simply, tossing the beetle towards the younger man. Here, carry it. He caught it with both hands, the sheer weight throwing him off balance, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Despite his struggle, his obliging smile remained as steady as ever. Next, I shrugged off my backpack, carelessly passing it to the older man. Follow me. From my net, I pulled out 2 plump mutant locusts, tossing one to each of them. The gratitude in their eyes was instantaneous and overflowing. Thank you, Brother Feng, they chorused, practically radiating joy. Meanwhile, the others around us were visibly frustrated. They slapped their thighs in regret for not having stepped up sooner. Their hesitation cost them a chance to score. With these locusts, they could have traded for 5 pounds of veggie dumplings, enough food to last 2 or 3 days. Brother Feng, I can help too. Yeah, let me carry something, Brother Feng. I waved them all off, choosing not to respond. With a pat on Xiao Xian, signaling him to follow, we headed toward the convoy. Myself and the turtle led the way, the make-do porters trailing dutifully behind, showering me with praise the entire journey. Some people in camp watched the procession as we passed, their expressions a mix of shock and envy. But none of that mattered to me. Food was the only thing I cared about now. When we arrived back, campfires blazed through the camp. The orange glow of fire provided a comforting contrast to the grimness of this apocalyptic existence. People gathered around flames, boiling wild vegetables with whatever could pass as edible in this world. The scent of bitter greens and odd flavors filled the air, breaking only for the occasional sound of crying children or the whispered conversations of women. Selecting a vacant spot, I motioned for the younger man to drop the beetle and took my backpack back from the older one. Surveying the immediate area, I grabbed some rocks and stacked them together to form a crude grill setup. Rustic, but functional. While I gathered nearby dry sticks and brushwood, my two helpers sprang into action next to me, lighting the fire and sourcing extra materials without needing any instruction. Their work was quick and polished, proof of their desperation to stay on my good side. Soon a fire began to crackle and dance. I dug into my net, pulling out several hefty locusts. Selecting the plumpest ones, I handed them off to the younger helper. Take care of these. Prep and skewer them for grilling. Got it, Brother Fong, he chirped, pulling a small knife from his pocket and crouching down to do his work deftly. Within moments, the first locust was ready to roast. The wings and innards of the mutated grasshoppers were removed, then skewered with a branch. At that moment, an idea popped into my head, and I turned to the young man nearby, saying, "Hey you, take 10 grasshoppers to the camp and trade them for some salt. Can you do that?" "Don't worry, Fong bro. I got this," he replied confidently. I counted out 10 mutated grasshoppers from my net bag and handed them over. He took them without hesitation and ran off toward the center of the camp. The middle-aged man standing nearby watched enviously, but instead of standing idle, he took it upon himself to gather more firewood. After about 10 minutes, the young man returned, panting heavily but with a bright grin on his face. He was holding a small pouch in his hands. "Fong bro, look at this," he said excitedly as he opened the pouch. Inside was not only half a bag of salt, but also a small packet of cumin powder and chili flakes. "Not bad," I said, genuinely surprised at his success in procuring such valuable extras. "Huh, well," the young man scratched his head sheepishly. "I traded with some of the logistics team. When they found out it was for you, they were more than happy to make the exchange." Of course, what he didn't mention was how those 10 mutated grasshoppers had caused quite a stir among the camp dwellers. I took the salt and seasonings with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Good work." To round off the preparations, I took another grasshopper and traded it for some water. Mixing the salt into the water, I soaked the skewered grasshoppers in the salty solution and set them over the fire to roast. The flames licked the grasshoppers' shells, producing sizzling sounds. Very quickly, a rich, tantalizing aroma began to fill the air. The protein caramelized under the high heat, and the natural fats in the insects dripped into the flames, intensifying the mouth-watering smell. All around me, heads turned. Those who sat by their own campfires gnawing at the bitterness of wild greens froze mid-bite. Their noses twitched, straining to catch more of the fragrance, and their throats moved as they swallowed hard. Their eyes were fixed on me. The children were the first to speak up. "Mom, it smells so good." A little girl tugged on her mother's clothing, looking longingly in my direction. "Don't look. It's not ours," the mother said, pulling her daughter close. Yet, she herself couldn't resist gulping audibly. Nearby, a few men stood up, leaning in for a better view and sniffing the air like hounds. Hunger and desire were written all over their faces, though tinged with hesitation. That's because the rules in the convoy were harsh. Ever since traveling to this post-apocalyptic world, humanity has faced countless conflicts over food and survival. Among the initial thousands, half didn't fall to monsters or perish in the gray fog, but died at the hands of their fellow humans. Thus, when the convoy was established, order was maintained through a strict law. No stealing or forcibly taking others' property. Violators will be executed. This law was built on countless lost lives. At first, some people thought they were the exception, ruthless enough, strong enough. But invariably, after being caught and executed publicly, the message sank in. Once, twice. Eventually, everyone understood this rule was not to be broken. Now, no matter how hungry someone is or how tempting the aroma of food, most wouldn't dare take what's not theirs. But the scent wafting from my roasted grasshoppers was too enticing. They couldn't resist. A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, rubbed his hands together and approached me with a flattering smile. "Fong bro, could I have a small bite? Just a little taste." I lifted my head and glanced at him, my expression calm, as though I was staring at a rock rather than a person. My gaze made him uneasy, and he instinctively stepped back. But that irresistible smell pulled him forward once again. Gritting his teeth, he sheepishly presented something to me. I can trade for it. Really, look at this." He fumbled with his wrist and slid off a watch. "A Rolex. I bought it for tens of thousands before. You know, the apocalypse. Could I trade this for just 2 bites?" The firelight reflected off the golden watch face, its shimmering gleam catching my eye. I took it from him, weighing it in my hand. Heavy. The second hand still ticked. Tens of thousands? In this world, it was worth less than a compressed food bar. Still, a watch that told time could be useful. "Deal. 2 grasshoppers," I said, pocketing the watch. "Seriously? Thank you, Fong bro." His face lit up with joy as he reached for the food. Hesitant, he asked again. Could I maybe trade for a little more? No deal. I cut him off, holding out the watch. You know how scarce food is nowadays, right? I'll take it. 2 is fine, he said quickly, shoving the watch back into my hands, grabbing 2 roasted grasshoppers, and dashing off before I could change my mind. That exchange was like poking a hornet's nest. Suddenly, more voices clamored for trades. Feng bro, I have something too. Feng bro, how about my Swiss Army knife for one? I've got a solid gold necklace. A throng of people waved items like jewelry, lighters, pins, and even lipstick. Most of the nonsense was useless in a post-apocalyptic world, but I selected a few practical items: a Swiss Army knife, a windproof lighter, and a box of bandages. The rest, I rejected outright. Please, Feng bro. I've got a kid who hasn't eaten in 2 days. You've got plenty, just share some with us. The more I heard, the more annoyed I got. I turned toward the middle-aged laborer beside me and said, drive them off. Tell them not to disturb my meal. He immediately got up, barking orders. Move aside. All of you. Feng bro said no more trades. Get back. Don't bother him while he eats. Though grudgingly, the crowd dispersed. They stood in the distance, still holding their meager wild vegetable bundles, eyes glued to me as if I were their only lifeline. I ignored them. Picking up a freshly roasted grasshopper, I sprinkled cumin and chili over it before taking a bite. Crunch. The crispy shell cracked under my teeth, revealing tender, juicy white meat inside. The savory blend of cumin and chili mingled with the grasshopper's natural crisp and luscious flavor. It was divine, an absolute delicacy. I savored the burst of flavor in quiet satisfaction, finishing the grasshopper in 3 swift bites. Now I understood what people meant by high-quality ingredients need only the simplest preparation. Even the grilled locusts sold at roadside stalls in the old world couldn't compare to this. Especially now, in a world where even wild greens are scarce, this was sheer luxury. I took my time enjoying the second grasshopper, then the third. Though hunger gnawed at me, I deliberately chewed slowly. Meanwhile, the 2 temporary workers each got 2 insects and were eating as if they'd ascended to paradise. Seriously? I muttered, watching their exaggerated delight with disdain. After finishing nearly a dozen grasshoppers, I still wasn't full. My enhanced metabolism burned through calories too quickly. My eyes then turned toward the massive stag beetle nearby. Its legs were impressively thick, especially the front 2, which were as long as an adult's arm. The sturdy joints, encased in hefty shells, hinted at abundant meat within. Taking the newly traded Swiss Army knife, I prepared to sever one leg for roasting. Ding! The knife clinked against the beetle's shell as if striking metal. It didn't even leave a scratch. What was this thing made of? Fortunately, one of its front legs had been bitten open earlier by Xiao Xian, leaving the shells completely fractured. I found the crack and pressed harder. A few strikes, and I severed the leg right in the middle. The meat inside was a pristine white, glistening in the firelight. I sliced off a smaller piece, placed it over the flame, and watched as it curled and browned quickly. The aroma it gave off was nothing like the roasted locusts I was used to. It was rich, savory, and utterly mouth-watering. I blew on it gently, then popped it into my mouth. The instant the flavor hit my tongue, my eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, it was incredible. Having tasted mutated locusts before, I'd thought that was the pinnacle of culinary excellence in this dystopian hellscape. But now, with this stag beetle leg meat, it was like comparing plain bread to a royal banquet. I closed my eyes, savoring each bite, chewing slowly as a goofy grin spread across my face. For a fleeting moment, I felt like life wasn't so bad after all. This was living, damn it. Just as I was about to carve another piece. Well, handsome. A lazy, sultry voice drifted from behind me. Looks like you're living the good life, huh? Didn't think to share any of your delicacies with your big sister here? I froze mid-action, turning my head with some trepidation. The first thing that caught my attention was her legs. Long, slender, elegantly wrapped in sheer black stockings. The shapely curve of her calves led sinuously upward until they disappeared under her tight pencil skirt. Higher still, her figure-hugging tee outlined a waist you could cradle with one hand and certain other assets that would stop traffic. Chen Min leaned casually against a car, flipping her hair with practiced ease. For a woman in her 30s, her skin was as smooth and radiant as someone in their early 20s. But it was her eyes that captivated, eyes that radiated a mature allure tinged with a playful innocence. She was a stunner. Even back on the old home planet, women like her were rare to come across. Man, if I could only. The thought crept into my head before I could stop it. I immediately chastised myself. Cut it out. Time and place. This was one woman you did not mess with. To be fair, there weren't many in the entire convoy who dared cross her. Chen Min appeared to be a psychic type awakened, equipped with a sort of danger-sensing ability on the surface. But in truth, Her terrifying reputation came from watching how she handled the convoy's internal reorganizations. Anyone who survived knew she was not to be trifled with. Psychics were already a scary class of awakened, but Chenmin? She took it to another level. She'd taken out more than 80 people, at least, and I'd witnessed it with my own eyes. Once, a burly man was caught stealing and assaulting women. When confronted, he flatly denied everything, daring them to prove it. Chenmin had merely looked at him, not said a word, just looked. And suddenly, the man's defiance crumbled. His eyes went blank as he detailed everything he'd done. When, where, to whom. Even things as mundane as the money he'd stolen from his neighbors as a kid. As if some invisible force had unlocked all his secrets. Then, blood trickled from his eyes, ears, and nose, and he collapsed, twitching on the ground. Chenmin simply wiped her hands and said, "Next." Since then, forgetting about theft or assault, no one even whispered a word out of line around her. And now here she was, standing right in front of me. Every hair on my body stood on end. And no problem. I jumped to my feet with a forced grimace of a smile. "Sister Min, if you want some, you're more than welcome. I've got plenty to share. Here, have a seat." I hurriedly dusted off the rock I'd been sitting on, making it presentable for her. Chenmin was nonchalant as always. She gracefully sat down, and as her pencil skirt rode up from the motion, it revealed a tantalizing swathe of stocking-clad thigh. I forced myself to stare at my own feet. Nose to chest, chest to heart. "Do not look. Little brother," her voice drawled, lazily playful. "Did you awaken?" Her gaze flicked toward Xiao Xian and lingered a few moments before turning back to me. "Looks like it. Big enough to take down a mutated stag beetle on your own. You've definitely got some skills." "Oh, no. It was just luck, pure luck," I stammered, all humility. "You can just call me Xiaofeng, Sister Min." "Little brother?" I cringed inwardly. "I'm not little. Not that I dare say it out loud." Chenmin chuckled softly, her eyes drifting past me to the carcass of the colossal beetle. Her gaze sharpened ever so slightly. Well, this is quite the find." She stood and walked over to the mutant insect, crouching down for a closer inspection. The massive beetle lay splayed out on the ground, its abdomen pierced by a wooden stake that still oozed green fluid. With her delicate, porcelain hands, Chenmin gripped one of the intact front legs. Then, with a casual flick of her wrist, snap, my jaw dropped. That leg was as thick as my arm, protected by a dense black exoskeleton that even my Swiss Army knife had struggled to scratch. And yet Chenmin had snapped it off like it was a cucumber. "Why? How? What the hell? What are you frozen for?" Chenmin glanced at me before raising the gleaming black insect limb in her hand. "Pass me your knife, will you?" My mouth fell open. For a second, I forgot how to breathe. I fumbled to hand her my knife, my hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but disbelief. How? She's a mental power user. Where did that insane strength come from? Chenmin didn't so much as blink. She smoothly peeled away the outer shell, exposing the pure white flesh underneath, then deftly sliced the meat into large chunks with a practiced efficiency. Within moments, everything was prepped perfectly. Instead of roasting smaller pieces like I had, she cut the legs into larger chunks, skewering them onto sticks to roast over the fire. Before long, as the meat sizzled, the deep, rich aroma of roasting beetle filled the air. I sat stunned, my brain still replaying the earlier scene. I glanced down at my calloused hands, then over at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was sprawled out on the ground, staring intently at the roasting meat in Chenmin's hands. "What's the matter? Still shaken up?" Chenmin called out. I shook my head quickly. "No, it's just. Sister Min, aren't you supposed to be a psychic awakened? That strength? You don't fight, so it makes sense you wouldn't understand," she said nonchalantly while flipping the skewers. "You'll figure it out eventually." She didn't elaborate, and I wasn't about to press her. Soon, she had all of the beetle legs skewered and roasting, the fat sizzling and spilling into the flames below. "Let me help you out. No sense in you struggling on your own. Eat up in a bit. This stuff's rare." "Rare?" Chenmin just smiled coyly and didn't say more. About 10 minutes later, the meat was ready. The golden brown skin was crispy with just the right touch of char, the fat sliding off like fresh honey. Chenmin handed me a skewer. "Here, try it." I accepted it, took a bite, and winced slightly at the heat. "Wow, this is amazing. Sister Min, you have some serious cooking skills." I gave a huge thumbs up in genuine appreciation. Before I could take another bite, a notification rang out in my head. Consumed mutated stag, beetle leg meat. Constitution +1. Current constitution, 15. I froze mid-bite, staring at the meat in my hands, then at Chenmin. Chenmin sat elegantly, eating with a slight upward tilt to the corners of her lips. "Now you know, right? The meat from these mutant creatures isn't just for filling your stomach." I swallowed nervously. "Eat more. It boosts your stats," she continued. Thanks to you, I've got quite the treat today. There aren't many edible mutant creatures out there. Most are either toxic or completely inedible. If you eat them, best case scenario, you're puking your guts out. Worst case, you're dead. I quietly ate 2 more pieces. Constitution +1, current constitution, 16. Another point increased. This stuff works that well? You've seen plenty of attacks over the past few days, right? Chunmin asked as she kept eating. While most mutants aren't edible, the ones that are will improve your attributes. Of course, that's not the only way to get stronger. What else is there? Cursed entities. My hand froze for a second. Cursed entities? My mind went back to the nights on the road, after the convoy fled. During the day, we had to fend off mutants. At night, there was something even more terrifying. The creatures blanketed in black mist. A lot of people from the convoy didn't make it because of them. You mean those things that show up at night? Exactly. The most common ones are animal-based cursed creatures. They mess with your mind and are very difficult to kill. But when you do manage to kill one, you can get a cursed core. A cursed core? Another term I'd never heard before. Yeah, it looks like a small bead. Chunmin reached for the red string around her neck and pulled out a tiny fabric pouch from under her chest. She opened it and tipped the contents into her hand, holding it out for me to see. I leaned closer. It was a white bead, about the size of a marble. Its surface was smooth, but there seemed to be something flowing inside. This little thing can help us level up, Chunmin said as she retrieved the cursed core, slipping it back into the pouch and tucking it carefully against her chest. Only the faint red string was visible now. I silently grumbled to myself. Wasn't she going to give it to me? Then again, something like that probably should be hidden securely. The cursed core looked so pale. I'm a level 2 awakened, she informed me casually. It's all thanks to this cursed core. Level 2 awakened. It's no surprise you don't know about it. Chunmin read the confusion on my face. You're bonded to a powerless turtle. Knowing about this stuff wouldn't be much help anyway. I fell silent, my mind in turmoil. One thought echoed through my head. Over the past week, I've not only been completely kept in the dark, but I've also been excluded from all the important information. Mutant meat can enhance stats, I didn't know. Killing cursed entities yields cursed cores, I didn't know. What happened to all that talk about fair distribution? It felt laughable. So this is what core member treatment really meant? On the surface, I was given a car and supplies. But everything truly valuable, the information and resources to grow stronger, didn't include me at all. They must have realized I was useless after I bonded with my turtle, Xiao Xian, and decided to cut me out. And there I was, smugly thinking I'd struck gold because I'd been given some resources and a vehicle, and even a chance to sleep with women on the bus. Meanwhile, the others were eating mutant meat to boost their stats, hunting cursed entities to level up. And I knew nothing about it. If I hadn't been kicked out of the core squad today, if I hadn't gone out hunting locusts and stumbled on my hidden potential, if I hadn't run into Chunmin, how long would it have taken for me to finally understand all this? I lowered my head, staring at the meat in my hands. Suddenly, it didn't taste as good anymore. My chest felt tight. What's wrong? Chunmin's tone softened a little. Feeling upset, I shook my head, taking a deep breath before swallowing the meat in one bite. Then I grabbed another skewer. Chunmin didn't press further. She ate in silence, her face gently illuminated by the firelight. The flames lent a softer quality to her otherwise strikingly beautiful features. Sis Min, I blurted out suddenly. Why are you telling me all of this? She raised her head to look at me. Her eyes were bright, clear, without a hint of scheming. Because you're going to find out eventually. I'd rather tell you myself than let someone else hold it over you as leverage. I stared at her, momentarily stunned. Besides, she smiled, you treated me to a nice meal today? I thought I'd return the favor. All right, stop overthinking things. She stood up, patting down her skirt. It's getting late. The convoy will be moving out soon. Go pack your things. She took a few steps, then paused and turned back to look at me. Oh, by the way, Xiaofeng. Yes. Your turtle. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Xian. Take good care of it. For it to grow from palm size to this big, and even take down a mutant like the armored beetle, it might be stronger than you think. With that, she walked away, the click of her heels audible against the ground. Her pencil skirt accentuated her slender waist and shapely curves. The sheer black stockings on her legs shimmered faintly under the dim light. As I watched her retreating figure, I unexpectedly thought, this woman isn't as scary as I first thought. Of course, that thought only lasted for a moment. The next second, I snapped back to reality. This woman was terrifying beyond belief. I sat back down, looking at the roasted meat on the fire, then at the turtle beside me. You better pull your weight. My future depends on you. Xiao Xian rubbed its head against my leg, its eyes fixed hungrily on the roasting skewers. After hesitating, I picked up a skewer and handed it to him. Here, eat. You're the MVP tonight, after all. Before I could blink, the meat disappeared right out of my hand. In an instant, It was in Xiao Xian's mouth. Crap. Be careful, it's hot. Xiao Xian ignored me, crunching down and swallowing the meat, stick and all. Then he turned back to me, clearly wanting more. I could only stare at him in disbelief. Seriously? You're like Pigsy devouring ginseng fruit. No appreciation at all. Don't even think about the rest of this. Here. I pointed at the armored beetle. That one's yours, all yours. This roasted meat could boost stats. I couldn't afford to waste it. Still, just because Xiao Xian's talent involved eating dirt didn't mean I could actually feed him dirt. The meat I had was enough for me, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to share the scraps for maximum use. Just then, the two temporary workers who'd been sucking up earlier hesitantly approached now that Chen Min had left. Brother Feng, the convoy announcement just came on. We're heading out in 10 minutes, said the younger one with a flattering smile. I'm Jiang Kuan, but you can just call me Kuan. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Brother Feng, I'm Lu. Just Lu. Holler if you need a hand with anything. We'll go pack up now. All right, go ahead. I responded with a small nod. The convoy stirred into motion as the broadcast message spread. Everyone rushed to pack up their belongings. Daytime gathered wild vegetables were bundled together and crammed into bags, cars, or tied to the sides of vehicles. Those with cars scrambled to load supplies and check their vehicle conditions. Tricycles were stacked high with oversized bundles, carefully secured with ropes. Children were shoved into car compartments, and the air filled with cries and hushed attempts to calm them. The man worked silently. No one complained. No one said they were tired. In this world, just being alive was already a blessing. Who had the energy to grumble? The vehicles ahead began to move. Leading the convoy were a few modified RVs and buses, the vehicles of the awakened. The windows were welded with iron bars, and searchlights were mounted on the rooftops. Behind them were pickup trucks and cargo vehicles, with patrol squad members standing in the truck beds. They held steel blades, spears, and improvised bows, their cautious eyes scanning the darkness on both sides. These people were the first line of defense during monster attacks. The upside? They didn't need to scavenge for supplies or hand over resources like everyone else. They earned their daily food rations from the logistics team by risking their lives. Trailing behind were various vehicles, off-roaders, sedans, vans, tricycles, and bicycles. The vehicles were piled high with belongings, bedding, clothes, pots, pans, and whatever else people could carry. The convoy stretched over 1,000 meters long. Headlights flicked on one by one, forming a winding band of light in the darkness, like a dying serpent slithering along slowly. I slung my backpack over my shoulders and held onto a few skewers of roasted meat, eating as I walked. After a few steps, I stopped abruptly. I looked down at myself, then at the people around me. Everyone else was on some form of transportation. Even the most ordinary survivors had bikes. And me? No vehicle. Damn it, I didn't get on. I didn't even get on. I stared at the convoy ahead as it got farther and farther away. No one waited for me. No one remembered me. Cold world, huh? I muttered, kicking Xiao Xian, a small bug-eating mutant beetle, beside me. Let's go. Keep up. Xiao Xian lifted its head, holding half the body of a beetle in its jaws. Its forelegs straightened as it stood and followed, munching as it moved. I couldn't be bothered to stop it. After all, it hunted the thing itself, so why not let it eat? The lights of the convoy guided the way forward. I followed at a steady pace, not too far behind the people on bicycles and tricycles. Being an awakened made my walking pace just about as fast as riding a bike. That worked to my advantage. After about 10 minutes, I felt my body start to relax more and more. Those meat skewers didn't just fill my stomach. A warming flow of energy circulated through me, making me feel increasingly invigorated as I walked. I glanced at my watch. It read 7:20 p.m. The sky was pitch black now. The convoy's headlights were the only source of light. Everything else was shrouded in darkness. On both sides of the road stretched gray, barren wastelands. Occasionally, I'd spot a dried-up tree, its gnarled, leafless branches reaching toward the sky like ghostly fingers. The air was cold. I tightened my clothes around me and quickened my pace. Inside one of the luxurious RVs at the front of the convoy, 8 awakened sat around, the smell of wild vegetable soup wafting through the air. Wang Lai frowned as he studied a hand-drawn map. We're running low on gas, Guai said. The mechanical type awakened was responsible for vehicle repairs. At this pace, in 3 days, most of the vehicles will be dead in the water. 3 days? That's not going to cut it. What? You want us running on foot? Lu Taiju raised his voice. And yelling is going to make gasoline magically appear? Gui shot him a glance. Enough, Wang Lai interjected with a raised hand. He turned to Xin Yutong in the corner. Yutong, do you have any leads? Xin Yutong pointed to a spot on the map. If we take this route, about 70 kilometers ahead is a ruined town. There might be supplies and vehicles there. 70 kilometers? Chen Min frowned. At this pace, we wouldn't reach it until dawn. Yes, Shin Yutong acknowledged. But it's the closest point with any chance of relief. Beyond that, there's nothing for 200 kilometers, and that would also require a 100-kilometer detour. A heavy silence descended. 70 kilometers in this kind of night, with an unknown road ahead and the ever-present threat of danger. It was a gauntlet. I think we should go, Lu Taiju said urgently. The convoy's reserves are dwindling. Every day it's just wild veggies, wild veggies. If I see another wild veggie, I might puke. He grabbed a wild veggie dumpling off the table and took a bite, wincing dramatically. You guys have no idea how I've been surviving. My strength ability consumes so much energy, normal food isn't enough to sustain me. I burned through the day's rations in no time, and now I'm stuck eating boiled wild greens. If I were to hear this, I might have laughed out loud. So even the awakened eat wild veggies? Even they stress about food? Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I agree too, Dong Yu chimed in. We need to get out of this cursed plane. Days in this wasteland without a single shadow of another living soul? Something just feels wrong. Gua Yi and Jiang Sheng exchanged a glance and nodded. All right, we'll head to the ruins, Wang Lai decided. Shin Yutong added. But there's risk with that route. She traced a line on the map. We'd have to cross an open territory, a hotbed of strange phenomena. The word phenomena hung in the air like a storm cloud, darkening the mood further. Prepare for combat, Wang Lai ordered grimly. The patrol squads need to remain vigilant. Chen Min, maintain sensory detection throughout the journey. Report any abnormalities immediately. Chen Min nodded. Notify the convoy. Adjust the route and speed up, Wang Lai commanded. He stared out into the endless night beyond the window. He knew there wasn't any other choice. Without fuel, they'd never make it to their destination, and on foot, they'd be swift prey for the gray mist lurking behind. Awakened or not, everyone here was intertwined in mutual dependency. Ordinary survivors relied on the awakened for protection. The awakened relied on the convoy for one thing above all else, to serve as bait, buying time when danger struck. In his mind, Wang Lai left unspoken one ultimate truth. When disaster comes, all that matters is running faster than the guy next to you. Attention everyone. The convoy is adjusting course. Pick up the pace and stick close. The vehicles ahead turned onto a rougher road, potholes marring the surface. The tires ground against loose stones, and the convoy noticeably increased speed. I watched the convoy start to pull away, nearly missing the change. What the hell is happening now? I muttered, but I quickened my pace to keep up. Xiao Xian had already devoured the last bit of its prey and zipped ahead on its four little legs without breaking a sweat. Wow, this guy even runs faster than me. It might actually survive if things go south. The convoy roared forward through the dark at full throttle. Pickup trucks hung at the flanks as patrol squad members perched on the roofs, gripping their weapons, sweat slick in their palms. No one spoke a single word. Only the engines roared on. The sound of tires grinding against the pavement echoed in the night. I trailed at the back of the convoy, completely relaxed. With the team paving the way and awakened keeping guard, whatever danger lurks ahead, well, it's none of my concern. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. As night deepened, the faint glow of headlights lit my uneven steps as I followed the convoy from the rear. Strangely, I felt content. Sure, it wasn't as comfortable as sitting inside the bus, but there was something calming about relying only on myself. This sense of independence gave me a strange peace of mind. I kept walking, time slipping by unnoticed until I glanced at my watch. It was 11:59 p.m. Suddenly, the convoy in front of me halted abruptly. Something was wrong. It wasn't a gradual slow down. It was a sharp, sudden stop, the screeching of tires on asphalt piercing the air. From the front of the procession, I began hearing shouting, fierce yelling, and blood-curdling screams. My steps faltered, and I froze. In the glow of the headlights, I could see the convoy had come to a complete stop. On the roof of one vehicle, someone was shouting, "Over there! They're coming from the other side too." Another screamed, "Hold your ground," before a horrific scream followed. It sounded like someone was being torn apart, alive. Then I felt it. A suffocating chill began to flow from all directions, making the hair on my neck stand on end. My back tensed immediately. I quickly activated my spiritual energy, channeling it into my eyes. For an awakened, this was a fundamental ability, heightening perception and even allowing sight beyond the ordinary. As soon as the energy entered my eyes, the world transformed, becoming frighteningly sharp and clear. Less than 50 meters ahead of me, a glossy black creature was darting toward us. Roughly the size of a large dog, its body was wrapped in swirling black mist, its eyes burned blood red, and its claws gleamed sharp as daggers. Its jaw, a nightmare, stretched unnaturally wide from ear to ear, rows of jagged, serrated teeth on full display. Instinctively, I took a step back, my hand reaching toward the backpack strapped on my shoulders. Gripped tightly on the side was a giant beetle pincer I'd removed from an insectoid corpse before leaving camp. Sharp as a blade, it was meant to be my weapon of choice. But before I even had time to grab hold of it, a shadow darted out from right under my feet. Xiao Xian, I shouted at the figure, but it was already too late. My little companion had charged straight at the approaching monstrosity. Clearly, the creature hadn't expected to be confronted by a turtle, especially not one moving with such alarming speed. Its glowing red eyes flickered with surprise, but wasted no time as it swung its razor-sharp claws toward Xiao Xian's shell. Screech. The sound of claws scraping against the shell was ear-piercing, but Xiao Xian didn't even flinch. Instead, it lunged forward and sank its jaws into the creature's front leg. Crunch. The leg shattered upon impact, disintegrating into a cloud of black mist. A shrill scream erupted from the beast, so piercing it rattled my brain, and I nearly stumbled from the shock. By the time I'd regained my composure, Xiao Xian had already clamped its jaws around the creature's neck. A moment later, with a brutal crunching sound, its body collapsed and began dissolving into black mist. All that was left was a tiny bead, no bigger than a soybean. Eliminated level 0 Wraith Dog. Earned 0.5 evolution points. Current evolution points, 1. So, killing these things grants evolution points. I thought for a moment, then broke into a grin. Xiao Xian, well done. Rushing forward, I picked up the bead. It was a Wraith Crystal. I could feel the raw energy radiating from it, and instinctively, I knew, absorbing it would make me stronger. I wasted no time, clasping the Wraith Crystal tightly and channeling my spiritual energy toward it. Immediately, the crystal seemed to melt and flow into my body. Inside my abdomen, I could feel the power swirling before condensing into a small vortex. Absorbed 1 level 0 Wraith Crystal. Awaken level 0, 5% progress. My eyes lit up. If one crystal offered 5% progress, I'd only need 19 more to reach level 1 as an awakened. In the distance, loud cries of battle and the howls of more creatures rolled through the air. It seemed that ahead, things had devolved into complete chaos. Xiao Xian, let's move. Within a few breaths, I was at the back of the convoy. The scene unfolding before me was absolute mayhem. The number of creatures, or wraiths, was far greater than I'd imagined. Dozens, possibly hundreds, of rat-like beasts swarmed the convoy. Each was the size of a house cat, their eyes burning crimson and their fangs unnaturally long. The humans were panicked and fleeing for their lives. Cyclists fared the worst, collapsing immediately under the assault. The wraiths leaped from the shadows, dragging down their prey as helpless screams filled the night. Supplies were scattered everywhere. Several people tripped over debris and never managed to get back up, overwhelmed by the swarm of monsters. Let us in. Open up. Someone banged desperately on a bus window, but those inside locked the doors tight, unwilling to risk opening them. Meanwhile, the convoy's patrol team fought bravely to resist the onslaught, but their small numbers were no match for the tide of wraiths. Bodies littered the ground, dozens of them already. I saw a wraith rat plunging its teeth into the neck of a young child, blood pooling underneath. I clutched the beetle blade in my hands. Not out of anger, but greed. Each wraith rat had a crystal inside. Xiao Xian, attack! I shouted, diving into the fray with Xiao Xian. The nearest rat had pinned down a female student, its jaws poised to sever her throat as she stared up in hopeless terror. Before it made its move, I swung my blade down in a clean arc. Flash! The wraith's head was severed, instantly exploding into black mist as its body disintegrated. A glowing crystal dropped onto the student's chest. While she stared in shock, I plucked the crystal, casually patting her shoulder. No need to thank me. Nice save, by the way. Nearby, Xiao Xian was tearing through the wraiths, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. Each kill added to my growing collection of crystals. Eventually, someone in the chaos recognized me. Isn't that the guy who got kicked out of the core team? How is he this strong? Others stared at me in a mix of disbelief, gratitude, and respect. Thanks for the help, boss, someone called out shakily. Whatever, I muttered under my breath, focused only on gathering more crystals. Each wraith represented a portion of strength. Xiao Xian's next evolution would require 100 points. It'd be a long grind. Suddenly, my eyes caught sight of a larger beast, a wraith rat the size of a small dog. It darted toward a group hiding behind one of the buses. Xiao Xian, that one. Like a bolt of lightning, Xiao Xian launched itself at the oversized rat, crashing into it and sending it tumbling. Before the beast could recover, Xiao Xian's jaws clamped down, delivering a fatal bite. Eliminated level 1 wraith rat. Earned 1 evolution point. Current evolution points, 3.6. I darted forward to collect its crystal, noting its size, larger than the others, and a curious rat fong it had dropped. The stronger the wraith, the greater the rewards. Preparing for the next assault, I suddenly heard a sharp, whistling noise above me. Looking up, I spotted a figure standing atop the bus. It was Chun Min. Hovering before her fingers was a small blade, glowing faintly. With a subtle flick of her hand, the knife shot through the air like a streak of lightning. To be continued. Wearing 5 ghostly rats. My eyes almost popped out of my sockets. This woman? She said her ability was psychic perception before? Who's buying that nonsense? Min Jia. I shouted at her. She turned around to glance at me, the corners of her mouth faintly curving into a smile. But she didn't reply, because more eerie creatures were surging forward. I spun around and ran to the other side. No way I was letting her hoard all the monsters to herself. With Xiao Xian in tow, I skulked around the edge of the battlefield, targeting the lone monsters. UVE killed a level 1 ghost cat. Gained 2 evolution points. UVE killed a level 1 ghost rat. Gained 1 evolution point. I stuffed ghost crystals into my pocket one by one, and even nabbed a pair of luminous cat eyes. My heartbeat sped up, not from fear, but from excitement. My evolution points were now at 91.2. There were far more apparitions today than in previous days. Just at that moment. Boom. Blazing lightning exploded in the center of the battlefield, instantly vaporizing a dozen ghostly creatures into black mist. Wang Lai stood atop the RV, arcs of electricity crackling in his palms as he unleashed bolts as thick as a man's arm. His target was the ghostly Rat King at the center, as big as a calf, its entire body cloaked in black mist, with crimson eyes glowing like lanterns. It let out an ear-piercing screech, and a sharp pain stabbed my head, like someone driving nails into both my temples. Ordinary folks around me reacted worse, clutching their heads and writhing on the ground. Wang Lai clasped his hands together, condensing the lightning into a sphere that grew larger and larger. I clutched my throbbing head, raised the giant serrated blade in my hand, and chucked it at the Rat King. Scream all you want. Here's a blade just for you. Boom. The lightning erupted again, with white light blinding us momentarily. By the time I opened my eyes, the Rat King was gone. All that remained was a smoking crater. Killed level 2 Ghost Rat King. Gained 10 evolution points. Current total, 101.2. Huh. All I did was throw a blade, and that counts as an assist kill? Seeing Wang Lai's gaze sweep over me, I turned and fled. I didn't even dare glance at the spoils or bother reclaiming my blade. Didn't see me. This wasn't cowardice, it was being smart. In the apocalypse, the ones who survive longest aren't the strongest. They're the ones who know full well where they stand. Wang Lai never came down from the RV. Maybe he noticed me. Maybe he didn't care. After the Rat King's death, the remaining apparitions were quickly dealt with. The wilderness fell silent once more, leaving behind over 100 corpses strewn across the ground, the stench of blood and rot filling the air. Everyone listen up. You have 10 minutes to rest. We're moving out right after. 10 minutes. Not even time to bury the dead. I stood at the edge of the crowd, observing the scene quietly, saying nothing. This was the apocalypse. I lowered my head to count the ghost crystals in my pocket. Over 70 level 1 crystals and a couple hundred level 0s. My backpack was stuffed with materials dropped by the creatures. A dozen ghostly rat teeth, a pair of cat eyes. Just as I was about to find a spot to sit down and absorb the energy from the crystals, I heard a commotion. This is mine. I grabbed it first. Bull. I saw it before you. Stop arguing. This stuff belonged to old Zhang, and now he's gone. He's dead, which means it's fair game. Why can't I take it? I turned my head and saw several men clustered around a tricycle, fighting over the items in its cargo bed. The tricycle lay tipped over, and its owner's corpse was nearby, eyes wide open and unseeing. None of the looters spared him a glance. They were busy rummaging through his belongings. Wild greens, half a sack of flour, a few bottles of water, a tattered quilt. Items practically worthless before the apocalypse, but now fought over like treasure. Someone threw a punch, striking another man square in the face. The beaten man grabbed a wooden stick in retaliation and swung it wildly. The scene wasn't unique. Fights were breaking out wherever unclaimed goods were found. Stop fighting, someone shouted. But no one listened. Survivors were scavenging frantically for unclaimed possessions, backpacks, bags, anything scattered across the ground. People grabbed and shoved, stuffing whatever they could into their arms. Cries, curses, and angry shouting filled the air. The bodies of the dead were trampled underfoot, without a single glance from the living. I watched for a moment, then looked away. Survival comes first in a world like this. My mind wandered to the 2 women I'd seen on the bus, to Dong Yu's retreating figure as she walked away without looking back, and to the woman who was dragged off by a man. The price of staying alive is to slowly strip away the parts of yourself that were once called humanity in peacetime. I wasn't sure what exactly I was feeling in that moment. Xiao Xian, let's go, I said, patting Xiao Xian's shell before heading to the back of the convoy. Finding a quiet spot, I pulled out a level 1 ghost crystal from my bag and began to absorb its energy. Current level, 0, progress at 15%. Not bad. A level 1 ghost crystal boosts progress by 10%, though it's a bit slower than absorbing level 0's. Let's see what leveling up to level 1 feels like. I absorbed the ghost crystals one by one. Requirement for leveling up met. Proceed to level 1. Level up. I agreed without hesitation. A powerful heat burst out from my abdomen, surging through my meridians and spreading to every fiber of my being. From the top of my head to the soles of my feet, the sensation lasted about half a minute. I felt my senses sharpen, able to see further in the darkness, even perceiving faint energies lingering in the air. I checked my stats. Level, 10%. Constitution, 24. Strength, 23. Agility, 24. Mentality, 32. Psionic, 34. Ability 1. Beastmaster, Base Beast, 1 out of 2. Ability 2. Infinite Evolution. A wave of exhilaration surged through me. I've gotten stronger. The leap from level 0 to level 1 brought considerable improvement. Plus, I now had an additional slot for a companion beast. Alright, there's Xiaoxian. With the evolution points I snagged earlier, I should be able to evolve him now. Xiaoxian, come here. Base Beast, Mystic Tortoise, Xiaoxian. Current evolution points, 105. Evolve. Evolve. I chose the option without hesitation. Buzz. Xiaoxian's shell began to emit a faint, gentle glow. Light seeped through the intricate patterns on its surface. Then, before my eyes, his body grew at an astonishing speed. Xiaoxian's shell, once about the size of a serving tray, enlarged continuously, its edges extending seemingly under some unseen force. Layers stacked and thickened across its carapace, while its limbs became sturdier and more muscular. Sharp claws glinted like hooks, its tail became thicker and longer, and keratinized scales began to form across its leathery skin. Evolution feedback received. Constitution, plus 36. Strength, plus 27. Agility, plus 22. Mentality, plus 26. Psionic, plus 27. When the luminescence faded, I stood there, dumbfounded, involuntarily taking 2 steps back, my eyes as round as saucers. Holy moly. Xiaoxian, you're massive now. The once basin-sized little turtle now stood tall, its plastron a whole meter off the ground, and the top of its shell taller than me by a head. I tilted my head upwards, staring in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. Xiaoxian, clearly pleased with its new form, wagged its massive tail excitedly, the heavy thuds echoing off the ground. It lowered its head, nudging my chest affectionately with its gigantic head. Thump. Hey, hey, hey. The impact sent me stumbling back 2 or 3 steps. I almost fell on my butt before I managed to steady myself. Annoyed, I smacked its head twice. Geez, take it easy. Do you even realize how huge you are now? If you grow any bigger, one nudge from you, and I might actually go flying. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxian didn't seem upset at all. In fact, it let out a low, rumbling goo-goo sound, almost like laughter. I circled it twice, my satisfaction growing with every step as my eyes practically sparkled. This is a ready-made ride, isn't it? Earlier today, I'd walked 4 or 5 hours alongside the convoy. Even with my current stamina, it was exhausting. Besides, who wouldn't want to laze around if they could? Especially with the roads getting worse, filled with pits and uneven terrain, forcing me to keep an eye on every step. It was such a drag. Xiaoxian, down. Immediately, Xiaoxian obediently lowered its massive body to the ground, flattening its shell. Pressing my hands down on its shell, I swung my leg up and climbed onto its back. The shell was even bigger than I thought, about 1.5 meters wide, over 2 meters long, and surprisingly flat. I tossed my backpack into the center of its shell and leaned back against it, settling in comfortably. Xiaoxian, let's go. Stay with the convoy, I said, patting its shell. Xiaoxian straightened up, its 4 sturdy legs lifting it effortlessly. As it started moving, its pace quickened, the wind whistling past as each stride covered nearly a meter. It was like riding a small horse, fast, steady, and surprisingly smooth. The rugged ground below barely translated into a soft bounce under me. This is the life, I murmured, lying back with my hands behind my head, gazing at the stars. I used to hold you in my arms when you were little. Now it's your turn to carry me. Xiaoxian let out a low grunt, almost like a protest. Ha. Complaint denied. I laughed. I glanced at my watch, 1:50 a.m. Then, I opened up the system interface to check out Xiaoxian's stats. Beast familiar, black turtle, Xian Gui. Level 2. Constitution, 400. Strength, 300. Agility, 260. Spirit, 280. Energy, 300. Ability 1, Earth Ingestion. Ability 2, Earth manipulation newly unlocked. Is this even fair? Xiao Xian's stats are over 10 times mine, and now it's awakened Earth manipulation? At this rate, even Wang Lai wouldn't stand a chance against it, I said, exhaling deeply. Then I smiled. But hey, it's my turtle, so who cares? Oh right, I can choose one beast familiar ability as my own skill. Earth manipulation seems like a solid choice. Without hesitation, I selected it. Immediately, a surge of power erupted from deep within my soul, spreading through my body. I could sense the earth energy around me, as though I'd become one with the land itself. Xiao Xian, stop for a bit. With a single thought, the ground in the distance erupted with earth-yellow spikes, eventually forming into a large boulder. It was so much fun. I experimented with different moves, quicksand, earth walls, completely losing myself in it until my energy drained and a throbbing headache settled in. Ugh, overdid it. Xiao Xian, let's catch up with the convoy. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Xian had reached the tail end of the convoy. The people on the last tricycle were startled by the massive shadow rushing toward them, nearly jumping out of their seats. Holy crap, what's that thing? Hey, a giant turtle? No way, it's one of those creepy things. Their loud chatter jolted me awake. Annoyed, I rubbed my eyes and waved dismissively. Quit screaming. It's my beast familiar. Their expressions shifted from fear to disbelief, then to pure envy. It's Lin Feng, right? The guy the leader kicked out of the core team? Wait, wasn't his turtle, like, palm-sized back then? How did it grow so big? Xiao Xian charged past the convoy, drawing countless stares and whispered discussions. When we passed a van, one of the women inside was so startled, her wild vegetable bun fell from her hands. Someone leaned out the window, shouting, "Hey, Lin Feng, where'd you get that gigantic turtle?" I ignored him, commanding Xiao Xian to move ahead until we reached the bus I used to ride. In the driver's seat sat a scruffy stranger with an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. The bus was now crammed with people, packed so tightly there wasn't a single spare seat. I cast a quick look inside, and my heart sank. My big bed, gone. The velvet blanket, gone too. Now there were only rows of ragged seats, with several unfamiliar women clutching filthy backpacks as they dozed off. My secret stash of canned fruit and magazines, all missing. Guess I'm officially out of sight, out of mind, I muttered with a frown. When Xiao Xian had evolved to level 2, I'd thought about using its newfound strength to reclaim things. That bed and blanket I had wheedled my way into getting back then were one of a kind, better than what the convoy leader Wang Lai had. My dream had been to use earth manipulation to build a mini-house on Xiao Xian's shell, complete with the bed. It would have been the ultimate mobile home. But now, everything was gone. Sensing my mood, Xiao Xian slowed its pace slightly. It's fine. Let's move on, I sighed. In truth, I hadn't planned on riding that bus again. With Xiao Xian, who'd need to? Still, losing my belongings left a sour taste in my mouth. Xiao Xian carried me steadily onward. Its size had long since caught the attention of several awakened individuals in the convoy. Behind partially drawn curtains, curious onlookers peered out at us, their gazes fixed on my massive turtle. This kid, how did that tiny turtle of his suddenly turn into this monster? Chun Min finally broke the silence. No one replied. No one knew the answer. After all, who would have guessed an average, beast tamer like me could suddenly become this strong? Everyone remembered that little gray turtle about the size of a hand, always hiding in its shell and sleeping. And now, its shell was over 2 meters long, its legs as thick as pillars, and its head sharp and fierce. Its combat potential was undeniable. It evolved. Wang Lai's deep voice rumbled. At least to level 2. Level 2? Isn't that the same as the leader? Jiang Xing asked, wide-eyed. Dong Yu's face darkened. I've said it before, we should have dealt with him while we had the chance. Just yesterday, she snatched 2 of my women, and now they're riding in her car. If I rejoin the core team, how would those 2 think? Would they come back to me? Or would they make trouble for her? Lu Tieju's expression wasn't looking good either. That woman, the one whose husband willingly sent her over to my car back then. After I got kicked out of the team, her husband immediately dragged her away and sent her to Lu Tieju's bed. If I were to return now, he wouldn't dare imagine the outcome. I actually think we could try to win him over. That huge turtle of his. If we run into any supernatural phenomena, it could be used as a living shield. You're overthinking. Why on earth would someone use their beast companion as your personal shield? The group broke into a heated argument. Shen Yutong stayed silent. She quietly sat in the corner, sketching something on a map with her pen. Enough. Wang Lai cut in. The room went silent as he spoke. We'll figure this out once we get to the destination. Once we reach the town, I'll talk to him myself. He knew very well how this might look. He was the one who originally convinced me to join, only to later decide to kick me out. Even though I didn't say anything at the time, anyone would feel wronged over something like that. Now that my beast companion has become so powerful, If he came begging me to return, it would be a big hit to his ego. But for survival, he would have to set his pride aside. The convoy moved in fits and starts through the night, finally reaching the outskirts of a small town just before dawn. The morning light was faint, and the town emerged silently on the horizon. This was only the second time Blue Star had encountered its architectural remnants in this new world. A loudspeaker blared, "Attention, everyone. We've arrived at a rest point. All vehicles slow down. Do not enter the town center. Pull over on the outskirts for rest. Wait for the awakened to clear any threats before heading further in." The convoy slowed down and parked in an open lot as people began disembarking, stretching sore muscles, and setting up tents. After traveling all night, about 70 kilometers, and fending off supernatural attacks, the group was utterly exhausted. The toll and casualties weighed heavily on everyone. But nobody complained. In a post-apocalyptic world, making it to see dawn alive was already the greatest blessing. Logistics personnel busied themselves tallying supplies and directing the construction of the camp. The convoy operated with 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of 8 awakened individuals with access to the best equipment and vehicles. The second tier included patrol squads and logistical staff, with access to weapons and some food, but often serving as the frontline casualties. The third tier was ordinary civilians trailing behind the convoy, often left to fend for themselves as sacrificial pawns when things went south. I hopped down off Little Shin's back, stretching my stiff neck. I had napped for a few hours on the turtle shell and felt pretty rested. Little Shin lay flat on the ground, happily digging at the dirt, seemingly full of energy. I turned to glance toward the town, frowning. It was too quiet. Eerily so. Originally, I had planned to venture inside with Little Shin after sunrise to scavenge for supplies. Now that Little Shin had reached level 2, its stats were more than tenfold mine. Plus, with its earth control abilities, the risk of serious trouble would be manageable. But standing in front of the town, a cautionary instinct took over. Forget it. Let's wait and see first. I decided not to rush. Let the convoys awaken take the initiative first. No reason for me to play hero when I could follow behind and pick up scraps. No point in taking unnecessary risks. First things first, food. I walked over to Little Shin, who was still crouched, enthusiastically digging a shallow pit and munching on dirt with a crunching sound. Dirt scattered everywhere like an excavator at work. My eyelid twitched. "You're seriously eating dirt?" Little Shin didn't even look up, continuing to gnaw at the soil with fervor. Bits of dirt flew about, coating its snout. I remembered its ability, soil consumption, capable of sustaining itself and even growing stronger by devouring earth and minerals. Whatever. It's free food anyway. Satisfied it wouldn't wander off, I scouted the area and found a dead tree as thick as my leg. Lifting my foot, I kicked it firmly at the base. Crack. The trunk toppled immediately. I bent down, grabbed it, and dragged the entire thing back to the camp. It felt as light as picking up a child's toy. Once back, I easily split it into pieces of firewood with my bare hands. Crack, crack, crack. In mere minutes, the whole tree was reduced to kindling. Nearby, some folks setting up tents paused their work to stare in disbelief. Holy crap, did he just split that with his bare hands? So this is what an awakened is like. Unreal. Ignoring their reactions, I gathered some dry grass, pulled out a lighter I had traded for the day before, and struck it twice. Flames quickly took hold, spreading to the dried branches. Then, I climbed back onto Little Shin and pulled out a partially eaten mutated grasshopper from last night's stash. Cleaning it up, I skewered it and placed it over the fire. The charcoal flames darkened its exoskeleton, sizzling audibly as the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. I roasted calmly, waiting for the convoys awakened to finish deliberating their entry plans, waiting for them to decide when to enter the town. No need for me to be in a rush. Meanwhile, by the luxury RV at the front of the convoy, Gua Yi was clutching a report, his brows furrowed tightly. "The statistics for the convoy are in," he said, handing the report to Wang Lai. "Captain, as of now, the public vehicles include 1 RV, 7 buses, 2 of which require major repairs or they won't last long, 2 commuter buses, for trucks, 3 pickups, and 11 sedans. Most of these need maintenance." Wang Lai took the report and waited for him to continue. "The main issue is fuel. Based on our current reserves and careful rationing, will only last another 5 days. After that, more than half of these vehicles will be out of commission. And at our current pace, we can't make it to the destination within 5 days," Shin Yutong interjected from the side. "The next supply point is 330 kilometers away. At this rate, it'll take at least 6 days to get there, assuming we don't face more supernatural attacks or delays. We're running out of time. The gray mist will catch up in no more than 5 days. 5 days. Barely 5 days left. If anything like last night's attacks occurred again, It could delay progress enough to burn through fuel reserves entirely. But the gray mist closing imposed an even deadlier timeline. Wang Lai's face grew even darker. There's more, Guai Yi added. Beyond the public vehicles, the convoy has too many privately owned cars. As the only mechanic, I just can't handle this workload. I'm only level 1 myself, and many of these broken cars lack spare parts. Repairs for anything requiring major work take me half a day each. He hesitated before voicing his recommendation. Captain, I think we should abandon the smaller vehicles, strip them for parts, and focus our resources on upgrading the trucks and buses. Consolidate the remaining fuel to prioritize mobility for key vehicles. We don't know how far we still have to travel, so we need to save wherever we can. There's no way I can manage private cars under these conditions. As those words fell, everyone fell silent. They all knew what they meant. The ordinary folks biking alongside or driving their own vehicles to follow the convoy. Once a vehicle broke down or couldn't keep up, in an apocalyptic world, it might as well be a death sentence. Wang Lai paused for a few seconds before nodding. All right, we'll go with your suggestion. Work on modifying the vehicles as quickly as possible. Let logistics know if you need anything. And we'll have to pack people in tighter. Guai Yi nodded. No problem. If I focus on modifying the core vehicles, I'm confident I can enhance their performance significantly. But it'll require dismantling parts from the sedans to use as materials. Just then, Fang Ling walked over, exhaustion written all over her face. Captain, I've tallied the numbers. After last night's strange attack, there are only 975 people left in the convoy. Wang Lai's fingers twitched slightly. From an initial few thousand, they were down to less than 1,000. Every time they stopped, every time they set out, there were always those who stayed behind, forever. This was the apocalypse. What about supplies? Wang Lai asked. Fang Ling shook her head. We're running low. The convoy is essentially surviving on foraged wild vegetables. Those, combined with the small amount of rice and flour left, might last another 3 days, tops. So, in other words, we must find enough supplies in this town and finish modifying the vehicles to increase speed before we can continue moving forward. Wang Lai's tone was calm, as if stating a simple fact. Yutong, can you sense the danger level of this town? Something about it feels off to me. Shun Yutong lifted her gaze. Her strikingly beautiful eyes locked toward the direction of the small town. Her pupils seemed to flicker with something, like starlight. Level 2 danger. Level 2. Lu Tieju's voice raised slightly. That's the same level as the captain and Min Jia. Shin Yutong ignored him and continued. But I feel uneasy. Astrology tells me it's level 2. But my instincts are saying it's not that simple. There's something in the town interfering with my perception. Wang Lai turned to Chen Min. What about you? Chun Min closed her eyes, her mental energy spreading out toward the direction of the town like an invisible net. A brief moment later, she opened her eyes. My psychic sense tells me it's very dangerous. How dangerous? I can't say precisely. Chen Min shook her head. There's a layer of fog surrounding the town center. My abilities can't penetrate it. But it's clear, I'm being told not to go in. Both of the team's trackers with sensing abilities had come to the same conclusion. Dangerous. However, the convoy had no choice. Supplies were almost gone. Gas, food. They had to scavenge the town. Otherwise, everyone would die on the road. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Lai made a decision. Everyone, prepare yourselves. After breakfast, we enter the town. I'll go talk to Lin Feng. The morning air was still chilly when I noticed Wang Lai walking toward me. He wove his way through the mess of parked vehicles, heading straight in my direction. I sat by my fire, rather noticeable with the skewered grasshoppers I was roasting, golden and crispy. Next to me, Xiao Xian, that thing, was laying across a large dirt pit, casually gnawing at the ground. As Wang Lai approached, Xiao Xian lifted its head, its lantern-shaped eyes fixed on him for 2 seconds before lazily going back to chewing dirt. I could tell Wang Lai was calculating Xiao Xian's combat capability, though his expression didn't betray it. I'd spotted him earlier, but didn't bother getting up. Instead, I waggled the skewer of grasshoppers in my hand. Want some? Wang Lai said nothing for 2 seconds, then took one. To be honest, back when I first met him, I had been cautious, afraid of crossing the wrong line. Now, I couldn't even be bothered to change my posture. That's the kind of confidence strength brings. Not bad. Wang Lai took a bite. Of course, I've got decent culinary skills, I replied, biting into one myself. Silence fell between us. I knew why he was here, but I wasn't about to be the first to speak. I had no need to rush, let him talk. After finishing the skewer of grasshoppers, Wang Lai tossed the stick into the fire. I'll admit, I underestimated you. I didn't reply, just kept eating. I wiped my mouth with my sleeve. I came today to officially invite you back to the core team, he said, glancing at Xiao Xian. But clearly, it seems like you still hold a grudge against me. I smirked, saying neither yes nor no. So I won't force it. He turned his gaze toward the distant town. We're both awakened, and our only goal is survival. If I had to do it all over again, I'd still make the same choice. Back then, you were useless. Blunt. But honestly, I appreciated it. At least he wasn't pretending. It was straightforward. You weren't useful before, so I kicked you out. Now you are, so I'm here again. Simple. Honest. No BS. Let's collaborate, he offered his hand. You're still with the convoy, which means you understand the risks of going solo. Let's work together. When we clear the town later, each of us can claim the spoils we earn. What do you say? I didn't answer right away. Collaborating was undoubtedly the best option. I did need the convoy. Not for their protection, though. Quite the opposite, I could protect them. But there was one thing I couldn't handle on my own: navigation. This hellscape had no GPS, no landmarks, not even familiar constellations in the sky. We drove merely 70 kilometers last night, something that took the convoy all night. Why? Because the land was riddled with zones of strange anomalies. Driving directly into one was suicide. Shin Yutong's astrology, mapping, and danger-predicting abilities were critical for navigating this maze of death traps. I didn't have that. Going solo? That would mean wandering blindly like a headless chicken until I stumbled into some high-level entity's territory and died, without even knowing how. And when it came to entering towns, going in solo versus with a group made a huge difference. If things went sideways, I just needed to outrun my teammates. Simple as that. All right. I shook his hand briefly. We'll collaborate. Wang Lai's expression relaxed noticeably. However, I added, what do you mean by earn spoils? If I take down one of those things, its stuff is mine, correct? Correct. What you kill is yours, and any supplies you find are yours too. What if it's a joint kill? We'll divide the spoils based on contribution. If I need something specific, I'll compensate you with something of equal value. I thought it over. Fair enough. All right, that works. Wang Lai left immediately after we finalized the deal. I watched his figure disappear into the distance, then slowly finished off the last few skewers of roasted grasshoppers. Half an hour later, I leisurely rode Little Xian to the edge of the small town. Wang Lai and the others were already waiting. The moment Little Xian's massive figure appeared, all of their gazes turned in sync, locked on my mount. Fong Ling could barely hold onto her crossbow, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this your battle beast? What else would it be? I only have this one. Lu Taizhu and Dong Yu's expressions turned even more sour. Up close, the sheer pressure emanating from Little Xian was several times more intense. Chen Min was the first to regain her composure. She quickly walked over, hopped onto Little Xian's back with ease, and sat down beside me. Lin Feng, my dear little brother, she said, rubbing the turtle shell in astonishment. Oh my, did you pump this turtle full of steroids? Yesterday, it was no bigger than a basin, and today it's grown this huge in the blink of an eye. She lay across Little Xian's shell, patting and inspecting every inch of it without a care, completely oblivious to how I was staring at her. Careful there, big sis. You're, giving me quite the view. Wow, that's, distracting. Chun Min looked around at the ample space on the shell. Her eyes grew brighter by the second as she stood up and even stomped a little. The, motion was enough to leave me speechless and totally distracted. Tears of excitement rolled. No, wait, dribbled unapologetically from the corner of my mouth. There's so much space up here, she exclaimed. And are these paving stones on the shell? Did you put those there? Could we maybe build a house up here? Her face lit up even more as she leaned closer. So close I could feel her breath on me. Her sparkling eyes locked onto mine with a playful twinkle. If your turtle keeps growing, we could really build a little home up here. What do you say, Lin Feng? How about I move in when that happens? I froze, jerking my face away from her chest. Minjia, why would you want to leave the comfort of your spacious bust to live up here with me? Besides, we don't even know if it'll work yet. She poked my chest with her finger. Lin Feng, are you rejecting me? Do you think I'm too old? What? No way. I quickly waved my hands defensively. Minjia, you're the most gorgeous of all. I've always liked, mature women the most. Such a smooth talker. She playfully flicked my forehead. It's settled then. When your turtle gets big enough, save me a room up here. Sure, of course. I nodded quickly, desperate to change the subject. Satisfied, Chun Min jumped off the turtle. Wang Lai cleared his throat loudly, steering us back on track. Let's focus, people, he said, pointing toward the town. Our goal is to clear the perimeter of any threats and gather supplies. No one is to enter the main street. We sweep the outskirts, watch each other's backs, and avoid taking unnecessary risks. Got it. With that, he led the group into the silent streets. Little Xian, follow him, I said. The small town was eerily quiet. Cars were abandoned haphazardly in the roads. The shop fronts were tightly shut, and curtains were drawn so snugly across windows it felt like the whole place had been plucked straight into a ghost story. Wang Lai stopped before the first two-story building and signaled Fong Ling. She gripped her dagger tightly, while Wang Lai kicked the door open, clearing the path. Feng Ling dashed inside and disappeared momentarily before appearing in the second-floor window to give the all-clear signal. I stayed put on Little Xian's back, carefully observing the town's layout instead of joining the search. 10 minutes later, Wang Lai's team emerged with a few bags of supplies, just some rice and 2 bottles of cooking oil. Nothing good here, Wang Lai muttered, dumping the goods by the road and moving on. They searched house after house, coming up with more meager pickings, but no apparent threats. It was then we decided to split into smaller groups to cover more ground. Watching them unearth small treasures from various homes made me a bit envious. Though the outer houses were fine, my gaze naturally wandered to the main street, where the buildings were grander and the prospects seemed far better. I hesitated, remembering Wang Lai's warning, and decided against it. Little Xian, I directed, pointing at a nearby 3-story building. Tear off the roof. Little Xian's shell gleamed with earthen light as cracks spread across the building's roof. Boom. The roof split apart, sending chunks of concrete and bricks tumbling down in a deafening avalanche of sound that echoed across the entire town. Wang Lai noticed and turned to glance at the now roofless building, his eye twitching slightly, though he said nothing. Peering inside, all I saw were plain furnishings and nothing of particular value. Little Xian, keep going. Bring it down to the frame. The ground rippled as the walls cracked and chunks of debris peeled away, neatly gathering in a pile nearby. And then, crunch munch. Hey, are you seriously eating that right now? I stared incredulously as Little Xian happily chomped on bricks, the concrete beams crunching like giant pretzels in its powerful jaws. Well, I guess concrete is made of earth, and steel rebar just adds flavor, huh? As I picked my way through the rubble, I realized Little Xian's demolishing prowess might be a bit too efficient. Most furniture inside had been crushed to splinters. Thankfully, tucked in a corner, I discovered a large bag made of woven plastic. Inside it, rice, at least 50 pounds of it. My eyes sparkled with joy. Finally, something substantial to eat. Along with the rice, I found chunks of preserved meat, a jug of oil, and half a bag of salt. These are gold right now, I murmured, lugging the supplies outside and stacking them beside Little Xian. Looking at its broad shell, the idea of building a living space up there grew increasingly tempting. Hey, Little Xian, I said, patting its shell. Think you could build a stone house up here? Use your earth control skills to move the dirt up and turn it into walls and a roof. You know, make it livable. After a lengthy exchange through our mental connection, Little Xian finally understood the plan and got to work. The ground stirred as soil flowed upward in a steady stream toward its back. The dirt layered, hardened, and transformed into smooth, gray stone. As walls rose higher, half a foot, 2 feet, they finally stopped at 3 feet high, forming the base structure. Then, a slab-like roof formed at the top, leaving spaces for windows and a sturdy door. I inserted the recovered glass for windows and some salvaged wood for the door. Perfect fit. It was flawless. In under 10 minutes, Little Xian had constructed a solid, small stone hut on its back. I inspected the interior. It was spacious enough to store the gathered supplies, just as I'd hoped. Finally, a place I can call my own. I grinned, hauling the rice, meat, oil, and salt inside neatly. Once I fill it with bedding and pillows, this'll make the coziest little room ever. Dusting off my hands, I patted Little Xian's shell and exclaimed, All right, Little Xian, let's head to the next one. The rest of the day was spent methodically relocating homes in the town's outskirts. Though I eyed the valuable loot likely hidden deeper into the main street, I heeded Wang Lai's warning and didn't dare go further. No need to risk it when there was more than enough here. The surrounding houses weren't so lucky. Under my direction, Little Xian tore off roofs, dismantled walls, leaving supportive beams intact, and exposed the interiors with terrifying efficiency. What we didn't take, I left for the rest of our team to grab later. Any construction materials Little Xian fancied were promptly turned into snacks. It only took 10 to 15 minutes per house to inspect and salvage the usable items. As supplies piled up, I grew pickier, discarding sprouting potatoes and focusing on storable goods like dried mushrooms, dehydrated vegetables, noodles, canned goods, and biscuits, enough to keep me well-fed for weeks. The space on Little Xian's back was already packed, and with 1,000 people in the convoy, we had to leave some resources for our folks. After scavenging most of the area, my eyes shifted toward the main street. The store signs in the distance, supermarkets, general stores, hardware shops, clinics, grain and oil shops. My heart started racing. I hesitated for a long moment. Just a quick look inside. It shouldn't be a problem, right? After confirming that Wang Lai and the others were still searching in the distance and that no one was paying attention to me, I patted Little Xian and said, Let's go. Stay close to the edge and just knock down one wall of the nearest convenience store. We'll peek in and leave. Little Xian quietly crept onto the main street, moving cautiously, head darting from side to side. As soon as we stepped up, a chilling sensation crawled out from deeper within the street. This spot's good. Don't go any further. Knock it down quick. If something feels off, we're bolting. Little Xian's eyes lit up with a dusty yellow glow. The wall began to crack and wobble. Boom. The wall came crashing down. Sunlight poured into the room. Aha! A piercing scream erupted from inside. It was the kind of sound that made your scalp tingle, like nails scraping a chalkboard, but amplified 100-fold. My pupils constricted. A mass of blurry black shadow was exposed in the sunlight. It writhed and twisted as if it were burning, its shrieks growing sharper and sharper. Bang! The shadow burst apart, disintegrating into black mist under the sunlight. All that was left behind was a single orb. You've killed a level 1 wraith. Earned 1 evolution point. At first, I froze. Then, a wide smile broke across my face. Wraiths, huh? No wonder this whole town was so eerily silent. These things hide in sealed, dark places during the day to avoid sunlight. But today's weather was gorgeous, perfect timing. I looked down the main street, my lips curling up into a grin. Little Xian, start wrecking it. Little Xian tilted his head back, the dusty yellow glow intensifying. The ground quaked as the structures on both sides of the street began to splinter. Shutters tumbled to the ground, store signs crashed down, and walls caved in. One building, then the next. Little Xian's precise control targeted the row of buildings stretching 300 meters down the street. Roofs were ripped off, walls demolished. Sunlight flooded the darkened rooms. The wailing was endless. You've killed a level 1 wraith. Earned 1 evolution point. You've killed a level 1 wraith. The notification sounds chimed continuously, and I couldn't help but beam. As Little Xian continued his demolition spree, rooftops further down the street began to fly. The haunting cries grew more frequent and intense. This ghostly howling actually sounds kind of good. Keep going, I'm loving it. Cry louder. At this point, I probably looked like a total maniac. In the distance, Wang Lai was standing in a small 2-story building, holding a pack of noodles with a furrowed brow. The supplies here were much less than he'd hoped for. Then the ground shook. Moments later, the air was filled with shrieking, not just one or two, but an entire symphony of horrifying wails that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The sound was coming from the main street. Wang Lai's face twisted in shock as he rushed out of the building. At the far end of the main street, he saw buildings collapsing, walls caving in, and rooftops being torn apart. The exact nightmare scenario he'd feared. Lin Feng, Wang Lai roared in anger. I turned my head and saw Wang Lai sprinting out of the little building, his expression thunderous. Behind him were Fong Ling and Chen Min. Fong Ling stared at the wreckage on the main street as if she'd seen a ghost. I waved at Wang Lai with an innocent look on my face. They walked closer, their gazes locking on the scene ahead. The first 300 meters of the main street were utterly torn apart. The buildings on both sides looked like they'd been toyed with by a massive hand. Roofs gone, walls stripped away, shutters strewn across the ground. Signs were scattered in pieces. Only a few skeletal columns remained to hold up what was left of the structures. Sunlight illuminated every inch of the spaces inside. Scattered across the ground were ashes and glittering dark crystals. Captain, did you need me for something? I peeked out from my spot atop Little Xian's back. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Wang Lai's voice was low, trying to mask his frustration. Knocking down buildings, scavenging supplies, killing creepy stuff. I replied, giving Little Xian a pat. Efficiency's not bad, huh? It's all thanks to Little Xian. Wang Lai's temple vein visibly pulsed. He inhaled deeply. Didn't I tell you not to go into the main street? I didn't, I said with a shrug, pointing to where Little Xian stood. Wang Lai followed my point, then froze. Little Xian's 4 feet were perfectly planted on the dividing line. On one side of the line, the cracked concrete path stretched out. On the other side was asphalt, split by a prominent, clean seam. Technically, I hadn't stepped in. Wang Lai's mouth twitched. He glanced up at the now larger Little Xian, who tilted his head back as if judging whether Wang Lai was even big enough for a single bite. You've got to be kidding me, Wang Lai muttered, but swallowed the rest of his words. He wasn't in any position to lecture me, especially now, given Little Xian's strength. He no longer had any authority over me. What if your commotion stirs up a higher-level wraith? He asked. What then? I know, I nodded seriously. That's why I stopped. I'm not wrecking anymore. You're not. Wang Lai blinked. Nope. I patted the stone house on Little Xian's back. Almost full. Taking down more would be pointless. Only then did Wang Lai take a closer look at the stone structure strapped to Little Xian. The 2-meter wide, 3-meter tall, and 3-meter long house had its door open. Everything inside was visible at a glance. Around 500 pounds of rice neatly stacked in the corner, alongside sacks of flour. The walls had several strings of smoked meat hanging on them, wrapped in plastic. The ground was lined with an assortment of dry goods, dried mushrooms, wood ear fungus, noodles, cans of food, including luncheon meat, fruit, even 2 cans of baby formula. There were also spices and condiments, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and even a few bottles of liquor. What the hell? Lu Taiju blurted out. Fong Ling and Chen Min's eyes practically sparkled. Is that smoked meat? A whole bunch too. Chen Min swallowed audibly. Wang Lai stood silent for a long moment before looking away and finally asking, what do you plan to do with the stuff from the other buildings? I pretended to think. The small shops had most of the good stuff. I've stocked up enough, so your team can grab what's left. But that grain and oil shop at the very front, something felt weird about it. I didn't dare touch it. You're scared? You. Wang Lai's tone gave away nothing. Of course, I said boldly. I'm not some dimwit. If I can't handle it, I don't mess with it. Wang Lai shot me a look and told Fong Ling. Organize a crew to move the supplies from the main street. Sweep the sides completely. The outskirts of the town should be safe now. Let the convoy folks explore freely. He then turned to Lu Taiju and Dong Yu. You two with me. We're checking out the grain shop. After walking a few steps, Wang Lai suddenly paused and added, when the supplies come back, you'll get your share. No need, I replied. I'm good. Waving my hand dismissively, I said, you split the stuff from those shops. I'm not getting involved. Wang Lai gave me a deep look, then turned and walked away. Once he was gone, I jumped down, jogged inside, and started gathering the strange crystals. 1, 2. I stuffed them into my pockets in excitement, even digging some out of piles of bricks. Chen Min walked over with a cheeky grin, squatting beside me to help. Little Feng, you're hitting the jackpot this time, huh? Huh. Got lucky. That's all, I said, taking the crystals she handed me. She rolled her eyes. You call this luck? I didn't argue, just stood up and patted the dust off my knees. After scanning the area to make sure I hadn't missed anything, I headed towards a clothing store. As I walked, I said over my shoulder, Sis Min, aren't you going to back Captain up? I've got a bad feeling about that supply store. The things in there might be trouble. What's there to worry about? A mediocre wraith? The captain's got lightning abilities, natural bane to wraiths. As long as it's not a level 3, he'll have it handled. Despite her words, she still decided to go support Wang Lai. I walked into the clothing store and rummaged through the shelves, finding 2 dark-colored tracksuits. Shaking off the dust, I packed them up. The set of clothes I'd been wearing for days was soaked with sweat and mutant blood, so nasty, even I couldn't stand it anymore. I also grabbed 2 pairs of sneakers before leaving, fully satisfied. Gotta figure out how to take a proper shower and put on some clean clothes when I'm back at camp, I muttered to myself. When I stepped outside and spotted a bedding store across the street, my eyes lit up. I ran over, giving the place a quick look before picking out a latex mattress. 10 centimeters thick and 1.8 meters wide. I rolled it up, tied it tight with a rope, and slung it over Xiao Xian's back. Then I went back in and grabbed a set of bedding and some pillows, plus a blanket. Something clicked in my head, and I made my way to a convenience store, hauling out 10 or so boxes of bottled water. That's it. Perfect, I said to myself. When I returned to the stone shelter, now stacked with supplies, I couldn't stop grinning. I'd never had such a successful haul before. Xiao Xian, let's go. Time to head back to camp. As we left the town, I spotted Fong Ling leading over 100 people towards us, pushing carts and carrying sacks. The procession made its way toward the main road. When they saw me riding a massive turtle, they quickly made way, their eyes filled with awe and envy as they watched us pass. I paid no attention to them, lounging on Xiao Xian's back with my legs crossed, casually chewing on a piece of grass I picked up from the roadside. Xiao Xian, pick up the pace. I'm dying for a shower, I said. The turtle quickened its steps, and soon the outline of our temporary camp appeared in the distance. As Xiao Xian's massive form came into view, the noise from the camp immediately rose. Look, the giant turtle's back. And there's this little structure on its back. What is that? Did the awakened turn the turtle into his house? Damn, that's insane. I'd kill for a setup like that. Most of the men were still out scavenging in the town, leaving behind a handful of women who were now gossiping and eyeing me up, each with a thoughtful expression on her face. Xiao Xian carried on to the open area we had picked earlier that morning. I hopped off its back, noting that the ashes from the morning's campfire had scattered across the spot. I res-tacked the firewood and got it going. Soon, flames were dancing again. Time to offload some supplies. I carried out several boxes of bottled water and fetched some packets of instant noodles and bread. I also threw some water bottles into a sack. If I wanted a hot shower, I'd need warm water and something to hold it. An iron barrel would do. The sack I had was intended for trading with someone in camp who'd surely have one. Was it over the top to use bottled water for a bath? Maybe, but now that supplies were abundant, why not indulge a bit? I've never been one to unnecessarily suffer. The camp was bustling, vehicles packed tightly together. SUVs, sedans, tricycles, even bicycles crammed in a disorganized mess. People were busy with their chores, some sorting supplies, others cooking meals. As I walked around the camp with my sack, I passed a modified bus and heard noises. Ma. A woman's soft moans reached my ears, causing me to momentarily freeze. The bus windows were tightly covered with pink curtains, and strings of colorful lights dangled from the roof. Outside the bus stood 5 or 6 women, all in revealing outfits: crop tops, mini skirts, low-cut dresses. Their heavily made-up faces clashed sharply with the rugged camp environment. I recognized the bus. Since the third day of the apocalypse, it had turned into what it was now. The owner, someone called Sister Hong, supposedly used to run a spa. During the chaotic escape, she'd started leveraging food and safe passage to coerce desperate women into doing her bidding, running what could only be described as a sordid business. Plenty of men in the camp, especially those self-proclaimed security, had been regulars on her bus. Well, if it isn't Master Lin Feng, a saccharine voice chirped behind me. I turned to see Sister Hong herself, stepping out from around the bus while puffing on a slim cigarette. She wore a tight, red dress that barely covered her thighs, paired with sky-high black heels. As she walked, her hips swayed like a serpent's, radiating an air of mature seduction. "Master Lin Feng, where are you headed?" she asked, stopping in front of me. Her gaze lingered on my face before flickering down to the bottles of water and noodles I was carrying. A spark flashed in her eyes when she noticed the small stash of bread, luxurious goods these days. Well, aren't these some treasures you've got here?" she remarked, her tone turning eager as she leaned in. Her heavily perfumed scent was overwhelming. Pointing toward the bus, she purred. "Master, wouldn't you like some company? I've got a few girls who'd be perfect for you. They'll take good care of you. I guarantee it." I followed her gesture, seeing the women near the bus immediately perk up, striking poses. One played with her hair, another bit her lip, and yet another winked at me. Honestly, they weren't half bad. Back on Blue Star, women like these would have been celebrated, treated like queens, and any man would count himself lucky to date one, let alone marry her. A dowry of millions wouldn't have been seen as excessive. But now, a fling with one of them was only a few packs of noodles away. My past self, ever the shameless flirt, might have been tempted. But getting kicked out of the team and abandoned by women when things got tough had left a lesson etched in my head. Women might not be trustworthy, but they could still be controlled. Also, who knew how many clients these women had entertained? Especially when groups of those security men often swarmed this makeshift brothel. Seeing that I hadn't said anything, Sister Hong assumed I wasn't interested. She lowered her voice and said, "What's the matter? Don't you like these? Are they not good enough for the awakened one?" I looked at the woman in front of me and answered honestly, "They run, but I don't like buses." Sister Hong didn't seem embarrassed. Instead, she leaned in closer, and my arms sank right into her. Her lips were almost touching my ear as she whispered in a voice so low I could barely hear her. "There are a few art school students in the convoy. Those young girls are fresh-faced and have figures that speak for themselves. They've been having a rough time lately. They can't even get enough wild vegetables to eat. Their vehicle broke down, and there are plenty of people keeping an eye on them." Sister Hong took half a step back and looked at me with a smile. "They're all pitiful souls. It's all because of the apocalypse. If you're willing, I'll set you up with them. All I ask is that you keep an eye on me." This time, she was serious. The girls under her had enough to eat and drink, but safety was paramount during the apocalypse. As for the awakened ones in the convoy, Wang Lai was too arrogant, Lu Taiju too rough, and Dong Yu's methods were downright twisted. After weighing my options, I was the best fit. Young, not a bad person at heart, and good-looking. The key was that today she'd witnessed Xiao Xian's power. With that giant black turtle lying there, our safety had immediately improved. I'd come to see this woman in a new light. She was smart, had good judgment, and was bold. Seeing that my strength had surged, she immediately placed her bet early. But I'm not opposed to it. If the meat's served right to me, why not take it? If I don't eat it today, someone else will tomorrow. I never turned it down back when I was on the core team, and I won't now either. I'm no saint. Good people don't last long in the apocalypse. Fine, you call the shots. I'm going to go change the bucket and boil some water for a shower. I lifted the bag in my hand. I'm practically stinking to high heaven. Oh my, what a coincidence. Sister Hong slapped her thigh. "I've got a folding bathtub in my car, brand new. And a tent, too. I'll bring them over to you in a bit." She took the bag from my hands as if it were her own. I glanced at her and turned to walk back. It didn't matter who I traded with. The result would be the same either way. "Sir, you go ahead. I'll bring the stuff right over," Sister Hong called from behind. 20 minutes later, Sister Hong arrived with 4 girls. They were carrying the bathtub, the tent, and a pot for boiling water. These girls were different from the ones by the car. They weren't wearing makeup, and though they were a bit dirty, it couldn't hide their radiant, youthful glow. Xiao Xian was munching on dirt in the dirt pit. He looked up briefly, then went back to munching. The girls gasped. Oh my gosh, it's so big. Shut up. This is a lord's beast. Keep quiet and get to work, Sister Hong hissed. But when she turned back, her face was beaming. Lord Lin Feng, the supplies have arrived. They deftly set up the tent and boiled water. The tent was spacious, large enough for 5 or 6 people. Once pitched, they laid down a moisture-proof mat and cushions. The intention was clear. The tub was propped up half a meter high, big enough to hold one person. Bring over those boxes of mineral water, Sister Hong said, pointing to the water near Xiao Xian. Several girls cautiously approached, scooped up the water, and ran off as if something were chasing them from behind. What a luxury, taking a bath with mineral water, muttered the girl with the ponytail. Mind your own business, the round-faced girl pouted, her eyes constantly glancing at Xiao Xian's back. Look at that house on the big turtle's back, so many supplies, and even cured pork. She swallowed hard. I saw it too, several pieces, plus canned rice. Stop talking about it. I'm about to drool. Me too. I haven't had meat in ages. I'm sick of wild greens. The girls chatted as they worked, their eyes brimming with longing. I leaned back in the folding chair, crossing my legs, feeling quite at ease. Sister Hong had brought this chair too. Sister Hong walked over and crouched down. So, are you happy with these girls? Which ones from the Art Academy? All of them. Sister Hong nodded toward them. The one with the ponytail is Xiao Yu. She studies dance and is very flexible. The one in the school uniform is Xiao Rui. She studies vocal music and has a great voice. The tallest one is Xiao Qing. She studies acting and is the prettiest. And then there's Xiao Li. I've arranged for her to stay in the tent with you. She's the freshest-faced one. I saved her especially for you. I held out my palm, then clenched it into a fist. I want it all. Sister Hong just smiled and, sensing the hint, stood up. All right, Your Excellency, please go ahead and bathe. I'll head back to work. I'll leave these girls in your care. With that, she walked away, her high heels clicking and her hips swaying. I stood up and walked into the tent. The tub was already more than half filled with hot water. I stripped off my clothes and stepped right in. The water was a bit cool, but I didn't care. The moment my whole body was submerged, I let out a long exhale. It felt so good. Leaning against the edge of the tub with my eyes closed, I was just savoring the rare moment of peace when the tent flap suddenly swung open, and a girl walked in carrying a basin of hot water. My lord, the water's gotten cold. Let me add some hot water for you. I opened my eyes to look at her. Her long legs were hugged by tight jeans, and her slender waist was so narrow I could almost wrap my hand around it. Her white t-shirt was damp from the water and clung to her body, outlining her voluptuous curves. Her long hair fell to her waist, and her sweet face was framed by expressive eyes. Her voice was soft. She gave off a clean, innocent, and youthful vibe. What's your name? She lowered her head and slowly poured the hot water into the bucket. Xiaoli, Li Xiaoli. The tent fell silent for a few seconds. Sir. She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Sister Hong said, to give you a back rub. Go ahead. Outside the tent, the round-faced girl Xiaorui leaned close to Xiaoyu and whispered, Oh, Xiaoli's gone. Really? Where is she? Sister Hong sent her to scrub that gentleman's back. Who knows? Maybe they'll even take a couple's bath together. The two looked at each other, their faces full of envy. I want to bathe too, said Xiaoyu, the girl with the ponytail, sniffing her clothes and wrinkling her nose. I haven't washed in days. I've been too busy running for my life. I'm starting to stink. We all are, Xiaorui sighed, scrubbing her arms. I've even got mud caked all over me. Why don't you ask Sister Hong if we can take a bath too? You must be dreaming. That's reserved for the awakened one. Who do you think you are? The girls worked while playfully bickering, their eyes darting toward the tent from time to time. The voice from inside the tent. Outside, 3 girls perked up their ears in unison. Listen, Xiaorui, as if possessed, pressed her ear lightly against the edge of the tent, her face quickly flushing red. Xiaoyu crouched down beside her soon after, and Xiaoqing, pretending to scrub pots, kept stealing glances at the tent, her ears standing straighter than the others. After 3 minutes, she too crouched down, unable to resist her curiosity. Did you hear it? Xiaorui whispered. No duh, I'm not deaf, Xiaoyu replied. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Their faces flushed, their eyes bright, breaths heavier. They wanted to move away but couldn't bring themselves to. An hour passed. Xiaorui glanced at her watch. It's been this long? Could something have gone wrong? Probably not, Xiaoyu speculated with hesitation. Say nothing more. Xiaoqing buried her face in her hands. My legs are numb. Xiaoli's voice, it's gone. Xiaoyu pointed out. If it were me in there, I'd lose my voice too. Inside the tent, the sounds were fading. The 3 girls simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, though their eyes flickered with an unspoken sense of disappointment. They all thought the same thing. Why didn't Sister Hong assign me to go in? If only I could stay close to the Awakener. I'd be safer, not to mention having more than enough food to eat. In this post-apocalyptic world, they craved improvement, desperately. Just as they were about to stand up, the tent flap suddenly lifted open. I stepped out, now wearing a clean set of clothes, my face carrying an unbothered and lazy expression. With one sweeping glance, I noticed the three girls crouching by the tent, each with a slightly different pose, blushes evident not just on their cheeks, but even their ears and necks. The air went still for 3 seconds. In a panicked flurry, Xiaowei scrambled to stand up, but her numb legs nearly caused her to tumble. Xiaoyu grabbed her arm, and the two of them clumsily staggered backward. Sir, we didn't hear anything. Nothing, Xiaowei blurted, her face heating up even more as soon as she realized what she'd just said. She wanted to dig a hole and hide inside it. The other two had already covered their faces and bolted. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them. These things would happen eventually anyway. I turned and walked toward Xiaoxian, who was lounging in the dirt pit. The height was just right for me to step into the little room on its back directly. Inside, supplies were stacked to the brim. I grabbed a slab of cured meat weighing 3 or 4 pounds, picked up a bag of rice, and filled another bag with dried mushrooms and wood ear fungus before stepping out. Which one of you knows how to cook? The girls exchanged glances, collectively swallowing as they eyed the cured meat and rice. None of them spoke. Xiaowei bit her lip and fidgeted with her fingers, her gaze glued to the cured meat, because she hadn't tasted meat in over a week. Finally, Xiaoqing hesitated but took 2 long, reluctant steps forward. I know a little, she stammered. She was the prettiest among the 3, especially with her long, strikingly beautiful legs. Given that she also knew how to cook, it was quite something. All right, I nodded. Take these and cook them. Make enough for all of us to eat. The moment the words, all of us to eat, left my mouth, the girl's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Really? Xiaoyu and Xiaowei's voices trembled with disbelief. These past days, they hadn't so much as dreamed of eating rice, let alone cured meat. At first, there were snacks here and there, but eventually, they relied solely on Dowie wild vegetable patties to stave off hunger. They tried asking others in the convoy for help, but those men only leered at them, thinking they could trade a few packs of instant noodles for favors. Dream on. Back at school, they were accustomed to being picked up in luxury cars. But now, getting to eat cured meat and rice suddenly felt like winning the lottery. Go on then. I waved them off. The girls treated the food supplies like treasures, cradling the bacon and clutching the rice, and sprinted toward the campfire. They divided up responsibilities swiftly. Xiaowei soaked the wood ear fungus and mushrooms in hot water. Xiaoqing tasked Xiaoyu with rinsing and cooking the rice, while she started handling the cured meat. I didn't bother watching whatever chaos they were managing. Instead, I leaned back in a folding chair, crossed my legs, and closed my eyes, pulling up my status panel. Level 1. Constitution, 60. Strength, 50. Agility, 46. Spirit, 58. Psionic energy, 61. After last night's strange beast attack on the camp, I managed to level up to 1. Today, from dismantling parts of the small town and eliminating wandering wraiths, I snagged a decent haul. Now, I have 92 level 1 spectral crystals and around 200 level 0 ones. Pulling out a level 1 crystal, I held it in my hand. A cool, soothing energy flowed through me as the crystal turned to powder within a minute. My level ticked up to 1% progress. Decent, a level 1 crystal raises it by 1%. To test, I tried a level 0 crystal. It took only seconds to absorb, but no progress. I tried a few more, same result. Frustrated, I grabbed an entire handful of level 0 crystals, letting dozens dissolve into powder in my palm. Checked the level again, still 1% progress. Am I popping placebo pills here? I sat up, refusing to believe it, though the data didn't budge. Absorbing level 0 crystals was pointless for experience. I nearly smacked my forehead in regret. Why didn't I use the level 0 ones first yesterday? I could have reached 99% of the level bar with them, and then used 1 level 1 crystal to ding. The most efficient way. Now over 100 level 0 crystals were wasted, leaving me with only 91 level 1s. What a waste. Oh well, no need to dwell. With how abundant the eerie threats are, I'll just kill a few more to stock back up. I turned my focus back to absorbing the level 1 crystals. Meanwhile, the girls were busy cooking but constantly sneaking glances my way. Xiaowei, what are you looking at? Bring the wood ear fungus over, Xiaoqing said. Why don't you just throw yourself at his feet? How you keep staring at him, Xiaoyu teased. So what if I like him? A handsome and powerful man who can keep me fed in the apocalypse. How could you not like him? Xiaowei didn't care about being blunt. Keep you fed? As if. Xiaoyu, you want to fight? Okay, my bad. Their banter grew more and more shameless, outstripping what even guys could come up with. Back in the tent, Xiaoli had woken up. The space beside her was empty, and a wave of disappointment passed through her. Remembering the task Sister Hong had assigned, she realized she'd accomplished it but passed out from exhaustion. Her entire body ached. Is this really a man I can hold on to? She murmured to herself before being pulled outside by the mouth-watering aroma of cured meat. Xiaoli's movements were a bit awkward as she walked outside, her face glowing red but radiant. You okay? Xiao Yu asked when she saw her. Xiaoli nodded but remained silent, her voice currently too hoarse to use. Xiaorui shuffled over with a mischievous grin. So, was it worth it? Xiaoli's legs wobbled, her face flushing even more. Yes, she finally whispered shyly. What are you even whispering about? Help us out here. The food's ready, someone shouted. The girls gathered around the pot, taking deep breaths of the delicious aroma. It smells so good. I'm going to eat 3 bowls of rice. Xiaorui, go tell Master Lin Feng the food's ready. Xiaoyu, you set up the table. Cheerfully skipping over, Xiaorui finally summoned her courage, exclaiming, Master Lin Feng, dinner is ready. Like a delicate porcelain doll, so adorable it makes one want to play with her. Looking down, hey, that's against the rules. Do I look good? She asked sweetly, her voice soft and sugary. I averted my gaze, the corner of my mouth twitching, but I didn't answer. Even though my eyes were closed while I absorbed the crystal earlier, I heard every word of their conversation by the fire. Stuff like, feed that big mouth of yours, and is it big? All coming from this seemingly harmless little girl. Never judge a book by its cover. Such a cute girl, but her words are bolder than a grown man's. All right, let's eat. Xiaorui called out, reaching out as if to grab my sleeve, then pulling her hand back and hopping ahead to lead the way. The folding table was already set up, with 2 large metal bowls piled high with food, stir-fried pork with black fungus and stir-fried pork with mushrooms. The slices of cured pork were all evenly cut, their edges slightly curled and sizzling with a smoky aroma. Both bowls were heaped to the brim. Looks like they took my words to heart. When I said to make more, they really went all out with 2 massive bowls. Next to them was an equally large bowl of steaming hot rice. My lord, please have a taste, Xiao Qing said as she handed me a pair of chopsticks, a hint of nervousness glimmering in her eyes. I picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of cured pork, and put it in my mouth. It was salty, fragrant, rich, and satisfyingly chewy. Not bad, I said. As soon as I said that, the girls visibly relaxed. They stood by the table, staring at me expectantly, fingers twisting together, swallowing over and over. Especially Xiaorui. Her saliva was practically about to drip out, her eyes fixed on the plate of stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with pork, lips slightly parted. She looked adorable. Sit down and eat, I said. The girls exchanged glances. Xiaorui was the first to rush over, and Xiaoyu, Xiaoli, and the others followed and sat down too. At first they still tried to act reserved, but less than a minute later they couldn't hold back anymore. Xiaorui picked up a piece of cured pork with a good balance of fat and lean meat and popped it into his mouth. Her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. It's so good. She ate while scooping rice into her mouth stuffed full. I've never had a meal this delicious before. MHM. Xiaoyu nodded furiously beside her, chopsticks moving nonstop. It's really so fragrant. The other 2 didn't say anything, but their bowls were already empty, and they were going for second helpings. Of course, after serving me first. Watching them eat with such relish, I felt a little emotional. Back on Blue Star, they must have eaten much better than this. Students from an art academy, dressing up beautifully every day, naturally getting chauffeured around in luxury cars, and going in and out of high-end restaurants. But now, they couldn't even get enough wild vegetables to eat. The convoy's food was only enough to keep them alive. A bowl of white rice with stir-fried cured pork was basically heaven. As they ate, Xiao Qing suddenly stopped moving her chopsticks. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, and a tear dropped into her bowl of rice. What's wrong? I put down my chopsticks. Doesn't it taste good? Xiao Qing shook her head, sniffing hard, her voice choked with emotion. No, it's just too delicious. I'm afraid I'll never get to eat such good food again. At that, Xiao Yu's nose stung, and tears started falling patter-patter. Xiaorui's lips pouted too, her eyes filling with tears. I was silent for a few seconds, then picked up my bowl and kept eating. I'd seen too many tears these past few days. People so starving they ate mutated monsters raw. People abandoned for not being able to keep up with the convoy. People torn apart by the uncanny. People bullied within the convoy. In the apocalypse, tears were the cheapest thing of all. After crying, life still had to go on, and the road still had to be walked. No one would wait, and no one would stay behind. Lord Lin Feng. Xiaorui suddenly looked up, wiping her tears, her tone firm. Can I stay by your side? I didn't stop eating and glanced at her. I'm very obedient, Xiaorui said, her voice thick with tears. I can do anything: cleaning, laundry, cooking. I'm not as good at cooking as Sister Xiaoqing, but I can learn. As long as I have food every day, I'll do whatever you tell me. Really, I'm very easy to keep. I'm small, I don't eat much. She gestured at her own height, holding her fingers a tiny distance above her head, looking pitiful with tears brimming in her eyes. Me too. Xiaoyu hurriedly set down her bowl. I can make beds, fold quilts, tidy up the house, and I can do massages. My mom used to have back problems, and I often helped her massage it. She said I was really good at it. Xiaoqing said nothing, but looked at me with hopeful eyes, full of expectation. The girls' gazes were all fixed on me, pleading. Xiao Li's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't. Even she didn't know whether she could stay. Although we had been intimate, so what? In the apocalypse, there were plenty of men who abandoned wives and children, and plenty who traded their wives for supplies. They all knew that if I didn't want them, they'd have to go back to that bus with Red Sister. Just imagining a future where they'd have to stand in front of that vehicle like goods up for selection, serving so many strange men, some crude, some filthy, some even perverted, filled them with deep fear. Rather than that, it would be better to follow me. At least I was young, handsome, strong, and generous. And as for Sister Hong's side, their future was already set in stone. On the bus, on filthy beds, facing one customer after another, until their bodies were drained dry and they were thrown away like garbage. They weren't stupid, they just had no choice. I looked at them and stayed silent for a long time. It wasn't that I wanted to refuse. I was never a good person to begin with, slacklining and coasting on food and drink from the very first day of the apocalypse. When pretty girls took the initiative to come close, of course I wouldn't turn them down. That was true before the apocalypse, and even more so after it. As the saying goes, once you possess a sharp weapon, murderous intent arises of itself. If you have the strength but still don't know how to enjoy yourself, aren't you just making life uncomfortable for yourself? But I was also thinking about something else, Xiaoxian. That turtle had grown bigger and bigger, and now it was already larger than a small truck. At this rate, how big would it eventually become? As big as a cruise ship, an aircraft carrier, or even bigger. With every ring the shell of Xiaoshuan's back grew, the usable space increased quite a bit. In the future, building houses on it, stockpiling supplies, even growing vegetables and creating an ecosystem. There was no way I could handle all of that alone. I needed to build my own core team. Keeping a few pretty girls around would be pleasing to the eye and also give me people to order around to do the work. Why wouldn't I? From the moment Sister Hong sent them over, my meaning was very clear. I wanted them all. I glanced at the few girls and had to admit they were really good looking. Xiao Rui had that adorable charm. Xiao Yu was gentle and soft. Xiao Qing was quick and capable. And then there was Xiao Li, calm and delicate like a little white flower. Especially that waist. So slim it was almost unreal. Thinking back to the curves I'd just seen, I felt a heat stir in my chest. Watching them work from now on should be pretty easy on the eyes. I didn't say anything, and the girls' hearts sank lower and lower. Their eyes reddened again, and biting their lips, they probably thought I was just playing with them. Stay, all of you. For pairs of eyes lit up instantly. Really, really, Ija ate another piece of cured meat. But if you stay, you have to follow my rules. We will. Whatever rules, we'll follow them. Xiao Rui nodded furiously, and the others quickly followed, afraid I'd change my mind. First, obey. Whatever I say goes. You can voice objections, but in the end, I make the call. Second, I don't keep people who bite the hand that feeds them. Anyone who plays tricks behind my back, don't blame me for turning on you. Just these two rules. If you can do that, you stay. If you can't, leave now. My voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. In the apocalypse, what kind of women couldn't be found? What I hated most was people causing trouble behind my back, so I laid down the warning in advance. We can do it. Xiao Rui was the first to raise her hand. We can too. The other three said in unison. Then eat. They picked up their chopsticks again, but their mood was completely different. Just now, they'd been eating as if they didn't know where their next meal would come from. Now, they had found a place to belong. Same food, different taste. Xiao Rui took a mouthful of rice, her cheeks puffed out. Don't worry, sir. From now on, I'm your little maid. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to lie down, I'll never crawl. Ahem. Enough. Eat. The smell of meat drifted far and wide. People in the camp had long since caught it. It wasn't the bitter smell of wild greens, but the rich aroma of real meat, making everyone's cravings crawl straight up their throats. One pair of eyes after another turned toward me, staring at the heaping pan of stir-fried, cured meat. Some swallowed hard, kneading the wild vegetable dough balls in their hands over and over, unable to take a bite. Some crouched by the vehicles, their eyes full of envy and longing, but none dared come closer. Because Xuanwu was lying right there. Its enormous body was like a small mountain. If anyone took a few steps too many this way, It would lift its head and look over with those eyes that made your scalp tingle. That gaze was calm in a way that was terrifying, looking at people like ants, more effective than any threat. No one wanted to test a ferocious beast as big as a truck. Still, two people walked over toward me, two women dressed fairly decently. I caught them in my peripheral vision and paused for a moment. I knew these two women. Not only did I know them, I'd also had my fun with them several times on the bus. One was called Xiao Mei, the other Xiao Tian. I never asked whether those names were real. Yesterday, after I was kicked out of the core team, they immediately packed up and ran off to find Dong Yu and the others. They left so decisively, not even bothering with a single extra word. As they came closer, I noticed purple bruises on their faces and arms. Feng Ji. Before they even got to me, they started crying. Not quiet sobbing, but loud wails, tears streaming down their faces. Feng Ji, I was wrong. We really were wrong. Xiao Mei cried, her voice miserable. I kept eating expressionlessly, not even lifting my eyes. The two women dropped to their knees with a thud, crawled over, and each wrapped themselves around one of my legs, even trying to rub their faces against my pant legs. Feng Ji, you liked us the most. We were possessed back then. Please forgive us just this once. Let us come back. We'll serve you properly from now on, definitely even better than before. I didn't react at all and kicked them both away, 1 foot each. Xiao Mei and Xiao Tian fell backward, their elbows slamming into the gravel, pain twisting their faces, but they didn't dare cry out. Feng Ji, seeing how cold I was, they cried even harder. Look at us. Xiao Mei pulled down her collar, revealing crisscrossing whip marks below her collarbone, with blood scabs still on them, along with one circular bruise after another. Xiao Tian also lifted her clothes, and her back was covered in the same marks, shocking to behold. That Dong Yu. She's not human. She tied us up, whipped us with a whip, burned us with fire, and didn't even give us food. Brother Feng, we were really wrong. Let us come back. Brother Feng, please, we promise to listen. We'll do whatever you ask. I put down my chopsticks and looked at the woman kneeling before me. My gaze was very calm. No anger, no sympathy, and even less pity. From the moment they left, I had already prepared myself for betrayal by women. Women are different from men. A few men together can quickly decide who the leader is, then follow arrangements and divide up the work. But women? Women have no loyalty. They only cling to the strong. Especially the women of Blue Star, who had gone through that massive clash of ideas. So long as you're strong enough, rich enough, and powerful enough, it's fine with whoever. I said coldly. Once disloyal, never use again. Get lost. Xiao Mei and Xiao Tian froze. They had planned to act pitiful and win my sympathy. After all, they'd heard my beast had grown stronger and I'd brought back quite a lot of supplies. So they thought they could use their looks to win over me, a young guy in his 20s. They believed they had only gone to Dong Yu's side and hadn't lost their virginity, so they'd definitely be forgiven. They never expected me to be this ruthless. Brother Feng, Xiao Mei still tried to move closer. Come any closer, and I'll kill you. My eyes froze them in place. Not anger, but indifference, as if looking at ants. They understood. I was serious. The two struggled to their feet and staggered backward, turning back every few steps as they left. I didn't call them back. At the table, Xiaoli and the other three held their chopsticks frozen in midair, not daring to breathe. Xiaorui's smiling face had tightened as she shrank back. They had never seen me like this before. Indifference without emotion was even scarier than anger. Eat. What are you spacing out for? I put a slice of cured meat into each of their bowls. As long as you listen, I'm still very easy to deal with. Listen. Super obedient. Xiaorui nodded frantically. The atmosphere quickly warmed up again. Xiaorui chattered nonstop once more, while Xiaoli quietly looked at me and smiled. In the apocalypse, finding someone strong, who wouldn't beat or scold them, who could protect them and keep them fed, was already the greatest of lucks. 2 huge basins of dishes and 1 basin of rice were cleaned out completely. Xiaorui even licked the bowl bottom clean. I leaned back in my chair, feeling a little emotional. This one meal alone was at least 7 or 8 people's worth. Awakened ones consumed a lot. This body needed energy, and ordinary food simply wasn't enough to sustain it. Even raising pigs would use less grain than me. I mocked myself. Just then, noisy sounds came from the direction of the town. Dozens of vehicles were driving over. It was Wang Lai's convoy. Behind the lead pickup truck was a long line of vehicles packed with supplies. Following behind them was a large crowd of people, each carrying big bundles and bags, smiles on their faces. People in the camp ran out to greet them. We're back. So many supplies. A little girl ran out and hugged her father's leg. The man pulled out some biscuits and handed them to her, and the child's eyes lit up instantly. I stood up and walked over there. The convoy stopped in the open area. The patrol members, dusty and dirty but grinning from ear to ear, jumped down from the vehicles. Logistics staff began counting everything: rice, flour, bottled water, cooking oil, clothing, all sorted and piled up by category. The members cooperated with the tally and turned in half of the supplies. Though unwilling, if they didn't hand it over, they'd be kicked out of the convoy, which would mean certain death. What surprised me was that they had actually driven back so many vehicles. The convoy was clearly short on fuel. Just 2 days ago, they had already abandoned more than half of the cars that had run out of gas. What were they bringing so many back for now? The convoy was never short on vehicles. What it lacked was fuel. There were abandoned fuel-less cars everywhere along the road. Who would have a car and not sit in it, but instead run off to ride a bicycle? Once disloyal, forever useless. I didn't shout, but I said every word clearly. Get lost. Xiaomei and Xiaodian froze on the spot. Those two women had thought that if they cried miserably enough, I'd soften up. They were truly afraid of Dong Yu, that pervert, and when they heard my beast tamers had grown stronger and I'd even brought back a pile of supplies, they rushed over to beg me to take them in. I knew exactly what they were scheming, using their looks in exchange for protection to eat well and drink well. They even thought that since they hadn't been violated, I'd definitely forgive them. Dream on. Fengji. Xiaomei still tried to edge closer. Come any closer, and I'll kill you both. I stared into their eyes, without anger, only indifference. They instantly stiffened, understanding from my gaze that I was serious. The two of them struggled to get up and staggered backward. As they left, they kept looking back every few steps, hoping I'd call them back. I didn't. At the table, Xiaoli and the others four had their chopsticks suspended in midair, not daring to breathe. Especially Xiaorui, whose usually smiling round face was now tightly stretched, her whole body shrinking back. They had never seen that expression on my face, not anger, but complete disregard. That was even more terrifying than rage, because it meant I wouldn't be swayed by any emotion. Eat. Why are you all stunned? I picked a piece of cured meat into Xiaoli's bowl, then gave each of the others one piece. As long as you're obedient, I'm still very easy to get along with. Obedient, obedient. Super obedient, the most obedient in the whole world. Xiaorui nodded frantically. The others followed, nodding their heads like pounding garlic. The atmosphere quickly warmed up again. Xiaorui started chattering once more, Xiaoyu chimed in, Xiaoqing interjected from time to time, and Xiaoli didn't talk much, just smiled at me. 2 large basins of dishes and 1 large basin of rice were completely cleaned out by the 5 of us. Xiaorui even poured the leftover soup from the bottom of the basin into her bowl and licked it clean, not leaving a single grain of rice. Leaning back in my chair, I felt a little emotional. I'd eaten at least the amount of 7 or 8 people in this one meal. No choice about it. Awakened people consume a lot, and this body needs energy. Ordinary food just isn't enough. This appetite, raising pigs would still use less grain than me. I laughed at myself. Xiaoli and Xiaoqing were clearing the dishes, while Xiaoyu and Xiaorui helped out nearby. At that moment, noisy sounds came from the direction of the town, and dozens of vehicles were driving this way. It was Wang Lai and the others returning. The patrol team and logistics were all back. In front were several pickup trucks, followed by a long line of all kinds of vehicles, all loaded with supplies. Behind the convoy was also a large group of people, men, women, young and old, carrying big and small bags, all with smiles on their faces. Some had found flour, some were hugging sacks of rice or carrying quilts. The women and children in the camp ran out to greet them. They're back. So many supplies. Dad, Dad. A little girl hugged a man's leg. The man pulled out a pack of biscuits and handed them to her, and the child's eyes lit up instantly. I stood up and walked over there. The convoy stopped in the open area, and the team members jumped out one by one, dusty and dirty but beaming with smiles, the joy of a great haul. The logistics team started counting and recording things in little notebooks. Piles of rice, flour, bottled water, and cooking oil stacked up like hills. In the apocalypse, nothing could be wasted, not even a piece of cloth. The convoy members cooperated with the tally and turned in half of their supplies. Though unwilling, if they didn't hand it over, they'd be driven out of the convoy. That would be a dead end. But what surprised me was this. They actually drove back so many vehicles. The convoy was clearly short on fuel. 2 days ago, they had already abandoned more than half their vehicles, and most of the people now riding bicycles were doing so because they had no fuel. Why bring back so many cars? What they lacked was never vehicles, it was fuel. All along the road were abandoned cars, all tossed aside because they had run out of gas and power. If you have a car, who would choose to ride a bicycle? I scanned the crowd and saw Chen Min leaning against a pickup truck, drinking water. Sister Min. I walked over to greet her. Chen Min turned around, sweat covering her head, but she looked in good spirits. When she saw me after my shower, her eyes lit up. Yo, brother Lin Feng, all cleaned up? If I didn't wash up soon, I'd stink to death. I laughed and pointed at the vehicles. Why do we need so many cars? Aren't we short on fuel? Chen Min put down the water bottle and sighed, lowering her voice. The gray mist is getting closer and closer to us. Yutong divined it. At most 5 days before it catches up. I frowned. I had seen the gray mist on my first day. Wherever it passed, nothing was left behind. The convoy had been rushing nonstop because it was chasing us from behind. So the convoy needs to speed up. Chen Min gestured at the vehicles. These cars are for dismantling. Guo Yi is going to modify our vehicles and improve their speed and off-road capability. We need them to run as fast as possible. She paused, her tone helpless. Sigh, I'm afraid a lot of people are going to fall behind again. I said nothing. Falling behind in this world meant death. I stood there and watched the vehicles being driven to their designated spots. Guo Yi was standing beside Wang Lai's luxury RV, surrounded by a ring of logistics staff. Quickly, drain all the fuel from every vehicle. Not a drop left. Rubber hoses were inserted into the fuel tanks, and black gasoline was pumped into iron drums. Once the fuel was drained, the vehicles were pushed aside and dismantling began. Several men surrounded the vehicles and, under Guo Yi's instructions, removed every part. Move the tires and materials over here, especially the batteries. Hurry, Guo Yi shouted. The vehicles were soon stripped down, and the parts were piled beside the RV. Then I saw Guo Yi press both hands against the vehicle body, blue light spreading from his palms across the body and materials. A miraculous scene unfolded. The materials seemed to melt and merge into the vehicle body. The tires expanded, deformed, and reshaped into solid rubber tires, their surfaces gleaming with a metallic sheen and their size doubling, now nearly as tall as a person. Then the chassis extended, and the whole vehicle seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand. The ground clearance shot up, the suspension system was modified and reinforced, and its off-road capability leapt several levels. The armor on the body flowed like liquid, turning from thin sheet metal into thick protective plating. Anti-collision mesh was added around it, and a half-person high metal railing was installed around the roof. In less than an hour, the RV had been transformed into a luxury armored RV, its volume having grown by a full size. My mouth fell open and stayed that way for a long moment. Damn, how is it? Chen Min folded her arms and looked at me smugly. Guo Yi's ability is pretty good, right? Pretty good? It's amazing. I walked around the armored RV in admiration. With this thing on the road, ordinary mutated creatures won't be able to do anything to it. Even a level 1 mutated creature wouldn't be able to bite through it. Exactly, Chen Min said. Guo Yi's status in the convoy is way higher than you think. Without him, we'd have been trapped on the road long ago. I nodded. This wasn't mechanical repair at all. It was basically a human transformation factory. At that moment, Guo Yi was drenched in sweat. He was absorbing crims on the fly to recover his abilities before walking toward Wang Lai. Captain, the materials aren't enough. I focused on modifying this vehicle's power system, strengthening the engine's horsepower, and adding a dual fuel electric system. It can charge the batteries while driving, but the modification consumes too many materials. We still have 7 large buses, 2 coaches, and 4 cargo trucks that need to be modified. With these smaller vehicles, added to the original sedans, even if we dismantle everything, it still won't be enough. Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds. How much short? Quite a lot. Guo Yi pointed at the bus. The armored coverage area on a bus is too large. Even if I only modify the tires, suspension, and anti-collision structure, it'll only be enough for at most 2 buses. And if the materials are sufficient, I can install firing platforms on the bus roofs. Once I advance to level 2, I can fuse bizarre materials to make vehicle-mounted repeating crossbows. Ordinary people will then be able to deal with mutated creatures and aberrations. Wang Lai thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, use the private vehicles in the convoy first. As for the level 2 ghost crystal needed to break through the bottleneck, I'll figure something out. I'll go make the arrangements. Guo Yi turned to leave. Wait. Wang Lai stopped him, then turned to Chen Min. You handle this. Ask the people in the convoy whether anyone is willing to give up their vehicle. Try to make it voluntary. Anyone who agrees will be assigned a seat. If they don't want it, forget it. Don't force them. Chen Min nodded and turned to head back toward the camp. Of course, she knew why Wang Lai emphasized voluntariness. In the apocalypse, a car was a life. For ordinary people, having a car meant having the last shred of autonomy. Taking their car was like taking their hope. Guo Yi, stay here and keep modifying the vehicles. Try to make as many empty spots as possible. Got it, Captain. Wang Lai then looked at Dong Yu, Lu Taizhu, and Fong Ling. You 3. Pick some people from the patrol team and come with me. Where to? Lu Taizhu asked. When I came back just now, I saw a repair shop on the edge of town, Wang Lai said, pointing toward town. It's to the east. There's a tractor-trailer parked inside, and there should be plenty of materials, enough for us to use. The 3 of them responded, and each went off to gather people. Wang Lai had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped, turned back, and looked at me. Lin Feng, are you coming? I froze, not expecting Wang Lai to invite me. To be honest, I didn't want to go. I'd just taken a shower, changed into clean clothes, and had a full meal. I was just looking for somewhere to lie down and rest. If I weren't wanting to watch the excitement, I wouldn't have come over at all. At the time, my thinking was simple. Since the ghosts wouldn't dare come out under the blazing sun, why should I follow them into danger? Captain, the sun's so vicious that even the vengeful spirits won't show up. I'll pass. Xiaoxian has grown again, and I need to go back and modify the house on his turtle shell. Next time for sure. Without looking back, I ran off, leaving Wang Lai standing there with a twitching mouth. In the camp, Chen Min was registering the vehicles one by one. Uncle Zhang, can this minivan still run? We're modifying the bus and need materials. If you're willing to contribute, we can arrange you a seat. Can I get a seat on the bus? Then I don't want this car anymore. Chen Min took note of it and moved on to the next vehicle. A young woman was standing next to a red Mazda, holding a child in her arms. Are you willing to contribute this car? The woman nodded, her eyes red. My husband bought this when we got married. 2 days ago, Chen Min was silent for 2 seconds, then noted it down. Take the child and go look for a seat on the bus. Tell them I arranged it. And so it went, registering one car after another. Some were willing, some weren't. No one was forced. When I returned to Xiaoxian, the dirt pit it had dug was even bigger. Stop eating. Let me take a look. Xiaoxian stood up, and I walked around it once. Its shell had expanded again, now a full half-meter wider. Perfect. I was just thinking the house was too small. I communicated with Xiaoxian through my thoughts. A yellow-brown light rose, and the stone house began expanding outward. The soil on the ground was drawn up, turning to mud and then stone, filling in the gaps. The house expanded to 2.5 meters wide and 4 meters long, and the interior instantly felt much more spacious. Can it hold? Xiaoxian replied, no problem at all. Then make it taller. The walls rose to 4.5 meters. I had another idea, make it 2 stories, storage downstairs, living quarters upstairs. That way, we could even lie down and sleep while on the road. Half an hour later, even the stairs, windows, and door had been modified. A 2-story small house, if anything, a luxury shelter in the apocalypse. Wow. Xiaorui stood behind me. Looking up, her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. So amazing. Xiaoyu, Xiaoqing, and Xiaoli also came over, their eyes full of disbelief. We have a home. Master Lin Feng. Hurry up and take us upstairs to have a look. Xiaorui tugged at my sleeve. All right, come with me. I led them onto the turtle-back platform and up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Put the bed over here, the cabinet over there. Xiaorui immediately started planning. I'll leave the furnishing to you all. There are some bedding items downstairs. Go take a look. If it's not enough, take a bag of rice and trade for more with the convoy. Leave it to me. I guarantee completion. Xiaorui raised her hand. The girls quickly went downstairs to rummage through supplies and started discussing excitedly. We need a carpet. No need for a bed. Just lay down a latex mat, and curtains, glass, and a door. The convoy had just brought back a large amount of supplies from the small town, and people spontaneously formed a trading market, bartering items for items, mineral water for salt, canned food for gasoline. In less than an hour, the girls came back carrying mattresses and blankets. Behind them followed 2 logistics team members, hauling a glass window and an anti-theft door. We got everything traded back. Xiaorui said breathlessly, her face flushed with excitement. So much. I was a little surprised. Rice is really valuable in the convoy. Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from her face. As soon as we took it out, several people rushed over to trade for it. That door was even specially dismantled from the small town by them. I handed the rice and cured meat to Sister Hong. When she took the bag of rice and the cured meat, her hands were trembling. 20 pounds of rice and a slab of cured meat were far too precious in the apocalypse. Lord Lin Feng, this is too precious. Sister Hong's voice shook, but she couldn't hide her smile. I waved it off. Holding the rice in her arms, Sister Hong's gaze drifted toward the stone house on Xian's back. Sister Hong. Xiaorui tugged at her arm. Look, this is our home. The mobile home on Brother Lin Feng's beast. Sister Hong looked at the stone house, then at her own bus, her feelings in turmoil. This mobile home could shelter from wind and rain, withstand mutated creatures, and there was no need to worry about fuel. It was 10 times safer than riding in a vehicle. Good, really good. Sister Hong stared at the house, unable to tear her eyes away. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu gathered around. Sister Hong, thank you. Don't say that. Sister Hong waved her hand, her expression complicated. As long as you're living well, I'm relieved. She looked at the 4 girls, radiant and full of life, completely unlike the hollow-eyed way they'd looked before coming here. Sister Hong felt a pang of bitterness, not jealousy, but envy. She wanted to live up there too, but she knew she wasn't qualified. There were still several women in the bus who needed her protection. Sir, I'll take the things first. Sister Hong called for people to dismantle the tent and left the bathtub, pots, bowls, and utensils behind. I'm giving these to you. They're all new. I nodded. When Sister Hong was leaving, she hesitated for a moment. Lord Lin Feng, if the convoy runs into danger, could I come here to hide? Her voice was cautious. I sized her up, around 30, very well maintained, fair skin, a well-proportioned and voluptuous figure, and the way she walked made her waist sway like a water snake. Before the apocalypse, a woman like her would definitely have turned plenty of heads on the street. Sure. Sister Hong froze for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. Thank you, sir. She took a few swaying steps, then looked back at the house, took a deep breath, and disappeared into the crowd. Watching her back, I curled my lips slightly. A beautiful vixen had taken the bait. Suddenly, beep, 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 emergency. The convoy is departing immediately. The loudspeaker blasted out, and the whole camp exploded into chaos. Some shouted, "What happened?" Others screamed. Pots and bowls crashed to the ground. Children cried, and engine sounds merged into a single roar. People rushed out of their tents and toward their vehicles. Don't ask questions, get moving. Get in the cars, leave the stuff. The RVs in front had already started up, and the buses followed one after another. Sir, what's wrong? Xiao Rui asked, holding a pot and bowl. I don't know. I frowned, my gaze fixed on the direction of the town. Then I saw it. In the eastern part of the town, in the direction of the auto repair shop, the sky had changed. Gray-black mist surged wildly up from underground, as if some terrifying thing was about to awaken, billowing and rising. Gray mist. The unique gray mist of this world spread outward at a visible speed. From within it came horrific wails and roars. Resentful spirits, under the cover of the gray mist, were pouring out in force. My pupils contracted. In the direction of the town, several figures were sprinting. The one in front was Fong Ling, moving astonishingly fast, like a lingering afterimage. Behind her was Wang Lai, blue-white arcs of electricity dancing between his hands. With every flash, lightning struck into the gray mist, blasting resentful spirits into ash. Lu Taizhu and Dong Yu were right behind them, but they weren't having it easy. Patrol members behind them were falling one after another. Anyone caught by the mist vanished, not even having time to scream. I had never seen the gray mist advance so fast. It wasn't moving at all, it was erupting. Go. Hurry, go. Everyone get up there. I shouted over my shoulder. Xiao Rui, Xiao Yu, and the other 4 girls scrambled up the stone house in a panic. Xiao Li missed a step on the stairs and slammed her knee into the stone, pain bringing tears to her eyes, but she bit down and didn't cry out, forcing herself up and continuing upward. Xian. I leapt into the air, jumped onto the roof, and landed steadily. Xian suddenly braced all 4 legs and lifted its body. Its back armor rose more than 2 meters, and it charged off in the direction I pointed. Catch up to the RV in front. The giant turtle was running very fast, taking strides of more than 2 meters at a time, and the house on its back remained completely steady. I glanced at the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Several girls were huddled in a corner, clinging to one another, but none of them made a sound. I turned to look in the direction of the convoy. The gray mist had already burst out of the town and was catching up from behind the convoy. Fong Ling was the fastest, flipping onto the last truck. Wang Lai unleashed a bolt of lightning and leaped up, only to be pulled aboard by Fong Ling. Lu Taizhu had lost one arm, and with his remaining hand, he was still carrying Dong Yu as he ran. Dong Yu was covered in injuries and was practically being dragged along by him. I hadn't expected this guy to be so loyal. In the final moment before the gray mist caught up, he suddenly exerted force and threw Dong Yu toward the convoy. Dong Yu flew out like a cannonball and was caught firmly by Fong Ling. He gave his teammates the chance to survive, while he himself was swallowed by the gray mist. I suddenly felt that Lu Taizhu wasn't so annoying after all. The convoy accelerated crazily, everyone wishing they could weld the gas pedal down. Those riding bicycles pedaled desperately, but they were still engulfed by the gray mist and vanished. Let me on the truck. Someone hammered desperately on a door. No one opened it, no one stopped. Those who couldn't keep up had only one ending. I looked away and gazed ahead, an endless wasteland, a gray sky. But it didn't matter. As long as we followed the convoy, we'd be fine. The guide was still there. What mattered was that I was still alive. Xiao Xian was still here, and the supplies were still piled high in the house. And there were 4 obedient girls. That was enough. I took a deep breath, jumped down from the roof, and went up to the 2nd floor via the stairs. The 4 girls were crowded by the bed, faces pale and bodies trembling. When they saw me come in, all of their eyes turned toward me at once. Fear, unease, and dependence. It's fine now. The gray mist can't catch up anymore. I walked over and sat on the mattress. Tears from Xiao Rui fell one by one, and she bit her lip, desperately trying not to cry out. Everyone get some rest. We may have to run all night tonight. No one said anything, only Xiao Xian's thudding footsteps and the roar of the engine. I took off my shoes, climbed into bed, covered myself with the blanket, and took out the strange crystals to absorb them. I had already given Xiao Xian the order to follow the convoy, so there was no need to worry about the route. Improving my strength was what mattered most. Without power, all I could do was keep fleeing. I silently vowed. In the future, I would make the gray mist take a detour the moment it saw me. As one strange crystal after another was absorbed, I was getting closer and closer to level 2. The convoy raced on all the way, hardly stopping at all. Under Xin Yutong's guidance, the convoy kept turning and making detours. Sometimes it suddenly slowed down to carefully go around a huge shadow. Impossible to tell what it was, like a strange building towering over the wasteland. Sometimes it suddenly accelerated, as if fleeing from something. Thankfully, there was no large-scale strange attack that night. A few scattered strange beings lunged out of the darkness, but before they could get close to the convoy, they were taken out by lightning or throwing knives. After I absorbed the strange crystals in my hand, I thought about going to hunt some strange beings and only made one move. A lizard-like strange shadow darted out from the roadside, charging straight toward the bus in the middle. I was sitting on the roof and didn't stand up. I just reached out, and with a thought, Earthspike shot up violently from the ground, and the strange shadow dissipated. Killed level 0 strange lizard, gained 0.1 evolution points. Chunmin saw this from the roof of another bus and gave me a thumbs up. I nodded. Seeing that, there was no easy gain to be had. I went straight back to the second floor and lay down. A few girls saw this through the window, their eyes nearly popping out. Most of their fear had faded away. A strange being that ordinary people avoided at all costs was casually crushed to death like that. It was too shocking. Brother Lin Feng is amazing, Xiao Rui said softly. Go to sleep, I said with my eyes closed. Xiao Rui obediently shut her mouth, but her eyes were still wide open, secretly watching my profile. Only after a long while did she drift off into a daze. I woke up several times during the night and found that Xiao Xian was still following the convoy, so I finally relaxed and slept soundly. At daybreak, the convoy slowed down. A horn sounded. Attention all units. The rest stop is ahead. The convoy will take a break. A night of desperate racing had left everyone exhausted. The engines cut off, and the convoy stopped by a small river. The river was 7 or 8 meters wide, the current gentle, with low shrubs and weeds growing along the banks. Xiao Xian also slowed down and crouched beside the riverbank. People climbed down from the vehicles, stretching and loosening their limbs, their faces full of the expression of having survived a disaster. Alive, still alive. So close, just a few meters more. Where's Old Li? Did anyone see Old Li's vehicle? No one answered. Someone crouched on the ground and started crying, shoulders heaving. An acquaintance who had greeted them yesterday had fallen behind today. I stood by the second-floor window, looking at the scene below, my face expressionless. Being able to cry meant they were still alive, still not at the most desperate point. I turned to the girls and said, "Don't leave the house. If you're hungry, go downstairs and find something to eat. Don't go running around until we know it's safe." "Got it, we won't run around." I jumped down from Xiao Xian's back and walked toward the lead armored motorhome. The motorhome door was open. When I stepped inside, 7 pairs of eyes turned to me in unison. 7 people. Lu Taiju was missing. I glanced around without saying anything, then found an empty seat and sat down. Wang Lai was sitting deepest inside, with a teapot on the table in front of him, the tea inside a golden amber color. He poured me a cup and pushed it over. I took it and drank a sip. The fragrance of the tea leaves spread through my mouth. I didn't know much about tea, but it tasted good enough. We found this tea in town yesterday. It looked decent, so I brewed some. If you like it, I'll have someone bring you some later. I nodded and set the cup down. If something was free, there was no reason not to take it. But I didn't forget the main point and got straight to the question. What happened with the gray mist yesterday? The compartment fell silent for a moment. The few of them looked at one another, and in the end, their gazes settled on Dongyu. Dongyu had her head lowered, her face deathly pale, her body wrapped in bandages that were still seeping blood. She looked up at Wang Lai. Only after he gave a slight nod did she speak. The repair shop, we saw a bridal sedan chair inside. A bridal sedan chair? Yes, Dongyu nodded, as if recalling something chilling. A bright red bridal sedan chair, the kind used for weddings in ancient times. Phoenixes and auspicious clouds were embroidered on it, exquisitely made. It was parked in the innermost hall of the repair shop, surrounded by spotless cleanliness, completely different from the scrap and junk in the workshop outside. At the time, I felt this thing was unusual, so I called the captain and the others over to take a look. Dongyu's voice was clearly trembling. We went over to inspect it, and discovered the energy fluctuation it emitted was extremely intense, stronger than anything we'd ever seen. We thought maybe we could take it back for study. And then, and then I lifted the curtain. Dong Yu's voice began to shake, and so did her body. I only saw a flash of red wedding dress, and then the gray mist surged out of the sedan chair, not a little, but pouring out like a flood. Then the vengeful spirits hidden in the house came alive in the gray mist. Right after that, the terrifying spirit beneath the ground erupted as well. She didn't go on. The air inside the compartment was so heavy it felt frozen. I went over Dong Yu's words in my mind, brought back for research. I guess they had taken a liking to that strange object, thought it was some kind of treasure, and ended up drawing out the anomaly. But I didn't say it aloud. Things had already come to this, and there was no point dwelling on it. I looked toward Shin Yutong. She was sitting on the other side of the small table, a hand-drawn map spread out before her, sketching something on it with a pen. Her face was even paler than yesterday's, dark circles hanging under her eyes, clearly having not slept all night. Last night, the convoy had escaped safely, all thanks to her. Yutongjia? I asked. Shin Yuting was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. I'm not sure. We've only been in this world for 8 days, and there's still a lot we don't understand. But I suspect the gray fog may have come from a rule-level anomaly. Rule level? What kind of rank is that? I asked, puzzled. Shin Yutong shook her head, fear evident in her voice. I don't know. I only know it's very strong, so strong that we can't face it. The carriage fell completely silent. After a while, Wang Lai picked up his teacup, took a sip, and when he set it down, tapped the tabletop twice with his fingers. Let's stop discussing that. With the strength we have now, talking about it is meaningless. What we need to do is not figure out what the gray fog is, but find a way to survive. He straightened up and swept his gaze across everyone. The problem now is that the convoy has suffered heavy losses. He looked at Fong Ling. Have the losses been counted? Fong Ling flipped open her notebook. Personnel have been cut in half. The Tianche convoy originally had 957 people. Now there are fewer than 500. Nearly half were gone in one night. Those on bicycles, and those whose vehicles couldn't keep up, were all swallowed by the gray fog. What about supplies? Wang Lai asked again. Even worse. Most of the supplies found in the small town were left behind at the camp. A lot hadn't been loaded onto the vehicles before the gray fog arrived. Now, with the convoy's food reserves, if we ration tightly, we can last at most 2 days. 2 days? If we can't find new supplies, people will riot once hunger sets in. Under starvation, people can do anything. Even if awakened ones suppress them by force, it won't help. The convoy will still keep losing people. Yutong, how far are we from that gas station? Shin Yutong closed her eyes and slowly slid her fingers over the map, as if sensing something. More than 10 seconds later, she opened her eyes. After going full speed last night, we're now about 200 kilometers from the gas station. 200 kilometers? Wang Lai's brows furrowed deeply. But the time until the gray fog catches up is about 16 hours. It felt as if another layer of air had been sucked out of the carriage. Unless the vehicles could move at full speed, we might not outrun the gray fog. 16 hours, Wang Lai took a deep breath. First, replenish our water supply. There's a river right here. Have everyone fetch water. We leave in 1 hour. Guai, do your best to modify the vehicles, especially the buses and trucks' power systems. We'll need to speed up from here on. Fong Ling, go organize people to collect water. The two of them quickly got off the vehicle to carry out their tasks. Also, the patrol team was nearly wiped out yesterday. Chenmin, go ask if anyone's willing to join. Chenmin nodded and got off as well. Dong Yu silently followed him, and Zhang Sheng also went back to the bus to cultivate potatoes. Only Wang Lai, Shin Yutong, and I remained in the vehicle, with Shin Yutong still studying the map. Wang Lai finished the last sip of tea in his cup. Do you want to stay and discuss the next plan together? I shook my head. No, you decide. I'll follow along. If you need any help, just let me know. I stood up and walked toward the door, stopping at the entrance. As for Lu Taizhu, I respect him as a man, but I don't approve of that kind of person. Wang Lai remained silent for a long time as he watched my back disappear. He understood what I meant. This was the end of the world. The voice from the loudspeaker played again, and the crowd sprawled on the ground suddenly sprang up as if stung. What? Only 1 hour. Hurry up and get water. Stop dawdling. People frantically dug out mineral water bottles, iron buckets, plastic bottles, and other containers, clutching them as they ran toward the river. Make way, I'll fill mine first. You old bastard, are you racing to the afterlife? The crowd crouched densely along the riverbank, pressing their containers into the water and filling them with gurgling sounds. This water is pretty clear, much better than that little ditch last time. A middle-aged woman splashed water on her face with both hands, letting out a satisfied sound. Hey, I haven't showered in days. This water's pretty clean. Mind if I wash up? A shirtless man, standing waist-deep in the river, shouted toward the bank. As soon as he said that, the crowd immediately echoed him. Several men stripped off their shirts and jumped straight into the river, splashing water everywhere. Women squatted by the riverbank, rolled up their trouser legs, and wiped themselves with wet towels. Someone dug out some shampoo, poured it into their palm, applied it to their hair, and worked up gray foam. So comfortable. A woman closed her eyes, her fingers combing slowly through her hair as she massaged it, looking blissful. Sister, can I use a little of your shampoo? Go ahead, but I don't have much either. There's only a little left. I returned to Xiao Xian's side and stared at the riverbank from a distance. Brother Lin Feng, aren't we going to fetch water? Xiao Rui ran out at some point, still carrying an iron bucket in her hands. Don't go. There are still more than a dozen cases of water in the warehouse, enough for now. Besides, who knows what's in the river? Xiao Rui let out an "oh" and put the bucket back. Suddenly, a scream came from the center of the river. I snapped my head around and saw a man thrashing in the water. Then he suddenly sank beneath the surface, one hand waving desperately before being dragged under as well. What happened? What's going on? The people on the bank still hadn't reacted. There's something in the river. There's something in the river. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a huge black shadow shot out of the water. It was a fish, but not an ordinary one. Over a meter long, covered all over in gray-black scales, and most terrifying of all, its head took up nearly half its body. When its mouth opened, it revealed rings upon rings of densely packed fangs, the shortest of which were as long as a finger. Crack! It leaped out of the water and bit down on a man who was running toward the shore. His waist was pierced straight through. The man only had time to let out a short scream before being dragged into the water, and the surface quickly turned a wide patch of red with blood. A monster! There's a monster! Help! Run! The crowd exploded in panic. The men scrambled and crawled their way toward the shore, while the women screamed and fled into the distance, tossing buckets and basins everywhere. But there was more than one mutated fish. The water's surface erupted like a boiling pot, bursting one after another. At least 5 or 6 mutated fish shot up from below and bit into the people still struggling in the water. A young man had already reached the shallow water and was about to make it ashore. He looked back once, and that single glance cost him his life. A mutated fish sprang from the water, opened its huge mouth, and bit precisely onto his head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. The young man's body was still running forward, but his head was already gone. He took 2 more steps before collapsing, and blood sprayed from the severed neck, staining the surrounding area a shocking red. Ah! Screams rose one after another. Help! Why aren't the awakeners here yet? A woman was bitten on the calf by a mutated fish and was dragged into the water. She clawed desperately at the riverbed, even tearing up her fingernails, but she was still being pulled little by little toward the deep water. Her husband rushed back, grabbed her hand, and pulled with all his strength. Save me. Crack! Her calf was bitten clean off. White bone showed at the severed edge, and blood gushed out wildly. Her husband carried her toward the shore, both of them covered in blood. Help! Is there a doctor? Save my wife. Seeing the mutated fish attack the crowd, I rushed over immediately. One mutated fish leaped up and was about to bite a woman holding a child. Without thinking, I mobilized spiritual energy and used earth control. A sharp earth spike shot up from the riverbed and precisely pierced the mutated fish still in midair. The earth spike came out through the fish's back. The fish twisted violently, but it couldn't break free. The more it struggled, the faster it died. Kill level 1 mutated serrated tooth fish. Gain evolution points, +1 level 1. No wonder it was so fast, and its bite force so terrifying. A level 1 mutated creature was no different from pinching ants to death when dealing with these completely unprepared ordinary people. At the same time, Wang Lai's lightning arrived. A blue-white bolt of lightning struck directly onto the river's surface. A mutated serrated tooth fish that had just been about to leap up and attack was hit squarely. Its whole body convulsed as it fell from midair and crashed onto the riverbank. Its scales were scorched black by electricity, and a faint smell of grilled fish drifted out. But there were still more mutated serrated tooth fish in the water. Wang Lai didn't stop. He brought his hands together and condensed a lightning orb in his palm, growing it from fist-sized to basketball-sized. Thunderstorm. He hurled the lightning orb toward the river's surface. The instant it hit the water, the entire river exploded. Boom! Water sprayed up 3 meters high, and arcs of electricity wove a net across the river's surface, electric snakes darting wildly through it. The mutated serrated fish in the water struggled frantically. Some leaped out of the water, and by the time they fell back in, they were already motionless. A dozen seconds later, the river's surface grew calm. 7 or 8 serrated fish floated on the water, bellies up. Chen Min stood by the bank. After probing with his mental power, She opened his eyes. None left. The serrated fish in the river have been cleared out. Either that, or they've already run off. Wang Lai withdrew his hand, panting heavily. That big move had drained quite a bit of energy. Chen Min, can you get those fish onto the bank? Chen Min nodded, extended her right hand toward the river surface, and made a light beckoning motion. The 7 or 8 serrated fish seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and slowly floated toward the bank. When they drifted to shore, Fong Ling and I went down. One by one, we lifted them up and threw them onto the bank, including the one I had killed. They were neatly lined up on the shore, 9 in total. Up close, these mutated fish looked even more terrifying. Each was over a meter long, and their scales were thicker than a fingernail. When you tapped them with a finger, they made a dull thudding sound, like steel plates. Can this thing even be eaten? Fong Ling crouched beside one of the fish and poked its belly with a dagger. Wang Lai crouched down as well, carefully examined the flesh on the fish, then sniffed it. There was no rotten smell. It should be edible. The meat of level 1 mutated creatures can enhance attributes when eaten by awakeners, and it can also improve strength when eaten by ordinary people. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. After removing the head and innards, this fish could yield at least 60 or 70 pounds of meat. If we could catch a few more, that would be great. Before Wang Lai could even speak, a crowd surged over. Hearing that the fish could be eaten and could also improve strength, the crowd instantly exploded. More than 30 people, all drenched, some bare-chested, their faces full of anger. Leading them was a man in his 40s, still dripping water, his eyes red. Why didn't you awakeners inspect for danger? My younger brother just died in the water. Aren't you supposed to protect us? Didn't you know there were monsters in the river? So many people went into the water, and you did nothing? What are you eating for free? The people behind him echoed him. The convoy had been losing people every day, and the pent-up anger finally erupted. Right? Inspecting for danger is what you should be doing. Someone died, and you need to give us an explanation. Today you must make this clear. More and more people gathered around. Those who had witnessed their relatives being dragged away, and those blindly following the crowd, all rushed over. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt charged up to Wang Lai, poking his chest with her finger, her whole body trembling violently. My husband was bitten to death right in front of me. Give me my husband's life back. Wang Lai stood motionless, letting her finger jab his chest. My brother died too, and there wasn't even a whole body left. You have to give us an explanation. Awakeners can't just take the benefits and not do the work, can they? Why should we hand over half our supplies if you can't even guarantee our safety? Unfair. We want fairness. I stood nearby with my arms crossed, watching the scene expressionlessly. I even wanted to laugh. At a time like this, they still wanted fairness? I could understand their anger. Anyone would break down if a loved one died right in front of them. On top of that, too many people had died these past few days, leaving everyone tightly strung. It was just a difference in position. I was also an awakener, so naturally I looked at things differently. In the apocalypse, inspecting for danger was simply unrealistic. How many awakeners did we even have? Including those without combat ability, there were only 9 of us in total. No, now there were only 8 left. How many people were in the convoy? From several thousand down to fewer than 500. How could a few people possibly protect a convoy of nearly 500? Awakeners weren't gods. It was impossible to foresee every danger. To put it bluntly, these people saw a river and forgot about the danger, thinking that with awakeners around, everything would be fine. Don't forget, this is the apocalypse. The crowd was still shouting, louder and louder, as if the louder they yelled, the more justified they were. What kind of explanation do you want? Wang Lai stood before the crowd, his gaze calm. Faced with dozens of angry faces, he showed no panic at all. The man at the front swallowed. Wang Lai's presence made him a little afraid. The woman who had been shouting the loudest moments ago now looked like a duck with its throat pinched, stepping backward. My younger brother died, and the convoy has lost so many people. We don't want much. He pointed at the pair of mutated fish on the bank. These fish have to be given to us as compensation. Right? Give them to us. And also, someone behind him chimed in. Since you can't even guarantee safety, then from now on, we can't keep handing over half our supplies. Right? Makes sense. Why should all the good stuff be picked by you first? After you've taken the best, you still want us to hand over half. We're risking our lives too. Why should we give up half our supplies? Unfair. 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 The crowd's voices rose again, louder than before. Some waved their fists, others shouted at the top of their lungs. These people had suddenly found a common enemy. Not the mutated creatures, not the eerie things in the night, but the few awakeners in front of them who hadn't protected them. Wang Lai said nothing. I watched this scene, guessing what Wang Lai would do. Suppress them by force. Kill 1 to warn 100? At a time like this, ordinary people clashing with awakeners, going up against Wang Lai, going up against someone who could casually strike down a level 1 mutated creature with a bolt of lightning. They had guts. These people probably don't want to live anymore. But Wang Lai's response surprised me. Wang Lai didn't get angry. He raised his hand and made a downward motion. The crowd instantly fell silent. I agree to your request not to hand over half of your supplies. What? I was stunned. The crowd was stunned too. The man at the front opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. He had expected Wang Lai to refuse, and had even prepared a whole set of arguments to fight for it. But Wang Lai agreed, just like that? You agreed? His voice was uncertain. I agreed, Wang Lai said. Starting today, the convoy will no longer collect supplies from anyone. After getting a definite answer, the man unconsciously clenched his fists. Since the Awakened One was so easy to back down, then could they ask for more? He thought of his ultimate goal, the mutant fish that could improve their strength. What about those fish? So many of us died. That fish meat must be shared with us, otherwise. Right? Share it with us. Someone immediately chimed in. Otherwise we won't agree. Won't agree, won't agree. The atmosphere heated up again. A faint smile curved my lips. I wasn't smiling at these people's greed, but at their stupidity. Did they even know who they were talking to, and who had brought them this far? Wang Lai's hand finally moved. He raised it, lightning crackling in his palm, then suddenly swung his hand, sending a bolt of lightning crashing toward the river's surface. Boom. The river exploded, water splashing everywhere. The crowd all took several steps back in unison. Want fish? Go catch them in the river yourselves. His gaze swept over everyone like a blade. Whoever dares to reach out, let's see whether your lives are harder than my lightning is fast. Get lost. No one dared speak anymore. The few who had shouted the loudest just now all hunched their necks and backed away, too afraid to meet Wang Lai's eyes. The crowd dispersed quickly. They left even faster. They picked up the buckets and basins from the ground and walked back to their vehicles with their heads down. Someone muttered a few words under their breath, but was quickly held back by the person beside them. Stop talking. Do you want to die? Exactly. He could slap you to death with one hand. Forget it. At least we won't have to turn over supplies anymore in the future. I still feel something's off. I can't shake this bad feeling. The voices gradually faded into the distance. I bumped Wang Lai with my shoulder. Captain, what are you thinking? Wang Lai glanced at me. What do you think? I'm guessing you're just annoyed with those people and want to let them fend for themselves. Wang Lai didn't answer. He crouched down and started processing the serrated tooth fish. The gray fog will be here in a dozen hours or so. We don't have time to waste on them. I don't mind if they want to follow the convoy, but make me waste time arguing with them? Not a chance. I nodded. Can this fish meat really boost attributes? Try it and you'll know. Fine, then this one's mine. I picked up the mutated serrated tooth fish with one hand and walked toward Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was digging a pit, crunching and swallowing dirt, sand, and rocks together. When it saw me coming back with a big fish, its eyes lit up as if to say, "What tasty stuff did Master bring back? Don't look. It's not for you." I tossed the fish on the ground and pulled out the giant mandibles of the rhinoceros beetle I'd kept earlier. This thing had sharp edges and was perfect for dealing with fish with hard scales. A regular kitchen knife would curl at the blade after a single cut. I crouched down, flipped the fish over, and used the mandibles to scrape from its belly. The scales were as hard as small iron plates, but luckily the mandibles were strong enough, scraping them off one by one. These scales are pretty good. I picked them up and piled them together. Each one was coin-sized and harder than sheet iron. I'd keep them for now. They might come in handy. After scraping off the scales, I used the mandibles to cut open the fish's belly. With a whoosh, the innards spilled out all at once, the stench overwhelming. Frowning, I tossed them into the river. The inside of the fish was very clean. The fish head was half the fish's entire size, and it took some effort to chop it off. The row of fangs gleamed coldly in the light, sharp as little daggers. These teeth are good. I pried the teeth out one by one. The shortest ones were at least finger length, and the longest were nearly 10 centimeters. They'd be far better than ordinary weapons for making arrowheads or daggers. I found a cloth bag, packed them up, and put them into the warehouse. I took the remaining fish meat to the river, washed it clean, and cut it into 4 large pieces, each weighing more than 10 gene. The meat was a pale pink with clear marbling, clearly top-grade ingredients. By the time I came back carrying the fish meat, the fish head was already gone. A glance at the dirt pit beside me made it obvious Xiao Xian had taken it away to mix into the soil. I shouted upstairs, "Come down for a second." The 4 girls poked their heads out from the stairwell. Xiao Rui, her twin ponytails bouncing, was the first to run down, with Xiao Yu behind her, holding a rag. "Brother Lin Feng, what's up?" Xiao Rui stared at the fish meat in my hands. "Cooking." I put the fish meat into a basin and looked around the first-floor warehouse. It was packed with rice, flour, canned food, and mineral water. Pots, bowls, and utensils were stuffed into the corners, a total mess. If you wanted to find anything, you had to dig through half the place. I've got a job for you. Sort out the warehouse. I pointed to the storage room. I'll make a few stone shelves. You girls categorize everything and put it away properly. Food on one side, tools on the other. By the window, make a stove. Go trade the convoy for a gas cylinder and a gas stove. A stove. Xiao Qing's eyes lit up. Yeah, from now on, we'll cook on the turtle's back. No need to go downstairs and make fires anymore. The girls were full of excitement. In the apocalypse, being able to cook at home without squeezing around a campfire with the rest of the convoy and eating weed dumplings was practically like a dream. What are you standing there for? Get to work. First carry your clothes upstairs, move the stuff to the middle, and I'll make the shelves. The girls immediately got busy. I pressed both hands against the wall and activated earth control. The wall began to change shape, and rows of countertops rose from it, each 40 centimeters wide. The 2-meter-high warehouse was divided into 3 or 4 levels of space. The wall by the window was directly turned into a smooth stone cabinet. Aside from having no doors, it was no different from an ordinary kitchen. I specially left a recess in the countertop for the gas stove. With this layout, things were much more comfortable. Perfect. I clapped my hands and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Qing circled the stove, touching the smooth countertop, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You're amazing, sir. All right, enough flattery. Hurry up and sort out the stuff. Process the fish and ingredients. I'm going out to swap for a gas stove and some gas. Don't run around. Wait for me to come back. The girls nodded and started working. I jumped down from Xiao Xian's back and walked toward the front of the convoy. Beside the bus, Gua Yi was directing more than a dozen people to dismantle a large truck. The truck had been taken apart into pieces. The cargo box was removed, the engine was lifted out, and the chassis was exposed. The whole vehicle had turned into a pile of parts. Brother Gua, what are you doing? Gua Yi turned around, saw me, wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, and grinned. Lin Feng, what brings you here? Just taking a walk since I'm free, and swapping for some goods while I'm at it. What are you guys doing? Why tear it apart so thoroughly? We don't have enough materials for the modifications, Gua Yi sighed, pointing at the bus. All 7 buses need to be modified, but we're short on materials, so we can only dismantle what's already here. These truck engines have plenty of horsepower. Installing them in the buses will boost their power a lot. He looked at my giant turtle and gave a wry smile. I really envy your beast tamer. You're even living in a house now, while we're still crammed into buses. Just luck, I said. You carry on. I'm going to find Sister Ling. I turned and headed toward the logistics truck. Fong Ling was standing beside a large truck, holding a notebook and checking the supplies. Several logistics team members were moving things, loading buckets of water fetched from the river onto the truck one by one. Lingjia. Fong Ling looked up when she saw me, raised her brows slightly, and said, well, a rare visitor. What's up? Want to trade for something? Trade for what? A gas stove, one with 2 burners, and a canister of gas. Fong Ling sized me up. You've got good taste. We only have 2 sets of gas stoves left, and we don't have many gas canisters either. I know. That's why I came to Sister Ling. Fong Ling was silent for 2 seconds, then held up 2 fingers. 20 jin of rice. I nearly lost my footing. 20 jin of rice. Sister Ling, that's way too black-hearted. Fong Ling smiled without saying anything, wearing an expression that said she had me figured out. I gritted my teeth. 20 jin of rice was indeed a lot, but I had several hundred jin of grain in my warehouse, so taking out 20 jin wasn't a problem. But this was the apocalypse. Rice was the hard currency of hard currencies. Fine, I'll trade. I finally agreed. If I didn't, even getting a hot meal would be hard. Give me the stuff first. I'll bring the rice over later. Fong Ling closed her notebook and called toward the cargo bed. Xiao Lu, take out that gas stove, bring down a can of gas too, and give Lin Feng a set of accessories as well. I carried the gas stove in one hand and the gas cylinder in the other as I walked back. Xiao Xian and the others had already tidied up the storage room, sorting the rice, flour, cured meat, and seasonings and stacking them neatly. I installed the gas stove in the reserved spot, using earth control to adjust it until it fit perfectly, then connected the gas cylinder. I tested it, and a ring of blue flames burst from the burner. Perfect. I turned off the flame and smiled in satisfaction. My lord, are we cooking now? Yes. Xiao Qing, should the fish be stewed light or braised? Stewed light. The fish is fresh, so stewing it lightly will bring out the original flavor best. Okay, do as you see fit. I pulled a 20 jin bag of rice from the supplies. I'm going to settle the bill. Hopefully, by the time I'm back, we'll be eating something hot. Don't worry, my lord. I carried the rice over to Fong Ling, who was still checking the inventory list. So fast. You have to keep your word. I don't like owing people. Fong Ling took the rice, nodded in satisfaction, and handed it to Xiao Lu to register into storage. Oh right, Sister Ling. How much longer until we set off? Fong Ling glanced toward Guo Yi's direction. He was squatting beside the bus, both hands pressed against the body as he modified it. As soon as that bus is finished being modified, we'll leave. About 20 minutes more. All right. I turned and left right away. 20 minutes probably wouldn't be enough for Xiaoqing to stew the fish through, so it looked like we'd have to eat on the road while walking. When I came back, Xiaoqing was standing by the stove chopping fish, her movements brisk and neat. Xiaoyu was peeling garlic, and Xiaoli was looking for ingredients on the shelves. When the food's ready, call me. The convoy is about to leave, so take your time. We'll eat on the road in a bit. I headed upstairs. Got it, my lord. I went to the second floor, took off my shoes, lay down on the mattress, and closed my eyes, ready to nap for a while. Soft footsteps sounded on the stairs, careful and sneaky. I didn't open my eyes. The footsteps paused at the stair landing, then entered the room. The mattress sank slightly as someone climbed up. Brother Lin Feng. It was Xiaorui's voice, soft and sticky sweet. I opened my eyes and saw Xiaorui kneeling beside my legs, dressed in another outfit. She had put the JK uniform back on. The hem of her white shirt was tied into a knot, revealing her little belly, and the neckline hung loosely open. She had tied her hair into twin ponytails, falling over her shoulders on both sides. Why did you come up here? I saw that Brother Lin Feng was tired, so I specially came to massage your legs. Xiaorui's cheeks flushed red. I learned a couple of things from Sister Xiaoyu, so I came to rub your legs and help you relax. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't wait for my agreement. She placed both hands on my calves and started massaging. Her strength wasn't great, but she found the spots well, pressing each time right on the muscle knots. Starting from the ankles, she slowly kneaded upward along the calves, then changed direction and leaned forward to press the other leg. I couldn't take my eyes off it. The view beneath her skirt was laid bare. You little seductress, she seemed to notice my gaze and deliberately lowered her waist even more. Brother Lin Feng. She turned back, her eyes watery and glistening. My Adam's apple bobbed. Xiaorui, were you doing this on purpose? What do you mean, on purpose? Xiaorui tilted her head, biting her lip. 3 minutes later. I was wrong. Don't pull my twin ponytails. Downstairs, the oil in the pot on the stove had started to smoke. Xiaoqing poured the chopped fish pieces into the pot. Sizzle. With a sound, the rich aroma exploded as the fish sizzled and tumbled in the hot oil. The fire's too strong. You need to flip it faster. I know. Where's Xiaorui? Where did she run off to? Seems like she went upstairs. Xiaoyu's voice paused for a moment. Should I chop some garlic? Yes. Pa 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 pa. Xiaoyu picked up the kitchen knife and smashed the garlic cloves one by one. Enough. Not enough. More, a lot more. Pa 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 pa. Heavy stir-frying sounds also came from the wok. This fish is white, tender, and firm. You need to keep stir-frying it for a while. When it's browned and fragrant, you can add water. Once it's stewed about right, drizzle on some seasoning sauce, and it'll be absolutely delicious. Attention all units. The convoy is setting off immediately. The gray fog will arrive in 15 hours. Everyone, hurry and get on board. The convoy will soon proceed at full speed. The voice in the loudspeaker shouted urgently. Before the words had even faded, the armored RV at the very front had already started up, its body lurching forward with a sudden surge, exhaust pipes spewing black smoke as it shot out of the camp in an instant. Immediately after, several modified off-road vehicles started one after another, tires crunching over gravel as they drove off without looking back. Those who reacted slowly were startled by the abrupt start and, after a brief daze, began frantically rushing toward the vehicles. Hurry, hurry. The convoy's moving. Don't take that. Get on the vehicle quickly. Wait for me. I haven't gotten on yet. The faster ones had already jumped aboard, while the slower ones were still packing up, pots and bowls scattered all over the ground. They had no time to pick them up. They just left everything behind and ran immediately. Some were reluctant to leave their things and were still tidying up, but no one waited for them. The armored RV had already driven several hundred meters away. I heard the convoy's horns from upstairs, but I didn't stop. I lowered my head and looked at Xiaorui, who was lying limp on the mat, lips slightly parted as she gasped in big breaths. Xiaoxian, go. Follow the lead vehicle. With a thought, Xiaoxian stood up and crawled out of the dirt pit. Its forelegs moved so fast it instantly overtook the few private cars that had just started up, and soon it caught up with the awakened convoy's bus. A pickup truck behind us saw Xiaoxian suddenly run out in front, rolled down its window, and started cursing. They probably still thought I was that smiling young man who was nice to everyone. After cursing, the driver even held up a middle finger at Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian looked back. Its thick tail, lined with sharp bone spikes, lashed out like a giant whip and slammed into the front of the pickup. Bang! The front end caved in on the spot. The hood flew off, and the whole vehicle was sent rolling across the wilderness like a kicked soda can, tumbling more than a dozen times before parts scattered everywhere. Kill count. Humans X4, evolution points +4. I paused with my hand on Xiao Rui's ponytail. Evolution points for killing people this many? Killing a level 1 ghost creature only gave 1 point, and killing an ordinary person also gave 1 point? I did the math in my head. Xiao Xian would need 1,000 points for its next evolution, and I only had single digits now. If I thought of the ordinary people in the convoy, 1,000 points didn't seem that hard to gather. A terrifying thought surfaced. All I'd have to do was lift a hand, and with Xiao Xian's large area earth control skill, I could. Brother Lin Feng, spare me. Sister Xiaoli, help, forget it. Enjoy the moment. The people in the convoy didn't know they had escaped disaster because of Xiao Rui. Downstairs, Xiaoli was holding a bowl and mixing sauce, her cheeks flushed red. Xiaoli, Xiao Rui is calling for you to save her. Why aren't you going up? Xiao Yu teased. I think you're the one who wants to go up. This is the perfect time. No way. Xiao Yu lowered her head, her ears burning red. The girls weren't focused on cooking at all of them listening to the intermittent sounds. Only when it finally went quiet upstairs did they breathe a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall, they listened at the door for nearly an hour, and their legs had gone weak. I got dressed and patted Xiao Rui's perky butt. Xiao Rui, let's go. Time to go downstairs for dinner. I can't walk. Xiao Rui's voice was soft and hoarse. I didn't waste words. I straightened her skirt. This girl wasn't even wearing safety shorts, and after fixing her messy clothes, I carried her downstairs in a princess box. Xiao Rui nestled against my chest, a happy smile on her face. Xiao Qing was plating dishes. When she saw me carrying Xiao Rui down, she said nothing and simply brought a large basin of fish and meat to the table. I set Xiao Rui on the folding chair I usually sat in and sat on the plastic stool beside her. Xiao Rui's hair was disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, and the calves exposed beneath her skirt were still trembling slightly. She pressed her lips together with an expression that said, I'm not afraid, even if you beat me to death. Oh my, what happened to you? Xiao Yu asked knowingly. Your legs went weak? Xiao Rui closed her eyes and said nothing, the tips of her ears bright red. Your face is so red. Did you catch a fever? Xiao Yu held a plate of cold mixed with ear mushrooms and tried hard not to laugh. Want me to get a thermometer and check? You, stop talking. Xiao Rui's voice was as small as a mosquito's. Brother Lin Feng is still watching. The girls glanced at me, then went back to what they were doing. A pot of stewed boiled fish was placed in the center of the table, its fragrance overwhelming. Beside it were 2 side dishes, cold mixed with ear mushrooms and stir-fried mushrooms with ham sausage. Sit down and eat. I jabbed yidaka euro and placed it into Xiao Rui's bowl. Here, eat more. Xiao Rui looked at the tender white fish in her bowl, then at me. Her eyes were a little red as she picked up the bowl and ate in small bites. Come on, you all eat too. I also picked up pieces of fish for Xiao Li and the others. This is the meat of a level 1 mutated creature. It can boost your strength, so eat more. I took a bite. Myself. The fish was fresh and tender, with a natural sweetness. The fish looked ugly, but I hadn't expected it to taste this good. When the girls heard it could improve their strength, they exchanged glances and lowered their heads to eat. Tasty. Xiao Rui's eyes curved into crescents. Then eat more. I gave her another piece, and the other 3 girls each got a piece as well, fair and square. Soon, Xiao Yu stopped using her chopsticks and widened her eyes. What's wrong? Xiao Qing asked. I feel. Xiao Yu looked at her hand, opening and clenching her fist, her expression as if she discovered something unbelievable. I feel like I've got some strength in my hands. It's not psychological, it's real strength. After eating a few pieces, Xiao Qing also nodded. There really is a change. My body feels warm, like a stream of heat is flowing through it. Xiaoli ate very slowly, taking small bites of the fish, her complexion much better than yesterday. Xiaorui picked up another piece, her cheeks puffed out. I think it doesn't hurt as much anymore. The several girls looked at her at the same time. Xiaorui was bold and didn't notice what she'd just said at all. She mumbled, Sister Xiaoli, you should eat too. When you're better, you have to help me. I almost died just now. All right, eat your food. Xiaoqing tapped her on the head. Xiaorui shrank her neck and finally shut up. The fish meat was packed with energy. After just a small bowl, the girls couldn't eat anymore. One by one, they straightened their backs, holding their bellies, their faces full of both satisfaction and pain. So stuffed. Xiaorui slumped in her chair, her skirt wrinkled into a mess. My stomach's going to burst. Me too, Xiaoyu said, rubbing her belly. I can't eat anymore. I clearly still want to eat, but my stomach can't hold it. I looked at them thoughtfully. It seemed ordinary people absorbed mutated creature meat far less efficiently than awakened ones. They were full after just a small bowl, not because their stomachs couldn't hold it, but because their bodies had reached their absorption limit, and the energy in that fish meat hadn't been fully absorbed. Simply put, they were stuffed. After I finished the fish, I felt my physique increase by 3 points all at once. I glanced at the status panel. Physique 75, Strength 56, Agility 46, Spirit 58, Psionic Power 68. That growth rate was even faster than absorbing eerie crystals. I suddenly thought of a question. If I let those women eat mutated beast meat a few more times, would their physical abilities start approaching those of awakened ones? Even if they didn't awaken any powers, if their bodies were strong enough and their reactions fast enough, and I equipped them with weapons and taught them how to fight, wouldn't they stop being mere decorative figures? I noted the idea down. No rush. I'd think about it later. Finished eating? Clean up? I said, standing up and stretching a little. Xiaoli helped Xiaowei upstairs to rest, while I went up onto the roof. Traveling by day was completely different from traveling at night. The convoy raced at full speed, with the armored vehicle in front at least doing 100 miles an hour, while the buses and trucks behind it desperately kept up. The gray fog chased after us, and every second felt like a matter of life and death. Mutated beasts would occasionally dart out on the road. Hyenas, cats, swarms of giant rats, all with blood-red eyes and mouths full of fangs. Wang Lai struck one down with a bolt of lightning, sending the mutated beast twitching on the ground. Chun Min's throwing knife accurately pierced the head of another mutated wolf. The convoy didn't even stop. The corpses were simply left behind. I felt a little pained, but there was nothing we could do. Time waited for no one. Xin Yutong's astrology ability proved useful. The convoy skirted one dangerous area after another. Strange villages shrouded in mist, abandoned buildings covered in black vines, eerie mountains cloaked by dark clouds. Just one look at those places made me feel cold all over. That woman's ability was far too crucial in the apocalypse. If I were leading the team myself, we might crash straight into some eerie nest halfway there and be reduced to nothing. Suddenly, the convoy's speed slowed. It wasn't because of danger. Another convoy had appeared ahead. That convoy was coming from a side road. In the lead was a black Alphard, followed by several rugged off-road vehicles, a few tour buses with a film crew slogan stuck on the side, and then several minivans. Altogether, there were more than 10 vehicles, not a large scale, but packed with people. The two convoys stopped dozens of meters apart. Wang Lai jumped out of the car, with Feng Ling right behind him. Chun Min got down from the bus and leaned against the door. The Alphard's door opened. A woman stepped out. My eyes widened. That face was far too recognizable. Even without makeup, it stood out so much that it was impossible to look away. It was Mo Qingluan. Although I'm not a fan of celebrities, Qingluan's face had appeared on screens countless times, enough to make countless men fall for her, and I wasn't immune either. Liking beautiful things has nothing to do with age. Now that a real person was standing dozens of meters away, the impact was on a completely different level. On the other side of the driver's seat, Mi Shui also got out. Isn't that Qingluan? Xiao Rui poked her head out from the stairwell, her eyes wide as saucers. Oh my god, and Mi Shui too, the two beauties of the western regions. Xiao Yu also leaned out, full of disbelief. Why are they here? They crossed over, obviously, Xiao Qing said calmly. The whole human race crossed over. It's normal for a few celebrities to be here. But they're Qingluan and Mi Shui. Xiao Rui's voice rose an octave, stars practically about to burst out of her eyes. I ignored the girl's chatter and fixed my gaze on the two women. Two top-tier beauties were standing dozens of meters away in the barren wilderness, their hair blown messy by the wind. But even the apocalypse couldn't conceal those faces and figures. I jumped off the rooftop and landed on Xiao Xian's shell. Let's go take a look. Xiao Xian strode forward. Its huge body made the ground tremble faintly with every step. The convoy opposite quickly noticed this behemoth. What is that? Such a huge turtle. Run. Don't panic. Let's take a look first. The convoy on the other side stirred. People on the bus crowded to the windows, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock and from shock to fear. Several people who had gotten out of the off-road vehicles instinctively backed away, and some even opened the doors, preparing to flee. Mo Qingluan's face turned pale, but she didn't retreat. Her eyes were locked tightly on Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian stopped more than 10 meters from the Alpha. I jumped down from its shell and landed steadily on the ground. Don't be afraid. Wang Lai stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. This is our convoy's beastmaster. That turtle is his mount. The other convoy fell silent. A mount? Whose mount was that big? Whose mount could even have a house built on top of it? Hello, she said, her voice carrying that signature sweet, childlike lilt, in strange contrast to her radiant face. Are you the convoy leader? Yes. Wang Lai nodded. I'm Qingluan, she said, pointing to the people behind her. This is our convoy. We want to join you and travel together. The road is too dangerous. Half our convoy was left behind along the way. Wang Lai was silent for 2 seconds. Do you have any awakened ones? I'm an awakened one. She held out her hand, and a faint light appeared in her palm. The glow was soft, carrying a life-affirming aura. My ability is healing. I can restore injuries. Minor wounds heal in a few minutes, and even serious injuries can be stopped from bleeding and eased from pain. She withdrew the light and pointed at me Shui. Wang Lai raised an eyebrow. Healing type awakened ones were even rarer in the apocalypse than combat types. Combat types could kill mutant monsters, could kill aberrations. But what about when someone got injured? Without doctors or medicine in the convoy, even a small infected wound could be fatal. The value of a healing type awakened one was obvious. Mi Shui took a step forward and stood beside Mo Qingwan. My ability is danger sense. I can sense surrounding sources of danger in advance, including aberrations, mutated creatures, and the movement speed of the gray fog. I perked up my ears. Another perception type awakened one. I turned my gaze to Chun Min, who was leaning against the car door, toying with a small knife. Back then, she had said her ability was related to psychic perception, but in reality her power was far more than that. She hit it very deeply. I wondered if Mi Shui's ability was stronger than she claimed. Chun Min seemed to notice my gaze. She turned her head and threw me a sultry wink. Wang Lai nodded. They can join, but there are a few rules we need to make clear first. Mo Qingwan listened carefully. First, stealing other people's property is forbidden. Offenders die. Second, coercion is forbidden. Offenders die. These were the convoy's iron rules. As soon as those words were spoken, Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui visibly relaxed. They knew their own value. In this apocalypse, without laws, it was easiest for the evil in people's hearts to be unleashed. Although they have awakened, they are only support types. They can handle one or two ordinary people without a problem, but if they're surrounded by a bunch of burly men, they'll still go down. Wang Lai continued. Besides these 2 points, following the convoy is entirely voluntary. We won't force anyone. Supplies must be gathered on your own. The convoy will not collect any supplies from anyone, and the awakened will not actively provide shelter. If you run into danger, figure it out yourself. Fairness. Everyone relies on their own abilities. They looked at each other, but said nothing. Still, I could see their hesitation. The convoy in front of them was clearly much safer than what they had now, but shouldn't the awakened protect ordinary people? Their awakened only cared about themselves, and it was highly likely that other accompanying members would be abandoned. The hesitation didn't last long, though. Mi Shui sensed the movement of the gray mist. It was even closer than before. She turned to Mo Qingwan and nodded. We'll join. Wang Lai didn't say anything else. He turned and walked back. He didn't want to waste time. The convoy had to set off immediately. I stood beside Xiao Xian and, from up close, studied the 2 big-name stars in front of me. I have to say, these 2 women really were several times prettier in person than on screen. Both their looks and their presence were outstanding, especially after awakening, with skin on their faces looking like they were only 20 years old. Beautiful beyond words. Hey, little brother, your captain has gone far ahead. After Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui got into the vehicle, the convoy started moving again. Watching that Alfred slowly merge into the convoy, I finally came back to my senses. I leaped onto the roof, told Xiao Xian to follow, and suddenly heard footsteps behind me. Sometime earlier, Chun Min had climbed onto Xiao Xian's back and followed the spiral staircase up to the roof. With her arms crossed, she looked at me with a faint, teasing smile. Lin Feng, little brother. I turned around, and her meaningful expression made me feel a little uneasy. What's with that look? Nothing. Chun Min withdrew her gaze and tapped the stone slab beneath her with the tip of her shoe. I just wanted to say, your turtle runs so steadily. It's much smoother than my bus. That thing was shaking so badly my waist was about to break, but up here it's as steady as flat ground. I didn't know what Chun Min was up to, so I said offhandedly, pretty good, I guess. Xiao Xian walks pretty steadily. Take your sister around and show me your little place, will you? It looks decent from the outside, but I haven't seen what it looks like inside. I didn't refuse. I also wanted to show off a little in front of a beauty. After all, I'd transformed that stone house with my own hands. Sure, I'll show you around. Watch your step. The stairs are a bit steep. I pushed open the door to the 2nd floor. There was a latex mattress laid on the carpet. The bedsheet was neat and smooth. White curtains hung at the window, and a few wildflowers were stuck in a powdered milk can on the windowsill. 4 girls were sitting by the bed. This is Sister Min. Hello, Sister Min. Chun Min glanced at them, the corners of her lips lifting. She turned to look at me, smiling with a meaningful expression. Hey, little brat, I never thought you'd really be keeping a beauty hidden away in your golden house. Where did you find these 4 little flowers? You sure are lucky. I faced it calmly. So long as I wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassed one would be someone else. Chun Min sat on the mattress and tested its springiness, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Your bed is so big. How about taking in your sister too? One more of me won't make much difference, right? I hurriedly said, Sister Min, the coach bus has so much space. Wouldn't it feel crowded here? The bus is bumpy. How could it be as comfortable as here? And you've even got hot food here. I just saw it. Fish and meat, right? Smelled pretty good. I was speechless. I had the desire but not the nerve. Chen Min laughed until her sides shook, then walked up to me and tapped my chest with a finger. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I know this place can't fit that many people. I let out a breath of relief and secretly swore to myself. Once I'm stronger than you someday, I'll definitely make sure to. But, Chen Min glanced at the alpha. I saw the way you looked at those two just now. Your eyes were practically shining, and you were almost drooling. How could that be? I said, not very convincingly. Everyone appreciates beauty. I was just admiring them. Chen Min rolled her eyes and turned to go downstairs. Fine, I won't mess with you anymore. Weren't you pretty generous just now? Let me see the storage room downstairs too. I followed behind her, my mouth twitching. Chen Min really didn't treat me like an outsider at all. Downstairs, Chen Min pushed open the storage room door and froze, her mouth slowly falling open. The shelves were packed with supplies, 300 or 400 jin of rice, several bags of flour, cured meat hanging on the wall, cans stacked into little hills, dried goods sealed in plastic bags, mineral water lined up neatly, and seasonings arranged in an entire row. There was even processed fish in a basin in the corner. Little brat, you actually hid this much good stuff. She turned to look at me, hands on her hips. Hundreds of jin of rice, dozens of jin of cured meat. You brought back half a convenience store, didn't you? Got lucky. I don't care, Chen Min said in a coquettish tone. I'll give you a rolling pin. Do you want that? The words were out before I could regret them. Chen Min froze for a moment, then looked at a certain part of me and smiled. A smile I couldn't quite read. A rolling pin. She moved closer, her breath brushing my face. How long? How thick? What material? My whole body went numb, and I didn't know where I got the courage from. Screw it. One hand wrapped around her waist, the other pressed against the back of her head. I lowered my head and kissed those sexy red lips directly. Chen Min's body stiffened for a second. After about 1 or 2 seconds, she relaxed. Then she kissed me back, even more passionately than I had. Her arms hooked over my shoulders, turning her from passive to active, almost as if she were teasing me on purpose. My back slammed into the shelf. Bang! A bottle of mineral water fell to the floor, and no one bothered to pick it up. My fingers slid from the back of her neck, and with a snap, a button on her gray knit cardigan fell to the ground. You've lost your mind? Chen Min's voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. Aren't you the one who wanted it? You little brat. I didn't give her a chance to continue. I picked her up and placed her directly on the stove. Upstairs, Xiaorui's soft, sweet voice rang out. Did you hear anything? It's nothing. Probably the adults moving things around, Xiaoyu said, trying to stay calm. I'll go take a look. Xiaoli grabbed Xiaorui's hand. Don't go disturb the adults. He's discussing something with Sister Min. The women upstairs heard a piercing cry, and instantly their faces flushed from their necks all the way to their ears. After the convoy had been driving along the road for several hours, its speed gradually slowed. All units, attention. The convoy is slowing down. Stop ahead for a 2-hour break. In the storeroom, Chen Min was straightening her clothes. The buttons on her top had been torn off by me, and no matter what she did, she couldn't fasten them back on. Little brat, have you looked enough? I pulled Sister Min into my arms and helped smooth back her sweat-dampened hair. Never enough. Sweet talker. From now on, your sister will be yours. If you dare leave me. She made a scissor gesture. Snip. I shrank back in fright. How could I? Sister Min, you're my goddess. I fell for you the very first day I saw you in the convoy. You dared to like me on the first day? Aren't you afraid I'd throw you into the pile of freaks? I'm not afraid. To die beneath a peony flower is to be a ghost and still be romantic. I think you're just a scumbag, falling in love with every girl you see. Sister Min suddenly softened. That Yutong. You look at her like you want to eat her alive. And Fong Ling, Yang Mi, Reba, they're the real goddesses to you, aren't they? As for me, I'm already past my prime. What are you talking about? I like Sister Min the most. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you right now. Sister Min felt the change in me and, startled, immediately slipped out of my arms. I'm not doing this anymore. I believe you, I grinned. Sure enough, older sister was best. Look, I'd already convinced her. Sister Min rolled her eyes at me, then lowered her head to look at the cardigan she couldn't button up, frowning. Find me a piece of clothing. How am I supposed to go out and face people dressed like this? I went up to the second floor. The 4 girls all turned to look at me in unison, their expressions complicated, part awe, part curiosity. After so long, if it were them, they'd probably be broken by now. I pulled out a brand new black t-shirt, held it up, and thought Sister Min should fit it. Just as I was about to leave, Xiaorui suddenly sat up, took the t-shirt from my hand to look at it, then stuffed it back and rummaged through another pile of clothes, pulling out a light purple knit top. The fabric was soft, with a ring of lace at the neckline. Brother Lin Feng, use this one. Sister Min has fair skin. Purple looks good on her. I looked at the purple top, then at Xiao Rui's impressive figure. About right. No, wait. Sister Min was even more formidable. Xiao Rui's eyes were sparkling, with a look that said, "Aren't I so thoughtful? Praise me." I patted her on the head. Thoughtful. I turned and headed downstairs. Behind me, Xiao Yu leaned close to Xiao Rui's ear and said something in a low voice. Xiao Rui's ears turned red instantly, and she reached out to pinch Xiao Yu's waist. The two of them ended up rolling around on the bed. Downstairs, Sister Min took the knit top, unfolded it, then looked at me. That little girl's? She's pretty good at choosing. She took off the cardigan and changed into the knit top. The fabric clung to her body, outlining a breathtakingly alluring curve. Let's go. It's time to head out. I took Sister Min up to the second floor. The girls looked at Sister Min, then at me, their eyes wide. Xiao Rui even secretly gave me a thumbs up. I shot her a glare. You girls, go downstairs and cook. Make more. Xiao Rui stuck out her tongue and dragged Xiao Qing downstairs. Xiao Yu and Xiao Li followed behind. When they reached the door, they even looked back at me once before gently closing it. Only Sister Min and I remained in the room. Sister Min sat on the mattress, touched the neatly spread sheet and the folded quilt, and said, "Your girls are pretty well trained. They're obedient on their own." I sat beside her and put an arm around her. Sister Min didn't dodge. She leaned against my shoulder and closed her eyes. Sister Min, live with me from now on. Sister Min opened her eyes and looked at me. There was light in them, the kind that comes from feeling warmth. Then where would your girls live? Here. Then where would I live? There. Sister Min followed my gaze to the mattress and gave me a light punch to the chest. As if, haha, the bed's so big. One more person doesn't make much difference. Shut up. Sister Min straightened up from my shoulder and stood by the window. The light from outside fell across her profile, stunningly beautiful. Lin Feng. Her voice suddenly became very soft. What you just said, was it true? Which one? Sister Min was silent for 2 seconds. From the very first day I saw you in the convoy, I liked you. I stood up and walked over to her, wrapped my arms around her from behind, and rested my chin on her shoulder. Really? Liar. Back then you didn't even dare look at me. That's because you were too beautiful. Looking at you made me nervous. Sister Min didn't say anything, but she placed her hand over mine. We just stood there like that. Lin Feng, do you want to hear my story? I didn't say anything, only held her a little tighter. Sister Min was silent for a long time, so long that I thought she wouldn't speak. A long time ago, there was a little boy living next door named Xinyu. He was younger than me and always liked to call me Sister Min. It wasn't until he got to high school that he stopped calling me sister and started calling me Min Min, while I called him little brat. The year he finished the college entrance exam, his parents invited me to dinner. He said he had applied to a university overseas and had already received his admission letter. I froze for a moment, then smiled, and he smiled too, though very stiffly. When he saw me out, he glanced at me as if he had something to say but held it back. Later he left, and I saw him off at the airport. While passing security, he suddenly ran back and hugged me once, very tightly. I could feel how fast his heart was beating. Then he let go, took an envelope from his pocket, handed it to me, and ran off without looking back. What did the letter say? I asked softly, my hand unconsciously loosening a little. I'm not telling you. Wait until you're not such a bastard. Then I'll tell you. I didn't press further. After he left, we stayed in touch the whole time. Calls, video chats. He sent lots of photos. Snow overseas, the sea overseas. Every time a call ended, he'd say he was waiting for me to come back, and I'd say okay. That went on for 4 years. The day he came back, I went to the airport to pick him up. He had lost a lot of weight and gotten much tanner. The first time he saw me coming out of the terminal, he threw his suitcase aside, ran over, picked me up, spun me around once, and said, Min Min, I did it. Then what? Then he went abroad again for graduate school, another year. I told him, aren't you afraid I'll run off? He said, you dare? The day he left, he said there was something very important he wanted to tell me. I asked what it was, and he said he'd tell me when he got back. I cursed him 100 times in my heart, but I still waited. 365 days. When there were 100 days left, he said he'd bought a ticket for next month. I asked why he bought it early. He said he missed me. But the next day, I got a call from him. He said, Sister Min, I lied to you. I bought today's ticket. I wanted to surprise you. I'm about to board. When I get back, I have something very important to tell you. I asked him what it was and told him to say it now. He said he wanted to say it face to face, and then he hung up. That day, my eyelid kept twitching. My heart was racing, and I had this very uneasy feeling. I texted him, call me when you land. No reply. I texted again, no matter how late it is, call me. Still no reply. I texted again, you brat, don't scare me. Still no reply. The next morning, I called his phone. It was off. At noon, still off. In the afternoon, still off. That night, I got a call from an unfamiliar landline number. May I ask if this is Ms. Chun Min? Yes. I'm a staff member at the Star-Spangled Country's embassy in China. We regret to inform you that the flight carrying Mr. Shun Yu, the plane crashed. There were no survivors. I waited for a cardboard box containing his belongings. Inside was an engagement ring, along with words I would never get to hear. After that, I lived alone. Year after year, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 8 years. I turned myself into a wall. No one could get in, and I couldn't get out. Then the apocalypse came. When the world collapsed, I actually felt relieved. Until the first time you appeared in the convoy. I was sitting on the roof in a daze, and you walked over from afar, your hair blown all over the place. The first time I saw you, I thought, how can you look so much like him? No, you're a little taller than him. You're the kind of wild, stubborn, good-looking type that makes people want to bully you. I opened my mouth, wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. Sister Min went on. The first time Shin Yu confessed to me, he was like that. Clumsy, nervous, wanting to get close but afraid to. The way you look at me is the same. Your eyes are obviously full of desire. You want to strike up a conversation with me, but you're afraid of me. You're as stupid as he is. So I started teasing you, deliberately appearing in front of you, deliberately saying those things that would make you blush. I wanted to see you flustered, wanted to see you so flustered by my flirting that you couldn't speak. She paused. I wanted to see you like him. The air fell silent for a long time. Sister Min, I finally said. I'm not him. Sister Min's body stiffened slightly. I know. Her voice was very soft, so soft it was as if she was talking to herself. I turned her around so she faced me. Look at me. Sister Min looked into my eyes. I'm Lin Feng. I know. Sister Min looked into my eyes and stared for a long time. Stinky little brother, the one I like is you. From the moment you tore off my button, the one I liked was you. I felt a mix of emotion and helplessness. I knew my own personality all too well. Lazy, lustful, fond of pleasure, lacking ambition, the kind of person who would always choose lying down over sitting up. All kinds of flaws. I had to admit that just now, for a brief moment, I really was moved. I had actually already thought it through very clearly in my heart. Sister, it's the apocalypse. I'm only after your body. And you still want to play the feelings game with me? Don't you know I fall in love with anyone I see? Forget it. Better to enjoy the moment. Who knows if we'll even be alive tomorrow? I lowered my head and kissed Chen Min, kissing her hard. Just as I was about to continue, the convoy's loudspeakers suddenly blared. Attention, all personnel. 2 hours of rest and maintenance. Then we move out. Collect supplies on your own. The convoy will not provide them. We are now recruiting hunting team members. Anyone interested, please report to Captain Wang Lai. Before the bus had even come to a stop, 5 or 6 men inside had already gathered together. The skinny one lowered his voice. Did you see that? The two who joined today, Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui. Huge celebrities. In person, that figure, that face, even better looking than on TV. The young man with glasses pushed up his frames. 2 celebrities, powerless to even truss up a chicken, and yet they've survived until now. Maybe they've got. He didn't finish, and all the men in the bus laughed. Don't underestimate them. Mo Qingluan is an awakened. She can heal injuries. A support type awakened is even rarer than a combat type one. The crew cut guy sneered. So what if she's support type? Can't fight, can't kill. When danger comes, she'll still have to rely on men. Besides, he jerked his chin toward the alpha. Their convoy doesn't even have a single combat-capable awakened. Once they're hungry enough, it'll just take a loaf of bread. By then I'll bring the brothers over. The laughter in the bus got even louder. Big brother's right. Then we'll go take care of their business and enjoy the star treatment. Count me in. I'm going to. In the corner of the back row, a woman muttered softly. These men are really shameless. Shoo. The middle-aged woman beside her shook her head, signaling her not to say anything. The chatter in the bus grew increasingly brazen, full of dirty jokes. An old man couldn't stand it anymore and glared at the group. Enough. They're awakened. Offend them, and you'll be asking for trouble. The crew cut guy gave him a sidelong look. Old man, what's it to you? I'm warning you. Captain Wang Lai said the convoy prohibits robbery and coercion. If you're thinking of doing something filthy, first ask the captain whether he agrees. Wang Lai, the man sneered. He's busy running for his life right now. What time does he have to care about us? Besides, didn't they just say everyone handles their own? If we use our own supplies to exchange for some services, that doesn't violate the rules, does it? The old man opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. All right. Don't stoop to an old man's level. The skinny one waved his hand. The laughter rose again, and the old man let out a long sigh. The woman holding a child said in a low voice, "This world has completely changed." The convoy stopped outside a small grove of trees, next to a dry riverbed with not a drop of water in it. Vehicle after vehicle shut off. People poured out, some looking for water sources, others digging up wild vegetables to prepare a meal. Xiao Xian stopped at the edge of the grove and immediately started scratching at the ground. Lin Feng, the captain wants you all to come over for a meeting, Jiang Sheng called from outside. Got it right away. Chun Min wriggled out of my arms, straightened her clothes, retied her hair, and opened the door to get out. I followed behind her and jumped down from Xiao Xian's back. Jiang Sheng stood nearby, looking a little embarrassed. The captain said there's something to discuss. He wants you to hurry over. The armored RV door was open. By the time I got on, quite a few people were already seated inside, and Yang Mi and Doraba were there, too. This luxurious RV actually belonged to Shen Yutong. Before the transmigration, she was a rich young heiress, and from the very beginning she had been in this vehicle. As for why every meeting was held here, probably because it had the most space, with a table and sofa, and was the most comfortable. I had also been assigned a bus before, but it had been taken back. Wang Lai held a teacup in his hand. His gaze paused on Chun Min and me for a moment before moving away. The bandages on Dong Yu's body had already been removed, leaving only a few faint scars. She was talking with Mo Qingluan, her voice so gentle it gave me goosebumps. Qingluan, your healing ability is incredible. I thought my arm was ruined, but as soon as you put your hand on it, it was healed in less than 10 minutes. I was all too familiar with the look in Dong Yu's eyes. It was exactly the same as the way I looked at beautiful women. Her attraction to women was no secret to the awakened members of the convoy. She never hid it. The two women she had snatched from me before were proof enough. Among the core members, Dong Yu was the weakest. She couldn't afford to offend any woman. She couldn't afford to offend Chen Min, couldn't afford to offend Shen Yutong, and couldn't afford to offend Fang Ling either. Those women were either stronger than her, had a higher status than her, or both. So she had always kept her eyes on the ordinary women in the convoy who couldn't protect themselves. But now two newcomers had joined the convoy, two famous awakened individuals, and both were support type with not very strong abilities. She felt her chance had come. Dong Yu's gaze stayed fixed on Mo Qingluan. Mi Shui sensed something. Her danger-sensing instinct detected that something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on what exactly. Everyone's here, Wang Lai said. The convoy has added two new awakened members. Mo Qingluan, ability, healing. Mi Shui, ability, danger sensing. Welcome aboard. I stood up from the sofa, circled around the small table, and put on an enthusiastic smile. Sister Qingluan, Sister Mi Shui, I'm your fan. I really like you both. I never thought I'd get to see the real you even in the apocalypse. I spread my arms wide, pretending to go in for a hug. Welcome to join the convoy. From now on, we're all family. Before my arm even touched Mo Qingluan's shoulder, my ear was pinched. Ow, 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 ow. I tilted my head and backed away. Chun Min was standing behind me, pinching my ear with two fingers, smiling sweetly. A chill ran down my back. Sit still. Sister Min, I'm just showing my enthusiasm. Sit down. Rubbing my ear, I returned to my seat and sat properly, muttering under my breath. Shen Yutong looked back and forth between Chun Min and me, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, saying nothing. Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui exchanged a glance. Yang Mi gently shook her head, meaning, don't ask, I don't know what's going on. Did we scare you? Chun Min's expression changed instantly, revealing a warm smile. Ignore this scumbag. He goes weak in the knees whenever he sees pretty girls. Sister Min, when have I ever? Shut up. A few laughs sounded in the compartment. After my little interruption, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Wang Lai coughed once and drew everyone's attention back. Let's get down to business. We're driving at full speed today. We still have 120 kilometers in a straight line to our destination. At our current speed, we should arrive tomorrow afternoon. 120 kilometers, on Blue Star highways, that'd be just an hour. But in the apocalypse, with all those winding routes, eerie occupied zones, and mutant creatures that could show up at any time, making it by tomorrow was already incredible luck. But the problem is, aside from the vehicles of us awakened, a lot of the convoy is almost out of fuel. Those private cars barely had any gas to begin with, and after running all morning, their tanks are basically empty. The carriage fell silent. A car without fuel was just a pile of scrap metal. So, Wang Lai looked at everyone. Should our big buses, the ones driven by awakened ones, be donated so those people can squeeze in? No one said anything. Gua Yi lowered his head, tracing circles on the table with his fingers. He still had a family of 7 or 8 to support on his bus. Jiang Sheng didn't say anything either. Aside from the driver, his bus had been converted into a place for growing potatoes. Shen Yutong was marking on the map as if she hadn't heard anything. No one else would dare target her vehicle anyway. As for me, I simply leaned back on the sofa and crossed my legs. I didn't even have a bus anymore. My transportation was a turtle now. Even if we were talking about donating buses, that had nothing to do with me. I have no problem with it, Chen Min said. My bus is pretty empty. It can free up quite a few seats. I can just move in with Lin Feng. Everyone instantly looked at Chun Min. Then their gazes landed on me. Meaning, you little punk, you actually pulled that off already? Mo Qingwan spoke up. Our convoy is in a special situation. Some of us are crew members, and we've rescued quite a few people along the way, so the bus is already packed. We've also run out of food and water. I came here to ask for help. Fong Ling glanced at Mo Qingwan and Mi Xue. Dong Yu's expression changed from infatuated to worried. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing, quietly moving a little farther away from Mo Qingwan. You don't have your own supplies? Mo Qingwan shook her head. Our convoy supplies are collected and then evenly distributed. At first it was fine, but later things got more and more dangerous, and fewer people were willing to go out and gather supplies. So, I understood. There were over 100 people in the convoy. Some risked their lives going out to work, and then had to share everything with everyone else, while others just enjoyed the benefits. In time, no one would be willing anymore. We still have some supplies, Wang Lai said, but not enough to support the entire convoy. Fong Ling closed her notebook. Our convoy's food reserves are only enough for 2 days. With over 100 more people now, if we divide it up, it'll only last 1 day. Lin Feng, how much do you have? Everyone in the carriage turned to look at me. They all knew my big turtle storage room was piled up with a lot of good stuff. Mo Qingwan looked at me, her eyes full of expectation. Chun Min tightened her grip on my arm. I quickly ran through my inventory in my head. 300 to 400 jin of rice, 50 to 60 jin of flour, dozens of cans, 5 or 6 pieces of cured meat, plus the fish I got from the river today. Enough for me and a few girls to eat for over half a month. But support the entire convoy? Impossible. Enough for me to use. I can't spare any. Besides, this morning, when the people in the convoy tried to force the issue, wasn't it because they didn't want to turn in their supplies? Captain, didn't you go along with it because the supply losses were huge and food was running short? What now? Your saintly compassion is flaring up? Wang Lai coughed twice and finally said what he had in mind. What I mean is, we should expand the number of patrol teams. Our awakened ones are too few, and we simply can't keep up with 500 or 600 people. What do you mean? Wang Lai pointed to the woods outside. According to Yutan's prediction, there are quite a few low-level mutated creatures in this forest. What? Mi Xue stood up and used her ability to sense it. Her expression changed slightly. A faint light lit up between Chun Min's brows as her psychic power spread out toward the forest. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes. There are things there, but not many. They're very concentrated. Mostly level 0 mutated creatures, about a dozen level 1s, and no level 2s. Wang Lai nodded and continued. Form a hunting team, issue them weapons, and have awakened ones lead them in to hunt. The supplies obtained will be distributed according to contribution, ensuring fairness. As for those who don't want to, Wang Lai didn't finish, but everyone understood. If they didn't want to, they would just wait to die. I agree. I nodded. I've always been pretty selfish, and there was no way I was going to take my own stuff out to support strangers. It's not like they were pretty girls or anything. But how do we solve the weapons issue? And how do we distribute the prey we get? Old rules. 50% goes to yourself. The other 50% is turned in and then distributed by us awakened ones. Now that includes Mo Qingwan and Mi Xue as well. There are exactly 10 of us, and we'll distribute according to contribution. As for weapons, Gui Yi can fuse bizarre materials dropped by the uncanny to forge simple weapons. Gui Yi pulled a knife out from under his seat. It gleamed with a cold light. The blade was about 60 centimeters long, with a thick spine, a sharp edge, and an anti-slip grip on the handle. This is a steel broadsword fused with uncanny materials. Its sharpness is several times greater than an ordinary machete. It can cut level 0 mutated creatures like slicing tofu. He then took out a bow. A recurved bow, forged from spring steel fused with uncanny materials. Range, 150 meters. The arrowheads are made from the teeth of mutated razorfish. I tried it. Within 50 meters, it can pierce 3 layers of steel plate. Dealing with level 0 mutated creatures is no problem. I picked up an arrow and looked at it. It was indeed sharp. Only, Gui Yi said with a tone of helplessness. My awakened ability is in mechanical repair and modification. Making weapons isn't my specialty. This knife and bow are already my limit. Even when infused with level 1 materials, they can only handle level 0 mutated creatures. If we run into level 1s, the blade will curl the moment it strikes, and the arrows won't even pierce them. As for dealing with the uncanny, he shook his head. Absolutely impossible. Mi Xue suddenly spoke up. There's a person in our convoy who keeps a black dog. A black dog? Yes, a completely black dog. It's been with us since the first day we traveled through. Once, when we encountered the uncanny, we discovered that the dog's blood could drive them back. Black dog blood. Gui Yi grew excited. You mean the black dog blood from folk legend? Yes. Our convoy has been able to make it this far thanks to letting that black dog bleed. Smearing its blood on weapons can harm the uncanny. Several times when the uncanny attacked, they circled us for a long time but didn't dare come close, just because there was black dog blood in the vehicle. Right? How did I not think of that? Gui slapped his thigh. Black dog blood repels evil. This is something handed down by our ancestors. There must be a reason for it. Folklore isn't necessarily baseless. The weirdness in this world is somewhat similar to the ghosts in the legends of our blue star, and black dog blood can ward off evil. Here, it works just as well. Leaning back on the sofa, I listened to the others talking while my mind was already racing. Black dog, beast tamer. After I leveled up to 1, I gained an extra beast slot. Xian was my first one, and I still hadn't found a second. Then it suddenly hit me. Black dog blood can ward off evil and force the weird back. If I contracted that black dog, would its blood become even stronger after it leveled up? Or could it directly take out the weird? If it could deal with the weird, then who would still be afraid of being attacked at night in the future? I sat up and looked at Mixue. That black dog, are you selling it? Mixue was startled. Why do you want to buy a black dog? I'm a beast tamer. You've all seen that turtle. I still have a second slot, and I've been looking for something suitable. Everyone in the car immediately understood. If I could contract that black dog and raise it like Xian, wouldn't I be able to walk all over the weird? I'll help you ask, Imo Qingwan said in her little baby-like voice. But that dog is very important to our convoy. It won't be cheap. I cursed inwardly. This woman was going to gouge me. But thinking of the black dog's potential, I gritted my teeth and accepted it. Fine, help me ask first. After the meeting ended, I stood up at once. Qingwan Jia, hurry and take me to see that dog. When I got to Imo Qingwan's convoy, a dozen people were gathered around the front of a bus. An old man in his 60s was leaning against a tire, holding a black dog in a death grip. His arm veins bulged as he hunched over, shielding the dog tightly in his arms. The dog was very small, only a few months old, completely black with not a single stray hair. Its leg was wrapped in bandages, and the blood had already turned dark brown. No, you can't eat it, the old man said hoarsely, trembling all over. Did you forget? We survived this whole trip thanks to its blood. How can you be so ungrateful? 3 men stood in front of him. The leader, in his 30s, wore a wrinkled suit. That was before. Now that we have Awakened protecting us, isn't it different? Exactly. We haven't eaten all day. What's wrong with eating a dog? The people around them started chiming in. Give it up, old man. It's just a dog. We're all celebrities here. Eating your dog is giving you face. The man reached out to pull the dog from the old man's arms. Let go. The old man clutched the dog tightly and shrank back, only to be kicked and sent crashing to the ground. But he still wouldn't loosen his grip. What's going on here? Mo Qingwan's voice wasn't loud, but the crowd instantly fell silent. When the man saw her, he immediately put on a smile. Sister Qingwan, everyone's been hungry all day, so we wanted to stew this dog and share some with you. This old man doesn't know what's good for him. Let go. Give the dog back. The man's smile stiffened. Sister Qingwan, everyone's starving. It's just a dog. I can pay. He pulled out a wad of cash and waved it in front of the old man. The old man didn't even look at it, still holding the dog in a death grip. Come on, old man, don't be so ungrateful. He tugged twice, dragging the old man forward. His knees scraped bloody streaks against the ground, but his hands still wouldn't let go. You fucking... I walked over and, without giving him a chance to speak, kicked him in the stomach. The man flew straight into the bus with a loud bang, making the whole vehicle shake. He slid to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up in pain, his face full of agony and fear. The others all stepped back at once, not daring to say a word. I crouched down. The old man's body trembled, his eyes full of vigilance and fear. Don't be afraid, sir. I'm a beastmaster. May I take a look at that dog? The old man's arms tightened instinctively around the dog for a moment. Only after several seconds did he loosen his grip. I took the black dog over. It was very light, only a few months old, and after several days without food, it felt almost weightless. I examined it carefully. Sure enough, it was a Wubai dog, the kind said in folklore to ward off evil, see through yin and yang, and drive away ghosts and spirits. I had once thought that was just superstition, but after transmigrating into this apocalyptic world and seeing things like uncanny beasts and resentful spirits, my view was completely different. Could something selected by the ancestors be ordinary? Sir, I want this dog. I'll give you 10 caddies of rice. Deal. The old man's lips trembled. 10 caddies of rice would be enough for him to eat for half a month in this apocalypse. Mo Qingwan's voice came from behind me. Little brother Lin Feng, that's not very honest of you. She walked over with her arms crossed. This dog can ward off evil and repel the uncanny. You want to trade for it with just 10 caddies of rice. She raised a finger and waved it in front of me. At least 100 caddies. I rolled my eyes. As expected, beautiful women all have black hearts. I ignored her and lowered my head to look at the old man. Sir, 10 caddies of rice. Also, I'll arrange for you to ride in the bus ahead, which is safer and can move faster if the gray fog comes. I thought about it. Anyway, Chunmin's bus was empty, so what was the big deal about adding one seat? I'm a beastmaster. I won't eat it. On the contrary, I'll make it stronger. I looked into the old man's eyes as I said my final bargaining chip. Really won't eat it. Won't eat it. The old man looked at the dog in my arms, then slowly stroked its back with his hand, from head to tail, his face full of reluctance. Trade. As long as you don't eat it, I'll trade. It's called Xiaohei. My late husband bought it to keep me company. Who would have thought that in this world? Mo Qingwan frowned beside him. This is against the rules. I glanced around at the people nearby and curled my lips into a smile. Just a trade. Both sides willing. Why wouldn't it be within the rules? Don't forget, this is our convoy. You've got to follow our rules. The whole shared pot thing doesn't work in this line. I pointed into the crowd at a tall figure, a woman in her 20s. Hey, pretty lady, come here. She froze for a moment, looking left and right to make sure I was calling her. You come here. Hesitantly, she squeezed her way over. Only when she got close did I realize just how good her figure was, tall and slender, with curves in all the right places, delicate features, and a high-nose bridge. One look and I could tell what she used to do. A model, probably one who'd walked international runways. What's your name? Suwan. Her voice was hoarse, her lips cracked. She was obviously starving after going hungry for a long time. Nice name. I looked her over and nodded. Follow me, and you'll have enough to eat every day. The crowd exploded into a buzz of whispers. Suwan's face flushed slightly, but she didn't lower her head or avert her gaze. She hadn't eaten anything all day, and her stomach was empty, as if something were gnawing at her from the inside. She used to be a model and had starved herself countless times to maintain her figure, but never like this. Hungry to the point she could chew on a table. After a moment of silence, she asked, Are you serious? I'm not lying to you. The big turtle in the convoy is my mount. Don't agree to him. Mishue squeezed in from outside and grabbed Suwan's hand. Suwan, don't agree to this scumbag. Mishue glared at me, her eyes filled with anger, wariness, and a trace of regret that seemed to say, I knew I shouldn't have let you come along. I shrugged, carrying the black dog while supporting the old man, and turned to leave. Boring. Let's go. After a few steps, I stopped. This offer stays valid. Follow me and you'll have food. Of course, only beauties. After saying that, I didn't wait for anyone to answer and left with the dog in my arms. The black dog opened its round, clear eyes to look at me and licked the back of my hand with its tongue. Hey, little guy. I rubbed Xiaohei's head and brought the old man over to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was lying at the edge of the woods, using its claws to dig out a huge pit. It really wouldn't stop digging dirt and gnawing on clods of earth once it got going. I shook my head and let it be. Sister Min. Chun Min put down the mineral water bottle, looked at me, then at the old man behind me, and finally let her gaze fall on the black dog in my arms. This is that dog. She reached out and stroked its head. The black dog's tail swayed gently. Sir, you go with her. I pointed at Chun Min and said to the old man, She'll arrange a seat for you. I'll bring over the rice later. Tin Jean, not a bit less than promised. The old man nodded, but said nothing. Let me borrow the dog for a bit. Chun Min took the black dog from my hands and led the old man toward her bus. Back on the bus, she pulled out a sausage, peeled off the casing, broke it into small pieces, and fed them to the black dog. The dog sniffed once and started eating, wolfing it down desperately. It was clearly starving. You girls, is my stuff packed up? Brother Min, it's all packed. Several women got off the bus, all in their 20s, wearing t-shirts and jeans, barefaced. They weren't bad-looking, and among a crowd they'd count as reasonably attractive. Each of them was carrying bags and parcels, hauling them down from the bus one after another. Is that all? I had no idea when I'd come to stand in front of the bus. Seeing that Chun Min, a dignified core team awakener, only had this much stuff, I was surprised. There was only a small bag of food, some instant noodles and bread. The rice and flour together didn't even add up to 10 Jin. There was even a small half bag of wild vegetables, and the best item was only half a piece of fish meat, probably still from the portion handed out that morning. How miserly. That's all. Chun Min fed the last piece of sausage to the black dog. I don't have much stuff to begin with, and the convoy supplies are tight. Most of it isn't even worth my attention. I handed the old man the bag of rice in my hand, and, along with it, the bag of wild vegetables. Here are your things. From now on, you'll ride on this bus. This bag of wild vegetables is yours too. Thank you, thank you. The old man was overflowing with tears of gratitude, thanking us over and over. I waved it off and went over to hold Chun Min in my arms. Minjia, if you're with me, why would you still need to eat wild vegetables? I promise I'll fatten you up nice and plump. You're the one who's plump. Chunmin said coyly, lightly patting my chest. But in the apocalypse, such a line was no less romantic than the sweetest love words. Affection was already a luxury in the apocalypse. Life was uncertain, and death could come at any moment. In the convoy, many women who had lost their husbands would soon have new men around them, not only for food and survival resources, but perhaps also for emotional support. As long as it wasn't coercion, people basically turned a blind eye. This was one of the ways resources circulated at the bottom of society. After all, everyone was just trying to survive. Let's go. The return trip was very fast. I pointed at the house on Xiaoxian's back. Move it up. Put the clothes upstairs, and the food and water in the first-floor storage room. The few women behind, Chunmin responded, and carried the things up the stairs. They stood at the storage room door, glancing across the shelves packed with supplies, their eyes full of shock. There was enough food in this room for them to eat for months. No wonder Minjia insisted on moving here, even if she wouldn't take the bus. If it were them, they'd want to come too. But they knew this wasn't something they could hope for, so they obediently set the things down without saying a word, turned around, and went downstairs, walking back while looking over their shoulders every few steps. Brother Linfeng, Minjia, come eat. Coming. I took the black dog from Chunmin's arms and patted its head. Come on, let's eat. I pushed open the storage room door, and the table had already been set up. A huge basin of fish soup sat in the middle, its milky white broth still steaming. Beside it were stir-fried shredded potatoes and cold mixed with ear mushrooms, and a basin of rice sat on the stone platform, with an appetizing aroma filling the air. The four girls stood neatly, like elementary school students waiting for the teacher's instructions. All of you sit down and eat, Chunmin said, her tone gentle and natural. The four girls looked at me before slowly sitting down. They perched on the edges of the stools, back straight, eyes fixed on the dishes as they swallowed hard, but none of them picked up their chopsticks. I picked up a piece of fish for each of them. Eat. Relax. Minjia doesn't eat people. I set the black dog on the floor and ate a piece of fish for myself. The little black dog wagged its tail furiously, drooling as it stared fixedly at my chopsticks, but it didn't come forward. Only after I put the fish on the floor did it move over to eat. Xiaorui's eyes widened. Doggy. She put down her chopsticks, squatted down, and reached out to touch Xiaohei's back. So black, so cute. What's its name? Xiaohei. Xiaohei, you must be starving. Xiaorui picked up a piece of fish from her bowl, tore it into strips, placed them in her palm, and held them to Xiaohei's mouth. Xiaohei licked her palm, making her giggle from the ticklish feeling. Xiaoyu also squatted down to pet Xiaohei. Xiaoqing and Xiaoli found 2 old basins, washed them clean, poured in water, and mixed rice with fish soup before placing them in front of Xiaohei. The 4 girls surrounded Xiaohei, all smiles. All right, eat first. You haven't eaten yourselves yet. The girls returned to their stools. Chunmin ate elegantly, but not slowly. Awakeners had big appetites. A bowl of rice was gone in just a few bites. I ate even faster, chewing casually twice before swallowing. With the prompt of physique +1, the large basin of fish was quickly emptied. I'm full. Clean up the rest. I set the bowl down on the table and looked down to find Xiaohei lying beside my feet, its head resting on the back of my foot as it snored softly. I picked up Xiaohei and went to the rooftop. Once there, I set Xiaohei down and forced out a drop of blood from my fingertip, pressing it onto its forehead. Contract. There wasn't any special effect. It was just that a thread of connection had appeared in my mind, allowing me to sense its emotions and issue commands. A panel appeared. Innate Beast 2 of 2, Beast 2, Bixia Dog Level 0. Evolution requires 10 evolution points. Ability 1. Bixia Power. Its blood can dispel the eerie, deals extra damage to eerie beings of level 1 and below, and has a deterrent effect on higher level eerie beings. Ability 2. Locked. No wonder Yangmi's convoy has been able to make it this far. Little Black has made a big contribution. I glanced at the number of evolution points. 11.2 enough. Without hesitation, I muttered, evolve. A faint light covered Little Black's entire body, and its size grew at a visible speed. The little puppy that had only been a few months old suddenly enlarged, its limbs becoming thick and powerful, its claws sharp. A few minutes later, the evolution was complete. Little Black had transformed from a plump puppy into a streamlined adult dog, its shoulder height surpassing my lower leg, its whole body brimming with explosive power. Evolution feedback. Constitution +3, Strength +4, Agility +6, Spirit +6. 1 innate beast ability may be chosen as a talent. The panel information changed. Bixia Dog. Little Black ability 1. Bixia Power deals massive damage to eerie beings of level 2 and below, and has a deterrent effect on higher-level eerie beings. Ability 2. Guardian Domain. 100-meter radius domain. Dieter's eerie beings. dispels eerie beings of level 2 and below. Within the domain, concealment abilities of eerie beings fail, their abilities are reduced by 50% and damage taken is doubled. Looking at the panel, I couldn't hold back my grin and let out a stupid-sounding laugh. 100-meter Guardian Domain, eerie abilities cut in half, damage doubled, and it can even dispel eerie beings. This is practically a god-tier ability. That meant I could finally get a good night's sleep. Since the first day I transmigrated into this apocalypse world, the convoy had never slept peacefully. The convoy had to keep moving forward nonstop. At first, they even arranged patrols, but ordinary people were helpless against eerie beings. Later, they could only have a few awakeners take turns keeping watch, and even then, quite a few people still died every night. But now, with Little Black's Guardian Domain activated, a 100-meter radius became a small safe zone. Even if eerie beings came, their abilities would be halved and damage doubled. As long as we didn't run into high-level eerie beings, we could handle them. Lin Feng. Chen Min's voice came from the stairwell, carrying concern. What are you laughing at? You look like an idiot. Minjie, come here. Chen Min walked over and tidied my hair, which had been messed up by the wind. What is it? Minjie, look at Little Black. Chen Min looked at Little Black, her eyes full of surprise. This? She patted Little Black on the head. Little Black didn't dodge. Instead, it nudged its head into her palm, wagging its tail furiously. It was only a little lump just now, and now it's this big? It just evolved, and Little Black has 2 abilities. What abilities? I didn't hide it and told her everything about Little Black's abilities, especially the Guardian Domain. Chen Min's expression changed from surprise to seriousness, then to solemnity. Those alluring eyes fixed on me, as if making sure I wasn't joking. You're telling the truth? When have I ever lied to you? Come on, let's go find the team leader. Chen Min turned and left. After taking a couple of steps, seeing that I hadn't moved, she said, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." I patted Xiao He on the head, signaling it to follow. By the armored RV, there was a dark mass of people, mostly men, of all ages, mainly young and strong, with a few women mixed in. Guoyi stood in front. A pile of steel knives lay on the ground, and he handed them out one by one, saying each time, "The knives are borrowed. Bring them back when you return." Wang Lai stood nearby, scanning the crowd, radiating pressure. The other team members were there too. I also saw Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui. There were 2 more short knives at their waists, and they were holding bows, testing the tension of the bowstrings. Wang Lai saw Chen Min and me coming over. You came at just the right time. The people have been picked, 60 of them. You, me, Feng Ling, Dong Yu, and Chen Min will each lead 1 team. Qingwan and Mi Shui will lead 1 team together. Each team takes 10 hunters into the woods. I glanced at those 60 people. They were standing loosely, out of formation, each gripping a weapon, their eyes filled with the ferocity of people fighting with their backs against the wall, that look of food running out and a desperate will to survive. My team doesn't need anyone. Just the 2 of us, Minjie and me, are enough. You guys can take the people. I'll just take Xiao Xian and walk straight through later. I wasn't interested in leading a team. It would just be a hassle, and I'd have to worry about protecting them too. I walked straight over to Guoyi, picked up the few recurved bows left on the ground, and then hugged the entire bundle of arrows into my arms. Give me these bows. I'll take all the arrows. Huh, this knife's not bad either. I picked up another long knife. Guoyi watched me gathering the bows and arrows into my arms, his mouth twitching. These recurved bows were hard to make. Materials are limited, and there aren't many of them. You're taking them all by yourself. What? Can't bear to part with them. I didn't even look up, and instead picked up another long knife. Wang Lai coughed from behind. Lin Feng, put the things down first. I ignored him and hugged them even tighter, then turned to look at Wang Lai with an expression that said, "I'm taking it all. What are you going to do about it? I actually had some good news for you, but since you're being so stingy, I won't tell you." Wang Lai. Chen Min gave me a light smack and smiled as she smoothed things over. "Captain, that's just how he is. He can't stand losing out even a little. But it really is good news about the whole convoy." Chen Min waved behind her, and Xiao He walked out from by my feet. Wang Lai looked at the dog, his gaze lingering for several seconds, his expression not changing much. Level 1. This dog is indeed much stronger than an ordinary dog. That's the good news. Chen Min told Wang Lai everything about Xiao Hei's abilities, its warding power and guardian domain. Wang Lai's expression changed after hearing it. Not just him, the other awakened ones all reacted differently. A safe zone with a radius of 100 meters? Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Ever since the first day after the crossing, the gray fog had been chasing them. The eerie creatures attacked every night, supplies dwindled, and the number of people kept dropping. People died every day. As the captain, he could not panic, could not be afraid, could not collapse. He had to hold himself together and make everyone believe he had a way to help them survive. At that moment, hearing about Xiaohei's guardian domain, the string that had been tightly stretched in his heart finally relaxed. It really is good news. Wang Lai's voice returned to calm. He looked at Xiaohei for a long time, and even the way he looked at me had become a little more pleasant. Fine. From now on, you'll get an extra 10% of the harvest. Deal. A corner of my mouth lifted. Good dog. My future good days are all depending on you. After the discussion, the awakened ones redistributed the team members. The 10-man teams lined up in a row and advanced cautiously into the woods along the edge. Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui led the last team to the forest entrance. More than a dozen people held knives, their hands trembling. Their team had the weakest awakened combat power, so they had no choice but to be afraid. Mi Shui closed her eyes, sensing the danger in the woods. When I returned to Xiao Xian's back with the weapons, the 4 girls were all lying against the second-floor window looking outside, clearly having noticed the awakened ones leading people into the woods. Xiaorui, Xiaoyu, Xiaoqing, Xiaoli, all of you come up. What's wrong, sir? Can you shoot a bow? The 4 girls all shook their heads in unison. It's okay if you can't. Just give it a try. I handed each of them a recurved bow. The girls took the bows and weighed them in their hands. Xiao Rui tried pulling the bowstring, her face turning bright red, but she actually managed to draw it. She let go and looked at her fingers, her eyes full of disbelief. I can draw it. You've eaten 2 meals of level 1 mutated fish meat. Your constitution and strength are no worse than an ordinary man's, so drawing it is normal. I picked up an arrow from the ground, notched it onto the bow, drew it to full draw, and let go. The arrow shot out with a whoosh and nailed itself into a dead tree 30 meters away. This bow is pretty good. The girls exchanged glances. Xiaoyu tried it too, and she was able to draw it as well. Xiao Li and Xiao Qing followed suit, especially Xiao Li, who drew it the slowest and pulled the string the farthest. Her eyes and posture made it seem like she was born to hold a bow. I nodded. These girls are actually quite talented. With a little training, they'll be useful. Once we enter the woods, you'll stand on the roof. When you see mutated creatures, shoot them. As I spoke, I used earth control to build a ring of stone wall along the edge of the roof, just enough to block most of our bodies. This is the railing. Hide behind it and shoot arrows. Don't lean out. Aim before you shoot. It's fine if you miss, but don't hit people. The girls held their bows and arrows, chattering excitedly as they practiced drawing the string. Chen Min couldn't help asking, "You're serious?" Of course. In the apocalypse, what use is a decorative vase? Everyone has to work for survival. Aren't they having fun? Move out. Xiao Xian stood up from the dirt pit. Having eaten a mouthful of soil, his body is sized larger again. I strode into the woods. People nearby who were gathering wild vegetables all made way for us. Branches scraped past both sides of the turtle shell, making rustling sounds. The deeper we went, the denser the trees became. Xiao Xian's earth control lifted the roots and pushed them apart to the sides, automatically opening up a wide road. The other teams weren't as reckless as I was. They all moved very cautiously. Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui's team advanced carefully with their waists bent. Stop, there's something ahead. Mi Shui suddenly raised a hand. Everyone stopped, hands gripping their knife hilts, sweating nervously. 20 meters ahead, beneath a large tree, there was a pitch-black hole. An adult dog-sized mole crawled out, its fur standing on end and its long front teeth bared, lunging straight at the nearest person. Watch out! Bodyguard Sister Zhang swung her long blade down. The mole retracted its claws, sparks flying as it collided with the blade. The moment it hit the ground, it pounced towards Sister Zhang's calf. The man beside her slashed the mole's back with his knife, and blood sprayed out. Mo Qingluan loosed an arrow, landing a precise hit. What are you standing there for? If you wait, there won't be any for you. More than 10 people swarmed in, hacking down with their blades. The mole charged left and right, knocking several people down. In the end, Sister Zhang cut off its neck with one strike. Everyone panted heavily, nearly all of them injured. 2 unlucky ones were hurt the worst. One had half a hand severed, and the other had a deep cut on his calf down to the bone. Bandage up. The rest of you, take the prey and keep moving. The 2 injured men could only support each other as they headed back. The others didn't stop. This was the apocalypse. Resources mattered more than the injured. Wang Lai walked at the very front like he was strolling in his own backyard. Captain, there's movement over there. He raised a hand and swung it. A bolt of lightning struck down. The bushes exploded, and a mole flew out, its whole body smoking with blue-black fumes. More than a dozen people gaped in shock. In just 1 second, the mole was dead. What are you staring at? Go pick it up. Someone ran over and carried the corpse back. If you want meat, do it yourself. Those who don't contribute get nothing, Wang Lai said as he continued forward. With his strength, dealing with level Zero mutated creatures was as easy as crushing ants. But what he wanted wasn't to be a babysitter. He wanted warriors who could face monsters, not pigs waiting to be fed. On the roof, the four girls lay behind the stone wall, bows drawn and ready, full of excitement. Xiaoyu, relax your hand a little. Right, aim, release. I hit it. I hit it. Xiaoqing shouted excitedly. Not bad, you're still alive. Keep practicing. Xiaorui got so anxious she jumped in place. Brother Linfeng, I want to do it too. Teach me. She directly squeezed into my arms, pushing Xiaoqing aside. Xiaoqing shot her an unhappy glare. Teach me too. You've been teaching Xiaoqing for so long already. I let out a helpless sigh and stood behind her, my chest pressed against her back. My right hand held her hand as she pulled the bowstring, while my left supported the hand holding the bow. Keep your hand steady. Yes, just like that. I whispered in her ear, and my breath brushed against it, making Xiaorui's ear turn red instantly. Focus. Don't rush. Aim first, then let go. Whoosh. The arrow flew out and struck the gopher in the belly. I hit it. Xiaorui jumped out of my arms, bouncing high. Brother Linfeng, did you see that? I saw it. I handed the bow back to her and tapped her on the head. Keep going. What are you so smug about? It's not like you shot it alone. Xiaoyu snorted disdainfully. I did hit it though. Xiaorui's smug little look made Xiaoyu grind her teeth in annoyance. Chun Min leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, and when she saw this scene, she rolled her eyes. You're really spoiling them. Sister Min, are you jealous? I walked over, wanting to wrap an arm around her waist. Come on, I'll teach you too. Hands on, guaranteed to learn. Chun Min sidestepped away, spinning a silver-white dagger between her fingers before pointing the tip at me. Get lost. Don't bother me. I withdrew my hand and chuckled. Sister Min, that blade is so fast. If it slips even a little, I'd be left disfigured. Disfigured would be good. At least then you wouldn't be out there ruining girls anymore. Brother Linfeng, come look. I shot it in the head. Xiaorui suddenly shouted. I walked over and followed the direction she pointed. There was an arrow stuck in the gopher's head, and several more were lodged crookedly in its body. Good, well done. Xiaohei, go down and bring back the prey and the arrows. Xiaohei ran down the stairs like the wind, leaped off Shuanggui's back, and in the blink of an eye brought the prey back. Then it picked out the missed arrows one by one and brought them all back. Good dog. I patted its head. Brother Linfeng, let the big turtle keep looking for gophers. This is so much fun. Oh, and have it pin the gophers down too. Don't let them move, or I won't be able to hit them. Xiaorui clung to my arm and acted spoiled. The corner of my mouth twitched. Fine. Xian continued moving forward, using earth control to dig out one gopher after another. When the gophers saw Xian's terrifying size, they were so frightened they tried to burrow back into the ground. But under Xian's control, the soil had become as hard as steel. Not only could they not dig back in, they were also tightly restrained in place, turning into fixed targets. The four girls excitedly loosed arrows one after another. The arrows flew out, either landing beside the gophers or sticking into them. The gophers squealed wildly and struggled desperately, but they still couldn't break free. Seeing that they had practiced enough, I shot through a gopher's skull and ended its miserable rodent life. Killed level 0 gopher, gained 0.1 evolution points. If there's a kill to steal, I'm still going to steal it. Even 0.1 is meat. Xian kept clearing the way, and the girls' arrows became more and more accurate, their hands no longer shaking. Especially Xiaoli, whose progress was the fastest. After just 3 arrows, she could hit a fixed target once. Our hunting efficiency was higher than any hunting squad's. The other teams were searching carefully through the woods, and when they occasionally found a gopher, they had to chase and surround it for a long time, all while guarding against a dying counterattack. But since entering the woods, we had already taken down more than a dozen. Brother Linfeng, are there fewer gophers now? After a long while without encountering any new ones, Xiaorui asked. They're not fewer. Chun Min's mental power extended outward. There's an underground burrow ahead. Most of the gophers are there. There are not only level 0 ones, but also a few level 1 gophers. Xian, let's go take a look. Xian walked toward the depths of the woods. After about 200 meters, the view suddenly opened up, and a large clearing appeared in the center of the forest. In the middle of the clearing, there were dozens of pitch-black holes, some big enough for a bear to crawl into. Around the clearing, quite a few people were already standing there. Wang Lai and several awakeners stood at the very front, with 40 or 50 men holding long sabers behind them, each of them bearing wounds. When Wang Lai saw Xiao Xian squeezing out of the woods, he asked us, Chun Min, you sense it? Chun Min nodded. It's here. Wang Lai, move. I said move. I started with earth control. A yellow-brown glow lit up from my palm. The soil seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand. The entire ground suddenly bulged upward. then split open as huge amounts of dirt rolled to both sides. Boom. The ground caved in, or rather, a layer of it was torn up, revealing more than a dozen mole rats. They froze for a second, then, seeing so many people glaring at them, began to scatter in all directions. Wang Lai's lightning struck first. Arcs of electricity shot from his palm, splitting into several strands in midair and accurately smashing into 3 mole rats. The mole rats convulsed from the shock, then went still. Chen Min's flying knives followed closely behind, drawing arcs through the air. One pierced a mole rat's head, then curved around and pierced a second one. Dong Yu charged into the mole rat pack with a long saber in hand. His blade swept past, and one mole rat's head was severed. Fang Ling drew her short blade and darted swiftly through the mole rats. With every flash, another mole rat fell dead, its throat cut with pinpoint precision. In less than 2 minutes, all the dozen-plus mole rats were dead, and I didn't even get a chance to make a move. The members of the hunting team stood outside the clearing, staring in stunned silence. Just now, it had taken more than 10 of them a long time to kill a single mole rat, and they had suffered casualties. But now, in 2 minutes, they had killed over a dozen, completely unharmed. There are 3 more underground, level 1, and they're huge. Chen Min sensed the larger ones below and immediately warned us. Xiao Xian, drive the big ones underground out. Xiao Xian's earth control was far stronger than mine. A yellow-brown glow lit up, the ground shook violently, and the entire earth rolled like waves. Rocks and soil surged upward madly, quickly piling into small hills several hundred meters away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shrill cries came from underground as 3 giant mole rats burst out from the churning earth. They were many times larger than ordinary mole rats, each one as big as a calf, with a row of backward-facing spines on its back and razor-sharp foreclaws flashing with cold light. At that moment, they were furious beyond measure, their eyes blood-red, and they lunged straight at the enemies who had destroyed their home. And then, they stopped. Before their charging bodies even reached the crowd, they slammed on the brakes, their foreclaws carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Only because they saw the beast standing in front of them, Xiao Xian, whose size was countless times larger than theirs. Those copperbell-sized eyes were fixed on them, unblinking, as if to say, come any closer and try it. The mole rat's charging posture turned into a ridiculous sudden stop. Then they turned and ran, their claws frantically scraping at the dirt as they desperately tried to burrow back underground. Haha, that's so funny. So even mutated creatures get scared. Xiao Rui pointed at the absurd mole rats and laughed. Wang Lai and the others didn't give them a chance. Lightning shot from Wang Lai's palm and struck the back of the last mole rat. It let out a miserable scream. Chen Min's flying knife also flew in from the side. I hurriedly shouted, Xiao Xian. 3 earth spikes shot up from the ground, piercing straight through 3 mole rats and killing them on the spot. Killed level 1 mutated mole rat, evolution points +3, current evolution points, 5.2. Good thing I got the kill. I patted my chest. If I hadn't, I'd have regretted it for days. Wang Lai shouted, what are you standing around for? Take the stuff back. Only then did the hunting team react, dragging and carrying the spoils back to the campsite. When we returned to the campsite, and I threw the last mole rat from the rooftop down below, the ground was already piled up like a little mountain. Fang Ling was nearby keeping records, and the hunting team members were gathered around. Although they were all injured, they were excited to no end. The people from the convoy also crowded over, staring at the pile of mole rats and swallowing their saliva. The captain and the others are amazing. I wonder if they'll give us some. I haven't eaten meat in days. Stop dreaming. If you want meat, join the hunting team. Didn't you see those corpses and the injured? You might make it out alive, but not come back alive. The onlookers were talking among themselves. Wang Lai took the notebook and looked at it. This time, we killed a total of 3 level 1 mole rats and 32 level 0 mole rats. Lin Feng's team killed the most, making up 1/3 of the whole team, based on contribution, plus the 10% we promised earlier. I don't want the level 0 ones. Give me 2 level 1 mole rats instead. I interrupted him right away. I still had several hundred gene of grain in my storage room. How could level 0 mole rats compare to level 1 ones? The meat from these 2 level 1 mole rats would be enough to improve my physical condition, especially for Xiaoli and the others. You sure? Sure. Wang Lai nodded and wrote in the notebook. Lin Feng's team gets 2 level 1 mole rats. The people around us gasped. So many mole rats, and he didn't want them. He only wanted 2 level 1 ones. Someone whispered, is that Lin Feng guy sick in the head? The level 0 mole rats would obviously give you more. The person beside him glanced at him. You don't know shit. This meat can improve strength, and level 1 meat is much better than ordinary mole rat meat. He's the one profiting. Wang Lai continued. I'll take just 1 level 1 mole rat. Are you all okay with that? The awakened ones all nodded. The hunting team killed 8 in total, and by the rules, we hand over half. Huzi, take 4 and distribute them to the team members. A burly man stepped out and dragged out 4 mole rats. Brothers, come with me to split the meat. All right. The remaining 52 people eagerly followed him. Each of the 4 mole rats weighed 3 or 4 dozen jin, enough for each of them to have 2 full meals. As for the 8 team members who had died, they could only blame their bad luck. Qingwan and Mishue, your team contributed the least, so you get 2 mole rats. Wang Lai looked at the 2 former superstars. More than a week of apocalypse life had stripped them of their former glamour, and at this moment their expressions were ugly. Jiang Shang, considering that you produced 500 jin of potatoes today, you get 3 mole rats. Jiang Shang thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Captain. I'll work hard and make sure everyone has food to eat. I looked at Jiang Shang in surprise. Counting everything, it had only been 8 days since I crossed over here. Excluding the time spent modifying the bus, in just 7 short days he had produced 500 jin of potatoes. He was basically the chosen one of the apocalypse. Food was the scarcest thing in the apocalypse. With him, the convoy would never lack food. And this was only level 1 after 7 days, producing 500 jin. What if his level got higher? 1,000 jin? Or 5,000 jin? He could completely sustain the entire convoy. I looked at Gua Yi and thought to myself that this guy was talented, and I needed to get to know him better. Wang Lai began distributing the spoils. Gua Yi, the convoy's repairs and modifications are all on you. 6 mole rats for you. Haha. Thanks, Captain. I'm good with cars. Gua Yi grinned as he took the mole rats. Yutong is in charge of route planning, 8 for her. Fong Ling gets 5, Dong Yu 4. After the distribution, everyone dealt with their own loot. A fire soon rose in the camp, and the hunters were grinning from ear to ear. Each person got more than 2 jin of meat, and no one even minded the innards. The meat of mutated creatures could make people stronger. Everyone wanted to eat more of it. The smell of roasting meat filled the air. This meat really does boost your strength, someone shouted. The atmosphere grew even livelier, and some people even took their meat back to the vehicles to share with their families. On the other side, Imo Qingwan and Mi Shui were surrounded by more than 100 people. Qingwan Jia, what are we supposed to eat? A woman in period costume asked tearfully. We've all been hungry all day. The child is crying from hunger. A middle-aged woman squeezed forward while holding a crying child. Aren't you the ones who got meat? Share some with us. Imo Qingwan had 2 mole rats in her hands, and 70 to 80 jin of meat simply wasn't enough for more than 100 people. Their convoy was used to distributing things collectively, but Wang Lai's side had different rules. Supplies belonged to individuals, and no one was willing to share. Only those who joined the patrol team or logistics team could eat from the communal pot, but even then it was just wild vegetables with a bit of oil and salt, with the occasional handful of rice or flour. Portions were strictly limited. They wouldn't starve, but they wouldn't be full either. Imo Qingwan could feel the crowd's hunger and agitation, and her emotions were close to boiling over. She didn't dare gamble on how Wang Lai and the others would handle the chaos. Judging from their indifference to the deaths of team members during today's hunt, a purge was more likely. Everyone quiet down. Imo Qingwan raised her voice. Come with me into the woods to dig wild vegetables. The awakened ones have already cleared the area, so it's safe. Dig up some vegetables and make soup. Add the mole rat meat, and everyone will get a share. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and then a few people responded weakly. But some still questioned, will there be danger in the woods? Sister Zhang, you handle the mole rats. Mi Shui and I will take them to find wild vegetables. Do you want me to go with you? Sister Zhang was uneasy. No need, Mi Shui will go with me. I'm not weak either. Imo Qingwan made a show of strength with her arms. All right, be careful. The convoy leaves in an hour. In the end, only a dozen or so people were willing to go with her to look for wild vegetables. More people stood there motionless, staring eagerly at Sister Zhang processing the mole rat meat, willing to wait idly rather than lift a finger. The smell of grilled meat from the camp ahead made everyone's stomachs churn. A young woman stood at the edge of the crowd, staring for a long time at the meat soup in the camp before looking away. A few men walked over. The leader was the buzzcut man from the bus. He took out half a pack of crackers and waved it in front of the woman. Want some? Spend one night with me, and the crackers are yours. The woman's face turned pale, and her fingers tightened around the hem of her skirt. She wanted to refuse, but she was too hungry. The buzzcut man leaned closer, the crackers swinging even nearer. The woman's throat bobbed. Get lost. A middle-aged woman pushed the buzzcut man away and pulled the woman behind her. What do you think this is? You think you're worthy of my girl? The buzzcut man stumbled from the shove. Seeing the patrol team looking this way, he spat with a dark face and turned to leave. The middle-aged woman pulled the young woman to an empty spot and crouched down. After glancing around, She carefully took out a Snickers bar, broke it in half, and handed it to her. Yao Yao, have a little first and wait for Qingwanjia to come back. Thank you, Sister Li. Yao Yao took a bite, tears sliding down her face. What are you thanking me for? Yao Yao, don't cheapen yourself. In this circle, the most important thing is to have judgment and follow the right person. With your looks, you're no worse than Su Wan. If it really comes to that, why not choose the strongest one? Sister Li, all right, I know what you want to say. Our circle isn't that clean. There are plenty of people who trade themselves for resources. This is the end of the world now. I won't harm you. Finish the food. Don't let anyone find out. And listen to me later. The convoy was like a small society, where everyone used whatever means they could to survive. The other men were smarter than the crew cut man. With food in hand, they quickly reached an agreement. Some starving women followed them into cars or tents. The patrol team turned a blind eye to this kind of mutually consensual arrangement, as long as it didn't get chaotic. In another part of the camp, an old woman stood in front of an SUV, clutching a bag in a woman's hands and refusing to let go. The bag contained fist-sized chunks of meat, which the woman had traded for with a bag of salt. The old woman kept muttering to herself. The old woman clutched the bag tightly. You young people can't eat that much. What's wrong with sharing some with me? You know to respect the old and care for the young, right? I'm this old already. How can you bear to let me go hungry? The young woman held the bag tightly. I traded salt for this. Seeing more and more bystanders, the old woman raised her voice even more. What's wrong with me eating a little of your meat? Didn't your parents teach you to respect the elderly? With a hard tug, she tore the bag open, and the meat fell to the ground. Just as she was about to snatch it up, she was blocked by a patrol member. Snatching other people's belongings is forbidden in the convoy. Offenders will be executed. Didn't your captain tell you that? The patrol member held a knife in his hand, his expression blank. The old woman threw a tantrum. I don't care about some broken rules. I'm an old person, and you should give me food. Step back. I'll warn you one more time. If you won't listen, I have the authority to kill you on the spot. The patrol member gripped the knife with both hands, his gaze fierce. The old woman was so frightened that she kept backing away, cursing under her breath. Then she turned and ran, even faster than a young person. The patrol member picked up the meat, wiped the dirt off on his trouser leg, and handed it to the young woman. She softly said thank you. Not long after, Imo Qingwan returned from the woods with more than a dozen people. The haul was less than expected, 2 or 3 sacks of wild vegetables, weighing under 10 jin altogether. After hearing that the awakened ones had already cleared the woods, people from the convoy swarmed in and dug up wild vegetables everywhere. Anything edible had been turned over thoroughly. Imo Qingwan dumped out the wild vegetables, had people wash them briefly, then asked Sister Zhang to take out a mole rat, cut it into small pieces, and put them into the pot. For more than 100 people, and less than 10 jin of wild vegetables, with just this bit of meat, each person could only get a tiny portion. Sister Zhang, add more water. Boil the wild vegetables and meat together. The smell of the meat broth made everyone salivate uncontrollably. After the wild vegetables were thrown in handful by handful, the crowd came over with bowls in hand. Line up. No lining up, no food. Sister Zhang shouted sternly. More than 100 people formed a crooked, uneven line. Holding a large iron ladle, Sister Zhang scooped out a bowl of soup, a small piece of meat, and a little wild vegetables for each person, making sure the portions were about the same. Soon, the pot was empty. That's it. A man smashed his bowl onto the ground. Who's supposed to be fed by this little bit of stuff? These vegetables are bitter and astringent. Dogs wouldn't even eat them. Exactly. There's still one mole rat left. Why not cook it together? Yes, cook it together. Qingwan, you can't do this to us. We all ran out of the production crew with you. Now that you have food, you don't care about us anymore. Imo Qingwan stood aside, holding her bowl. After taking just one sip, the bitter taste filled her mouth, and she frowned. Used to a life of luxury for so many years, when had she ever tasted such hardship? Mishue put her bowl down on the ground and stood up. Enough. This is our last food. If we cook it all now, what are we going to eat tomorrow? And the day after tomorrow? We'll deal with tomorrow. Let's eat our fill first, the man who had smashed his bowl said, neck stiff. Eat your fill. Mishue sneered. More than 100 people, 2 mole rats. How are you supposed to eat your fill? The convoy's people either go hunting or dig wild vegetables. They feed themselves. What about you? Sitting here waiting for someone to deliver food to your mouth. We're actors. We don't know how to hunt. A female actor pushed out from the crowd. How are we supposed to kill those monsters? You're awakened ones. If you have the ability, you should protect us. Exactly. Awakened ones should protect ordinary people. That's your responsibility. Responsibility? Mishue took 2 steps forward, sweeping her gaze across their faces. Who told you awakened ones have the responsibility to protect you? Captain Wang Lai said it already. Following the convoy is voluntary, and on the road, everyone depends on their own ability. The awakened ones don't owe you anything, and neither do we. She pointed at the hunting team members roasting meat in front of the camp. Look at them. Every one of them injured, and some even died in the woods. They get meat because they earned it with their lives. And you? We ask you to dig up wild vegetables, and you're afraid of this and that. More than 100 people. Only a dozen are willing to go, and the rest just sit here waiting. What? Now you're all mute. Say something. If you want meat, sign up with the hunting team. If you want to dig wild vegetables, the woods are right over there. If you want to follow the convoy, then follow it honestly. If you don't want to, then leave now. Nobody's stopping you. After she finished, she picked up her soup and turned to walk over to the Alpha, drinking it sip by sip. The soup had gone cold, and the bitterness of the wild vegetables was even stronger. She drank it all with a frown. Sister Zhang and another bodyguard stood beside her, and Mo Qingluan from start to finish, hands resting on the hilts of their knives. Attention, everyone. The convoy is about to depart. Everyone get on board, don't fall behind. The convoy's loudspeaker blared, the armored RV at the front started up, and the buses followed one after another. People in the camp hurriedly packed their things and ran toward their vehicles. Wait for me. My car's out of gas, let me on. Big bro, please, let my wife and kid on. I've still got a few packs of instant noodles here. I'll buy 2 spots. A middle-aged man knocked on the bus door. The driver opened it and said, hurry up and get on. Find your own seat. Xiaoli, put the supplies away. Thank you, big bro. Honey, hurry up and get on. The man handed the instant noodles to the young man and led his wife and child onto the bus. The bus was already full of people, and the aisle was packed too. They were all people whose cars had run out of gas and who had had to use supplies to buy a chance to board. The man looked around and finally found an empty spot, then led his wife and child over to sit down. Attention, everyone. The convoy is speeding up. Keep up with the convoy. Maintain your distance. Don't fall behind. Xiao Xian followed the lead vehicle at an unhurried pace. On the rooftop, I dealt with those 2 level 1 gerbils, pulling out the spines along their backs one by one, skinning them, knocking out their 2 front teeth, and collecting every last sharp tooth in their mouths. These were all excellent materials. I planned to have Guo melt them down and forge them into weapons sometime soon. I cut off the organs and the heads directly and tossed them outside. This stuff was disgusting just to look at. Screech. The vehicle behind us saw that and quickly braked to a stop. Several people ran down, picked up the gerbil heads and organs from the ground, and put them onto the bus. What I didn't even want was all meat to them. Once cleaned up, it was at least 10 or 20 gene. They nearly fought over it. Only after the loudspeaker kept urging them on did they continue following the convoy. Brother Lin Feng, it's raining. I looked up. Raindrops struck my forehead. Then came the second, the third. The rain grew denser and denser, and the sky instantly turned gray, becoming a torrential downpour in the blink of an eye. I quickly finished processing the gerbil meat under the rain, ran down the stairs and hung the meat on the wall, then rushed into the stone room on the 2nd floor. Just after closing the door, my clothes were already completely soaked, and I looked as if I'd been pulled out of the water. Brother Lin Feng, a towel? Change your clothes first. Xiao Rui handed over a dry towel. I took it and wiped my face, dried my hair, and simply took off my wet clothes, wrapping myself in a bath towel. Oh, the girls reacted differently. Xiao Rui and the others covered their eyes with their hands, but their fingers were spread so wide it was as good as not covering them at all. Chun Min, on the other hand, looked openly and even commented, nice figure. Of course, didn't Sister Min experience it today? Let's do it again. Let go of me. They're still here. The downpour was relentless, and the sky was pitch black. There was no light in the stone room on Xiao Xian's back, only darkness. In the end, I still didn't manage to succeed. Chun Min almost got lost in it, but at the last moment she kicked me away and grabbed the quilt to cover herself. The room was too dark, and I couldn't tell who I'd grabbed. It only felt like I'd fallen into water, with wave after wave washing over me. Rumble. Lightning flashed, light shone in, and I saw Xiao Yu's face covered in sweat. Xiao Yu? Is that really your name? My full name is Su Shuiyu. They all call me Xiao Yu. I said with a smile. I think you should be called Xiao Shui. Look at this quilt, it's ruined. Hate you, The rain outside grew heavier and heavier, pounding against the cars with a sharp crackling sound. Even with the wipers on full blast, it was useless. The windshield was covered in water, visibility was blurred, and they could only use the hazard lights to tell direction. The convoy slowed down. The wheels skidded on the muddy road, and the vehicles rocked from side to side. The modified bus driven by Guo Yi at the front was still manageable, with its high chassis and large tires, but the sedans behind were in trouble. Their wheels sank into mud pits, and even with the accelerator floored, they couldn't get out. Several cars got stuck halfway, and the people inside got out in the rain to push them. They slipped and fell, covered in mud, then got up and kept pushing. Some vehicles sank too deep and couldn't be moved at all. Even engine smoking made no difference. We're done for. The car's gone. Everything's gone. The owner cried in despair. The convoy ahead wouldn't wait. Cars drove past one after another, and no one stopped to help. In the apocalypse, everyone lived only for themselves. One by one, people gave up their vehicles, slung on whatever supplies they could carry, and ran to bang on the bus doors, offering resources in exchange for a seat. Some had nothing to offer and slapped the doors outside, pleading, but the doors never opened. The convoy struggled forward in the torrential rain. Inside the lead vehicle, Wang Lai found Shin Yutong. Yutong, the rain is too heavy. The convoy can't move on. Is there anywhere nearby where we can stop and wait it out? We'll move again when the rain stops. Shin Yutong nodded, spread out the hand-drawn map, and frowned slightly. A few minutes later, she pointed to a spot. There's a cliff here. The cliff face slopes inward, and there's open ground underneath where we can take shelter from the rain. How far? 3 kilometers. Attention all units. The lead vehicle is turning. There's a cliff 3 kilometers ahead on the right. We're taking shelter beneath the rock face. Keep close and don't fall behind. The convoy turned toward the cliff, and the 3-kilometer stretch took more than half an hour. There really was quite a large open area beneath the rock wall. After the armored RV parked securely, the vehicles behind gradually turned in, and their headlights lit up the space brightly. People jumped out of the cars, stood on the dry ground, looked up at the towering cliff face, and let out long breaths. Wang Lai got out of the RV, and Fong Ling and the others did as well. Wang Lai swept his gaze over the convoy and looked at Fong Ling. Count how many vehicles and how many people we still have. Soon, Fong Ling and the others finished the count. Captain, including Mo Qingwan and the others, we have a total of 567 people now. On the way, we lost 37 small cars. Wang Lai fell silent for a few seconds. From the original several thousand people to just 567 now. Every stop meant losing another group of people, and every departure left more vehicles behind on the road forever. This was the apocalypse. Arrange for everyone to rest. The patrol team will stay on alert. Report immediately if anything happens. The patrol team began to move, and the vehicles were rearranged. I was already dressed and standing refreshed beside Xiao Xian, while Xiao He sat quietly nearby, his ears standing straight up and alert. Wang Lai walked over and said, Lin Feng, let's see what your beast-taming ability can do. We'll be staying here tonight. Xiao He, a pale golden light spread out from Xiao He, like an upside-down bowl covering the clearing, even sinking into the cliff walls. When the light faded, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. Captain, it's ready. It lasts 12 hours, but once the protective field is deployed, it can't be moved. Wang Lai nodded and shouted in a deep voice. Everyone, listen up. Do not leave a 100-meter radius. Yes. The strange sounds in the rainy night made everyone move quickly, and they rushed into the designated area one after another. The heavy rain still hadn't stopped, and the temperature dropped. Some people started sneezing. Huzi, make a fire. Wang Lai said to the burly man. Captain, the wood's all wet. Wang, who was Wang Lai's relative and the squad leader of the hunting team. Use gasoline. There's some on the vehicles. The bonfire flared up at once, its light illuminating dozens of meters. People gathered around it. Some set up tents, while others huddled by the fire to eat. We can spend the night here tonight? Captain Wang said we'll rest for 12 hours before moving on. The child asked, Mom, are we safe now? The mother's voice was hoarse. We're safe. Go to sleep. The man with glasses said excitedly. Did you see that? That black dog flashed with golden light, and the shield appeared. That's Lin Feng's beast-taming spirit beast. It can drive away the uncanny. Really? So we can finally get a good night's sleep. And it's not just that dog. Look at that turtle, bigger than a truck, with a house on its back. The man with glasses smacked his lips. With that kind of ability, living in this world is way more comfortable than anyone else. Exactly. I heard there are several campus beauty level girls in that house. TSK Tisk. Beside another bonfire on the other side, Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui sat shoulder to shoulder, having taken off their outer jackets to roast them, leaving only tight inner layers on. Mi Shui poked at the fire, her gaze falling on the giant turtle. Sister Qingwan, that dog wasn't this powerful before it got into his hands, right? Mo Qingwan didn't say anything, but she looked my way. That dog had been with their convoy for a week and was just an ordinary black dog. Then he took it away and it awakened. What kind of luck is that? If I'd known, I never would have let him get it so easily. And that giant turtle too. It can run, carry, fight, and even house people. It's practically a mobile fortress. Mo Qingwan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the storage room on the first floor, where several women were busily working. Mi Shui stared for a few seconds, then spat. Scumbag. Who are you calling a scumbag? Mo Qingwan looked at her. Who else? Mi Shui tilted her chin toward the house on the turtle's back. 4 fresh little beauties. Just now the women from the production crew were still talking about how you said at noon. Only the pretty ones. They're probably all trying to get close to you, right? Mo Qingwan's lips curved slightly. I'm wondering whether you're calling him a scumbag because he really is one, or because the women around him aren't you? Mi Shui blushed and grabbed a branch to throw at her. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Why are you getting so worked up? Mi Shui snorted and turned away, but the corner of her eye still drifted toward that stone house. They're cooking in there, right? I'm so hungry. Over by the production crew, a group of young girls was gathered around the bonfire. Did you see that awakened one? I think his name is Lin Feng, the short-haired girl said in a low voice. I saw him. He got off that giant turtle with a black dog. He's tall, and he looks pretty good, said the curly-haired girl. Not just pretty good, another girl leaned in. He's clean all over, like he's in a completely different world from us drenched chickens. Do you smell that? A faint meaty aroma drifted through the air, coming from the house on the turtle's back. He has food, and a house, and the ability to protect himself. Following someone like that at least means you won't starve, right? The tall girl said softly. I'm going to the restroom. Suwan, where would there be a bathroom in this desolate wilderness? The short-haired girl asked, even though she already knew the answer. Over there, behind the rock wall. She pointed in a random direction, but the direction she was heading was clearly where the giant turtle was. The other women watched her back, looked down at their own clothes, soaked and reeking, hesitated for a few seconds, and in the end did not stand up. Let's take a look first. I knew nothing about this. At that moment, I was standing behind Xiao Xian, watching it use its sharp foreclaws to dig into the cliff wall. Its claws cut into the rock as easily as slicing tofu, prying off large chunks of reddish-brown stone. Then it crunched and chewed the ore before swallowing it. Okay, I see Xian suddenly going crazy over ore. I picked up a piece of gravel, one side reddish-brown, the other side black and shiny like metal. I froze. Was this ore? Xian could eat ore and grow bigger. It didn't pay me any mind at all, its claws scraping furiously as the cave entrance grew wider and wider. I asked it through my mind, what are you eating? Ore. Tasty grow. My eyes lit up. I patted its shell. You little glutton. We just stopped somewhere at random and you find ore. Your luck is unbelievable. The more it ate, the thicker its limbs became, its scales taking on a metallic sheen, and even its shell was bulging out beyond the wall by a full ring. Haha, keep eating. It dug even more energetically now. The entrance was wide enough for a freight truck to drive in. I had no idea whether there was some kind of dimensional space in its stomach. Just as I was looking forward to how big it could grow, Xian suddenly slowed down, swallowed the last piece of ore, blinked, then lay down, drawing in its limbs and tucking its head into its shell. My smile froze. Hey. I hurriedly patted it. What's wrong? Xian. No response. I panicked a little and quickly opened the panel. Beast Tamer 1. Xian Turtle. Status. Sleeping. Duration. 8 hours. I let out a long breath. Seriously, we're on the run right now, and who knows how many bizarre things are out there. You're great. Eating your fill and then going to sleep. I kicked it, and the recoil made my foot hurt, while snoring sounds even came from inside the shell. Forget it. Just 8 hours. It was worth it. By then I'd add 2 more rooms and taken 2 more little beauties. Just then, a figure walked over. Hesitating steps, clothes soaked by the rain, her t-shirt clinging to her skin and outlining smooth curves. I stared in a daze. It was the tall girl from Daytime, the model figure, Suwan. She came up to me, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, looking shy and timid. I didn't say anything, just looked at her, from her long legs, to her waist-to-hip ratio, to that face. Lord Lin Feng, I gurgle. Her ears turned red. A smile curved at the corner of my mouth. I want to follow you. Can you let me have enough to eat? I sized her up for a while. Yes, but you'll have to follow my rules. What rules? Be obedient. She froze for a second, then nodded immediately. I'll be obedient. I stood up, jumped onto the turtle's back, bent down, and held out my hand. Come on up. Time to eat. She took my hand, and I pulled her up. Standing on the turtle's back, she looked toward the crowd, and all that noise, hunger, and fear suddenly felt very far away. What are you standing there for? Get in. Quite a few people saw this scene. Mi Shui's twig snapped with a crack in her hand. Look, she said through gritted teeth in a low voice. Suwan was teased by him at noon. I kindly brought her back, and now in the evening she's delivered herself to his doorstep. Mo Qingwan glanced over. Why are you so anxious? I'm not. The twig in your hand broke. Mi Shui tossed the twig into the fire. I just can't stand it. Can't stand her delivering herself to him. Or can't stand that the one delivering herself isn't you? Mi Shui was left speechless. He's way too awful. There are already several women in the house. Counting Su-won, it's 5 now. And there's also Chun-min, that awakened one. Does he think he's an emperor selecting concubines? Mo Ching-won couldn't hold back her smile. There was movement again by the campfire. The women from the production crew exchanged glances. She went up, the short-haired girl said in a low voice. Saw it. She succeeded. The short-haired girl abruptly stood up and swept her damp hair back. Are we going? The curly-haired woman bit her lip and stood up. Go. The others also stood up and followed. The 5 of them walked in perfect order toward the giant turtle. Only when they got closer did they truly feel how enormous this turtle was. It's really huge, the curly-haired woman murmured. Su Zhao, quit being slutty and call out to him. The short-haired girl said, giving her a push. Su Zhao raised her head. Brother Lin Feng, I had just brought Su Wan into the room and ladled a bowl of hot soup for her, handing it over. Drink it while it's hot. I'll go take a look. I stepped out the door and saw the 5 women below. What is it? Brother Lin Feng, do you have anything to eat? I raised an eyebrow. I do, but what can you pay in return? The short-haired girl looked up at me. My name is Su Ran, a third-year student at the Film Academy. We're filming in Shudian City this time. They're my crew friends, Su Zhao, and Gu, Chui Shuang, Xiang Rongrong, and Wang Ku. We can pay any price, as long as we can fill our stomachs. Even if I had my good friend be a betting maid for you, that would be fine. The women beside her all nodded. I looked at the actresses in front of me and had to admit there really were a lot of beauties in the entertainment industry. It had been several days since the apocalypse, and they could still maintain pretty good condition. Any one of them could easily be considered a campus belle. Get up there, but the rooms are full, so you'll have to go to the rooftop. The short-haired girl, Su Ran, froze. She had thought it would already be good enough to trade her body for a meal, but she never expected me to actually let them onto the giant turtle. Being able to get on the giant turtle's back was something countless people begged for and still couldn't get. Even just standing there counted as being half one of our own. Okay, Su Ran nodded hurriedly, afraid I might change my mind. I pulled them all up. Go up first. I'll have Su Wan send you food in a bit. Su Ran and the others climbed onto the rooftop. There were also some bows and arrows stored here. The rooftop wasn't large, only about 10 square meters, but it could overlook the entire camp. All the bonfires, vehicles, and people were in full view. We really got up here? Su Zhao asked softly. We're up here. The few of them looked at each other and burst out laughing at the same time. That sense of safety rising from the bottom of their hearts was more real than anything else. Too many people had died these past few days, and now they finally had a place to stay. Beside the bonfire, Mi Shui had already poked the branch into ash. Did you see it? 5. Another 5 got up there, and with Su Wan that makes 11. Mo Ching-wan said unhurriedly. Mi Shui. What? You're anxious. Mi Shui immediately broke down. Sister Ching-wan, if you keep this up, I'm not sitting with you anymore. Then where will you sit? Mi Shui looked around. Everyone there was an unfamiliar, exhausted survivor. There wasn't a second person as familiar as Mo Ching-wan. She snorted and turned the back of her head toward Mo Ching-wan. On the other side, Su Wan carried the food up to the rooftop. The 5 actresses sat side by side behind the stone wall. Hearing footsteps, Su Ran was the first to turn around, and when she saw the basin in Su Wan's hands, her eyes lit up at once. Is that food? Su Wan took a sheet of plastic from the bag and spread it on the ground, then set the basin on top. Inside were several porcelain bowls filled with rice, along with a large bowl of meat broth. In the bowl were 6 pieces of meat, each about the size of a baby's fist. Exactly 6, no more and no less. This is meat. Su Ran's voice trembled. Mole rat meat, level 1. Su Wan crouched down and divided the meat. Lord Lin Feng said 1 piece per person. This meat can improve physical strength. Su Ran picked up a piece and took a bite. Her eyes widened, and she started chewing even faster. Su Zhao, the one with long wavy hair, also started eating, taking small bites, but not at all slowly. This meat, it feels so warm after eating it. I'm not as cold anymore, like heat is surging out from my stomach. Me too. The meat of a level 1 mutated creature can strengthen your body, and your strength will increase too. The women exchanged glances and sped up their eating. They poured the broth into their bowls, and it was quickly gone. Burp, I'm so full. Brother Lin Feng is too good to us. He even gave us meat from a level 1 mutated creature. And Gu, still in ancient costume makeup and costume, hugged her knees and spoke weakly. She was the youngest and had suffered quite a lot these past few days. Not only did he take us in, he even gave us meat to eat. Stop talking. If you keep going, I'm going to cry too. You don't know, those sleazy men in the convoy actually wanted to trade some lousy wild vegetable patties for me sleeping with them. I think. As Su Zhao spoke, she directly cursed out loud. One could imagine just how furious she had been at the time. The few of them fell silent for a moment, then all laughed at once. Looking at the camp's people now, they felt a sense of superiority. The rest of the crew were still starving, while they were already eating rice. The convoy people had to ration wild vegetables, while they were already eating meat from a level 1 mutated creature. They suddenly felt that choice mattered more than effort. Clearly, this was the best choice they had made in the apocalypse. Downstairs, I had already finished my meal, set the bowl on the table, and stood up. Chun Min and the 4 girls all looked up at me at the same time. What's wrong? You guys keep eating. I'm going out for a bit. Something's on my mind, and I can't sit still. Xiao Rui stood up. Brother Lin Feng, it's so dark. It's fine. I'm just staying inside the camp. I'm going to find Fong Ling to talk about something. I reached the door, then paused. Xiao Rui, later go ask Sister Hong for a tent, and have those few on the rooftop go take a bath and change into clean clothes. Xiao Rui nodded. Okay, leave it to me. After I walked away, the women quietly started chattering among themselves. Brother Lin Feng must think they smell. If you don't bathe for a week, you'd smell too. When I found Fong Ling, she was in front of the truck arranging for people to unload lumber. Sister Ling. Fong Ling looked up at me, with that black dog still following behind her. What brings you here? There's something I'd like to trouble you with. Go on, what is it? I pointed toward the cliff. My beast companion discovered that this cliff is actually a mine, and there's quite a bit of, or inside. I was thinking that a lot of people in the convoy are going hungry. I'm a kind-hearted person and can't stand to see others suffer, so I want to hire people to mine it. Could you help me arrange that? Kind-hearted. Fong Ling interrupted me. Kind-hearted? This iron rooster who wouldn't shed a feather, who wouldn't lift a finger to help even if someone was dying, and who'd kick both man and vehicle flying if someone just insulted him. Kind-hearted? Since when were you kind-hearted? I've always been kind-hearted. You just haven't noticed. I kept a straight face and continued. 100 kilograms of, or for 1 bowl of thin porridge. How about that? Fair, right? Food is so precious now. The corner of Fong Ling's mouth twitched. She gave me a once-over. 100 kilograms of, or for 1 bowl of thin porridge. And you call that kind-hearted? Even Joe Poppy isn't as stingy as you. Black, really black. I ignored her teasing and said directly, Sister Ling, just tell me, will you help or not? Of course I'll help. Why wouldn't I? She was brisk and efficient. These people are practically starving, let alone 100 kilos for a bowl of porridge, 200 kilos, and they'd still do it. I'll go find some people right now. After taking 2 steps, she turned back again. But you need to add more water to that porridge. Don't make it too thick. There are so many people who have to work. You can't afford to feed them that well. I nodded, thinking Sister Ling really was shrewd. Less than 20 minutes later, the news had spread throughout the entire camp. I suddenly slapped my forehead. Damn, we've got people, but no tools. I hurried off to find Guai. He was squatting on top of the bus, modifying the body of the vehicle, blue light faintly glowing in his palm, with several guys beside him shining flashlights to help. Brother Guo. What? He didn't even look up. My beast taming told me this is a mine, right below the cliff. I want to hire people to dig it, but we're short on tools. Can you help me get some pickaxes and shovels? A mine. He immediately stopped what he was doing. Take me to see it. When we got to the cliff wall, Xiao Xian was still lying there asleep, with mineral rocks of all sizes scattered around it. Guai crouched down and picked up a piece. He turned it over in his hands for a long time, growing more excited the more he looked. A flash of blue light flickered in his palm, and seconds later a small lump of metal was extracted from the ore, while the rest turned into fine sand. He stared at the metal, his eyes practically shining. Iron ore. Not low purity either. Iron content is at least 70%. Lin Feng, I want 30% of this, or, he said quickly. Don't rush to refuse me. You won't lose out. I'll make the tools for you for free, not ordinary tools, but ones made with mutated materials. I also need materials for modifying the vehicles. I quickly did the math in my head. Him contributing the skill in exchange for 30% was reasonable enough, and tools made from mutated materials would definitely be far more efficient. Fine. Deal. Good. He nodded. There's metal here already. Go get me some mole rat claws. Those things are hard as hell. Fused into iron, they'll make it wear-resistant and sharp. I turned around to find Fong Ling and used 10 kilograms of rice to exchange for all the mole rat claws from this hunt. With the materials in hand, Guai quickly made the first batch of mining pickaxes. I picked one up. The edge gleamed coldly, the iron handle was solid, and it really felt handy. Brother Guai, thanks. Go, go, go. No need to thank me. He waved me off. Hurry up and get to work. I'm not finished yet. You brat. I told you to exchange a little, and you brought me all of it. You're trying to squeeze one person's wool dry, huh? By the time I carried over more than a dozen pickaxes to the cliff wall, over 30 people were already waiting. The tools are here. That pickaxe looks pretty good. I shouted, come get your tools. If you didn't get one, go to Guai. 1 per person, return them after use. 100 kilos for 1 bowl of porridge. The more you dig, the more you get. No cap. Everyone, follow me. I led them to the pit Xiao Xian had dug. Here, dig. The first to go in was a middle-aged man. He swung his arm wide, and the pickaxe easily bit into the rock wall, knocking down a large chunk of ore. The exposed surface was black and shiny. The others each found their own spots. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of pickaxes rang out one after another, and I finally felt at ease. Tomorrow, Xiao Xian's food rations on the road would be secured. I looked around and saw Xiao Rui squatting outside the tent, while Xiao Qing and the others were boiling hot water. Xiao Qing, Xiao Rui, Su Wan, come here. The girls all looked up at the same time. Xiao Rui said, "What is it, Brother Lin Feng? I'm waiting in line for a bath. Since it's raining, there's water. What bath? Come help out. Go over there and cook porridge. The people digging later need to eat." Cook porridge. Xiao Rui stood up, still confused. Lord Lin Feng, why bother them with such a small matter? Hong Jia walked over from the bus, followed by more than 10 girls, still dressed lightly despite the freezing weather. I'll take the girls to help. Cook porridge, serve food. We're familiar with that work. I glanced at her and nodded. Hong Jia always knew exactly where she should show up. Fine, come with me. When I reached the edge of the cliff, I picked a flat patch of ground and stamped my foot to activate the earth control technique. The soil surged and reshaped itself, and in just a few minutes, a stove had been made. Brother Gua, just in time. Seeing him come over, I said, "Since you're here, I won't trouble anyone else. Help me make 2 big iron pots." Gui stumbled a little. "You're really just squeezing me dry, aren't you? I just helped you make more than 100 picks, and now you want me to make pots too." "Convenient," I said, my expression unchanged. "Besides, you get 30% of the ore we dig out, don't you? The pots are part of the supporting equipment. Even an emperor doesn't neglect his hungry troops." "Oh, right. Make a steel yard too, for weighing, or..." Guai stared at me for several seconds, then finally sighed. Fine, I'll do it. You really are the most shameless person I've ever met." He told his brothers to put the picks on the ground. They're all here, 140 in total. 12 of them used level, 1 mole claws, so they're a notch sharper. Keep them safe. As he spoke, he finished making the iron pots, fitted them perfectly onto the stove, and then made a steel yard. All done. His face had gone pale. My chest warmed. "Thanks, Brother Gua. You won't be shorted on ore." He waved his hand and turned to leave, muttering as he went, "I really owed you in my last life." Sister Hong had already gotten the girls busy as well. Somehow, she found some wood and started a fire, then poured the collected rainwater into the pot. I climbed onto Xiao Xian's back and took out a 50-gene sack of rice from the storage room, enough to cook several pots. The smell of plain porridge soon drifted out. Sister Hong stirred it with a big iron ladle. "So fragrant. Hurry up and dig. Once you've dug enough, you can have a drink. And if anyone stocked up enough supplies, you can even pick a girl to ease yourself with." Sister Hong's voice rang out through the crowd. "Sister Hong, you said it yourself. I've been eyeing your Xiao Mei for ages. Get lost." "Xiao Mei is mine," the men chattered, while the girls giggled endlessly. Someone teased, "Sister Xiao Mei isn't cheap. Without at least 2 gene of rice, you won't even catch a whiff of her. Why not take a look at the younger sisters instead?" That pushed the mining speed up by another 30%. Under the lure of white porridge and women, nothing worked better than any kind of mobilization or inspirational speech.